All Yun wanted was to finish that miserable contract and disappear far away from the demonic sect. But out of nowhere, a screen appeared in front of him. The system congratulated him, saying he was just 1 point away from reaching 100 million, yet that final point never came. Annoyed, Yun started cursing that absurd thing until he realized the forest had become far too silent. A sudden rustle from the bushes made his heart race before he could react. Something grabbed his leg tightly, and a suffocating energy dragged him to the ground. A woman appeared above him, cold eyes and a dangerous smile, saying he was unlucky to be there at that moment. And while Yun tries to understand whether this is an attack, a trap, or something even worse, he realizes he has just gotten involved in something that will completely change his destiny. Alright, let's get into the video. In the middle of the forest, a man was examining a mushroom and commenting that the base salary was 5 silver spirit stones per year and that if he saved for 20 years, he would be able to buy his own freedom. Because of that, he only needed to endure another half year, switch his servitude contract, and go straight to the territory of the Orthodox sect in the south. Eli picked the mushroom, saying that this way the sky would be the limit and the sea infinite, because he no longer wanted anything to do with the demonic sect. Suddenly, something began to float in front of him, and when he pressed it, a system appeared congratulating young Master Yun, informing him that he had collected 1 energy point and that the current total of spiritual energy points was 99,999,999. If he continued like this, he would be able to surpass 100 million, and after that, it would only take upgrading the system to break through all limits. However, he became irritated, saying that more than half a year had already passed and that no matter how many spiritual pearls he collected, the total was always stuck at that number. Questioning who had created that trash system and whether this was even possible, maybe something made by Pinduoduo, he showed his finger to the system, saying that if it had any guts, it should just let him invite a few rookies to go with him to crush Luliang. Suddenly, he heard a noise in the bushes and backed away in fright, wondering which disciple was making such a mess so early instead of sleeping. He introduced himself, saying that he was Yun from the kitchen team and that they should go easy on him. But then he heard a woman's voice telling him that he needed to come closer or he would be killed. He put the basket on the ground, thinking that when the system was upgraded and he became the protagonist, he would teach everyone in the holy demonic sect what it meant to live under the rule of law. Annoyed, he thought that everything there revolved around assassinations, theft, and slaughter, and that it was driving him crazy. Suddenly, someone grabbed his leg, and he felt a terrifying energy that began to drag him into the bushes. The girl climbed on top of him, pressing him to the ground, and breathing heavily, looked at him and said that he was actually quite handsome. The protagonist panicked and asked if she was from the Pavilion of Pleasure because he was still level 0 and dual cultivation could end up killing him. Moreover, the demonic palace forbade killing fellow sect members. However, the woman began tearing his clothes apart quickly, and the protagonist tried to scream, but obsessed, she simply covered his mouth, telling him to shut up and say nothing, saying that he only needed to raise his external body. The protagonist tried to say that he was just an ordinary guy and had nothing to offer her. Yun began to think that apparently she followed no basic laws, since she seemed like a demonic spider, because any little sound already triggered her desire. The woman took an animal out of her mouth, saying that she would give the protagonist some help and telling him to swallow it because she would give him a night of pleasure he would never forget. The protagonist became a little frightened and asked her to wait just a moment, thinking that this woman might be the demoness of the Valley of 10,000 Insects. However, the girl asked if he really thought she had time to waste and shoved the insect into his mouth, forcing him to swallow it, and very quickly he became aroused, while she said that he was very lucky. Everything began to become clearer. The fish, the dragons, the objects, the trees, and the plants. And so time passed. She told him to watch as she began to let down her hair and very quickly started to transform, with the clothes on her body changing completely. That was the sect leader, Wu Xiaoyan. Sometime later, the protagonist was completely exhausted, and the sect leader began to stretch, looking at him and saying that he was not bad at all for an ordinary human, since he had managed to endure an entire day without dying of exhaustion. She pointed out that he was an excellent medicinal conductor, and that it was truly a pity that he had the misfortune of encountering her precisely when she was poisoned, because now he could only end up as medicinal residue. Slightly annoyed, she looked at her own hand and said that apparently the poison had not yet been completely eliminated, but at least it was being suppressed for now, so she would need to think of something later. Xiaoyan looked at Yun and said that on that day she had lost her own purity and that no one could know about it. Therefore, he, as a disciple of the demonic palace of the 9 hells, should offer his life to her, because that was the greatest honor he could receive. Releasing her powers once again, she changed her tone of voice, saying that she would let him depart gloriously. But in the middle of her breasts, something began to make a noise, and suddenly, a ball of energy burst out from inside. The leader is surprised to see that the eternal soul flame truly reacted, and apparently, that boy has something to do with it. She goes to the protagonist and begins concentrating energy in his abdomen, becoming even more astonished, and asks Sweetie to keep an eye on that boy for her, because he is not a simple medicinal residue, but an absolutely perfect healing miracle. In the inner palace of the demonic palace, Jiayan arrives completely exhausted, complaining that the so-called righteous sects attack with an extremely cruel poison. She notices that her own hand is getting worse, runs to the edge of the water and observes her reflection, utterly irritated. Even so, she decides to set it aside because when she exterminates that entire sect, she will force all of them to hand over the antidote, and now all of them are already on her blacklist. At that moment, another woman appears attacking with everything she has, shouting that this is the forbidden sacred territory of the sect leader and that invaders must die. Xiayan blocks the attack and quickly grabs Yainer by the neck, asking if not even she is capable of recognizing her own master. Struggling to speak, Yainer realizes that she is facing the sect leader. Xiayan releases her, and Yainer falls to the ground gasping for air. The leader asks what she had said before entering seclusion, and emphasizes that she had ordered her to take care of the demonic palace without causing trouble, because she hates troublesome things. Yainer apologizes to her master, saying that she's too stupid to understand what she meant. Xiayan agrees, stating that she truly is stupid, foolish, and completely hopeless. Terrified, Yainer begins to scream, saying that she admits all her mistakes. Xiayan asks whether she revealed where she had been cultivating in secret, since she had only told that to a single person, her own subordinate. Yainer replies that she would love to learn from her master and admire her alone, so she would never tell anyone where she was. She also asks who is responsible for leaving the leader in such an adorably miserable state, saying she would personally exterminate that person's entire clan to avenge her. Xiayan says that, judging by the type of attack, it was probably ice from the Great Void. Yainer says she will remember this information, but Xiayan orders her to put massacres and arson aside for now, because she has other orders to carry out, and warns her that if she messes things up again, she will be hung on the gate of that demonic palace for 300 years. Yainer guarantees that this time she will be extremely careful. The leader tells her not to tell anyone that she has already left seclusion and to find a way to deliver the Eternal Light Bracelet to that boy named Yun from the False Hall. Yainer says she will do all of that, but points out that the bracelet is her master's most precious treasure, and that there are rumors that whoever possesses it can rule the world. Xiayan cuts her off, saying that she only needs to do what she was told and stop talking nonsense. Then she stands up and asks for some ordinary clothes to be prepared, because she will infiltrate and stay by the protagonist's side for a while her subordinate only needs to make sure that everything remains in order on Lord Siyu's side. Yainer begins to cry, asking if the leader is really going out again. Xiayan gets irritated, tells her to act normally and stop behaving like a lunatic all the time, explaining that she will only stay in the false hall and is not going anywhere, so they need to end the conversation so that each of them can carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, the protagonist begins to open his eyes and, still confused, tries to get up, asking where he is. Suddenly, he remembers everything that happened and starts trembling, screaming that he is no longer pure. Right after that, the system appears again, congratulating him and informing him that he has gained another point. The protagonist is confused, asking what he did to get that point, while the system continues announcing that he now has a total of 100 million points, that the objective has been achieved, and that the system has begun updating. An earthworm tries to come out of the ground, but as soon as it appears, it notices several predators around, and the same happens with some chickens, as other people arrive to capture them. In the demonic palace of the Nine Hells in the False Hall, a man lights a fire to roast the chicken he had caught and asks the protagonist, who approaches shortly after, where he had gone since he had not seen him all day, also noticing that he has no clothes on. Yoon answers his master that someone slept with him. The master asks if that was all, and the protagonist explains that he had gone to dig up some vegetables behind the mountain and ended up running into a senior sister from the Valley of 10,000 Insects, adding that he does not know if she went crazy or what happened, but that it might be that. However, she treated him with a rare tonic and squeezed him for an entire day, and the master begins to reflect deeply on this, commenting that his disciple is a prodigy boy. Yun asks whether that fire feather chicken should not be offered to the hall leaders, questioning whether the master is not afraid of being hung and punished for roasting it in secret. The master replies that if the protagonist does not tell anyone, he will not either. That way, everyone will think that only one of the chickens went missing and no one will care, adding that if Yoon keeps his mouth shut, he will get half, since it will help him restore his yang energy. Yoon agrees to stay silent as he was also eager to taste the chicken. The master asks him to go down in the morning to the city at the foot of the mountain to buy some seasonings since the false hall's stock is almost gone. As soon as the chicken is ready, he cuts it in half and hands one part to the protagonist, asking him to take it to his room, eat there, and then rest. Yoon thanks him for the food and asks if he can leave now, and the master says yes. As the protagonist leaves, the master thinks that he has grown a lot and that it is no longer possible to keep him by his side all the time. A few minutes earlier, Yahello had gone to speak with her protagonist master, saying that she had a friend who would infiltrate and stay by Yoon's side, and that because of that, he needed to make up some excuse to send him down the mountain in the morning. The master replies that he understands and asks whether the sect leader has already left seclusion. But Yahello dodges the question, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking about. He starts laughing, saying that he already understands everything because heaven knows, earth knows, she knows, he knows, and the leader also knows. He thinks that the sect leader is aging like a fine wine and remains as wild as ever. The next morning, the protagonist has already gotten up and is going down the mountain in a great mood, thinking that when joy comes, the spirit rises, and that even being drained to the last drop, everything was completely worth it because that senior sister from the Valley of 10,000 Insects was practically his benefactor. However, the night before eating the chicken, he had been very embarrassed thinking that an adult man being drained almost to death by a woman, if that spread, would make him unable to fit in with the orthodox sex. Therefore, if he encountered that demoness again, he would do everything to make it so she could barely walk. He starts eating, still irritated by the whole situation, but realizes that he barely managed to see her face, so how could he possibly find her? Besides, they say that even the weakest girl from the Valley of 10,000 Insects is already level 15, while he is just an ordinary level 0 guy, so he starts to think he is going crazy for even thinking about revenge. While eating, he wonders whether that chicken will really be able to restore his energy, but suddenly the system appears, startling him, and announces that the update has been completed. As a reward for the young master's exhausting effort in collecting spiritual pearls over the years, he will receive a humble gift. The system asks him to click confirm to open the treasure chest, and even though he is wary, wondering what it could be, he decides to open it. As soon as the chest opens, the system announces that he has received a fantastic reward and that he now possesses a bonus of 2 extra lives. Yoon asks if that means that even if he dies, he can come back, and the system responds that that is exactly it. In addition, it asks him to look at the main screen because from that moment on, he has unlocked the feature of Fusion of Destiny, encounter fragments, and explosive talent. Destiny encounters are everywhere, and when the young master reaches the peaks of bliss, everything will become even more evident. Yoon asks the system to wait a bit because something strange just passed across the screen, and the system starts laughing, which irritates him even more. The system explains that it is nothing like what he is thinking, that it is just a foolproof mode, simple and super practical. Yoon thanks it, asking the system to stop that because it is very weird, but the system adds an extra note saying that if he wants to level up from that moment on, he can spend the accumulated spiritual energy points and jump directly to level 60. The protagonist thinks that jumping from level 0 straight to 60 in one go is basically asking to be dissected in a laboratory. Returning to the present, he is still thinking about this while going down the mountain, because if he had some artifact or technique that could hide his level, then he could make that breakthrough, but he still does not know how to obtain something like that. Suddenly, he hears some people shouting, telling someone to stop running away. A girl is fleeing from a few men, screaming for help, and runs toward the protagonist, begging him to save her. The men manage to grab the girl, who keeps crying for help, and the protagonist feels irritated, saying that they are trying to kidnap a girl in broad daylight, and that, apparently, this world no longer has any law. However, the men start looking at him. Yoon becomes frightened and begins to question whether he should save her or not. Because if he does nothing and this story spreads, then how will he be able to enter an orthodox sect later? However, he is only level 0, and if he does something, it is basically suicide. He starts trembling, thinking that at this point he has no other choice, and asks the system to redeem all of his points. He charges forward thinking that with great power comes great responsibility, because this way he will beef up his resume for a future application to an orthodox sect. In the middle of the way, he ends up hurting his foot and tumbles down the steps, leaving everyone shocked, but he gets up shouting for them to release that girl. He starts thinking that apparently this is the power of someone at the end of the foundation stage, because in all manhwas, people always seem to reach the foundation as if it were something easy. One of the men holding the girl asks if the protagonist is a cultivator. Yoon begins to smile, saying that this place is very close to the demonic palace of the Nine Hells and asks the man what he thinks he is. The man says that apparently the protagonist is a Taoist from the demonic palace of the Nine Hells and asks if he wants to join their gang. But another man scolds him, asking how they could possibly join, questioning what level the first guy thinks he is, because that girl is clearly meant to be enjoyed by the Taoist master. They push the girl toward the protagonist, call him master, say that she is all his now, and then start running away. Yoon is stunned, asking if that is really all that is going to happen. The girl calls him young master and thanks him for saving her life. The protagonist thinks that he did not really do much, actually, and does not know why he spent 50 million spiritual points to level up, since he did not even need to do that because it would have been enough to just say that he was a disciple of the demonic palace of the Nine Hells. He tells the girl that she is safe now and can go back home. However, she clings to the young master, saying that her parents ended up hanging themselves because of gambling debts, and that now the debt collectors are after her, so she has nowhere to go. With a pitiful look, she says that the protagonist saved her, and that, if he does not mind, she would really like to dedicate herself completely to him. He is surprised because he did not expect that and asks if she really wants to dedicate herself to him. The girl answers yes and says that they can even consummate it right there, because she is at his disposal. Yoon turns his face away, saying that there is no need, because he does not even have that function. The girl is surprised, and he tries to explain what happened during the previous night, after he ate the fire feather chicken roasted by his master. The partner down there ended up waking up at midnight, and he had to try to deal with the situation. But the result was that every time he tries to operate the stomach, he ends up writhing in agony, and apparently that demoness planted some kind of insect curse inside him, and now he is simply too good to be able to cultivate. He points out that he did not do anything special, but seeing the situation she is in, he ends up agreeing and asks her to accompany him to the city at the foot of the mountain. When they get there, they can think of something. The girl smiles, saying she will do as the young master commands. The protagonist says that they need to find a place to rest and that early tomorrow morning they will go shopping. She smiles and agrees, but ends up surprised when she asks the young master what he is doing. The protagonist, who is spreading a mat on the ground, explains that the mat is for her to sleep on, because he will stay leaning against the wall since he's already used to that. He smiles, asking her not to worry because she will be completely safe there. The girl gets a little irritated, saying nothing, just watching as the protagonist sits down next to the wall, saying that he will sleep right there. He comments that, as an external worker of the false hall of the demonic palace of the Nine Hells, a night in a hotel costs 10 copper coins, and the daily allowance for travel missions is also 10 copper coins. So if he saves, he can earn 15 copper coins per day on these tasks. By being very careful with his spending, he has already managed to save 1,500 copper coins, which amounts to a total of 15 silver coins. The girl, who is lying down, notices a mosquito flying beside her, and when it lands on her face, she gets up irritably and crushes the mosquito, complaining that the protagonist is extremely stingy. The next morning, the two of them rush around the city to do some shopping. As soon as they finish buying everything, the protagonist says that now it is time to help her find a family to take her in. The girl grabs his clothes and, with tears streaming down her face, asks the young master if he is really trying to get rid of her. Yoon tries to explain the situation but realizes that there are many people nearby who could overhear them. So he calls her to a corner and says that she also heard yesterday that he is from the demonic sect of the Nine Hells, and that such a place is not suitable for an innocent girl like her. That is why he is doing this, for her own good. The girl replies that even so, she thinks he is a good person. The protagonist says that he really is not like the others, because his goal is to gain his freedom from the kitchen and take the entrance examination of the immortal sect of the Nine Heavens at the end of the year. The girl makes a disappointed expression but applauds him, saying that he is truly amazing, and emphasizes that she does not want to go anywhere, only to stay by his side. In fact, that girl is the leader of the demonic sect, Jiayan, and she thinks that apparently he wants to change sides. But that will remain only in his dreams. Yoon stresses that the people of that demonic sect kill without blinking and are all ruthless. Because of that, he survives there, as if he were walking on extremely thin ice. Jiayan hugs Yoon and says that within the sect, no one can eliminate their own companions, so at least she will not be in danger of death. With so many debts on her back, hiding inside a demonic sect is actually even safer. With a very sad look, she begs him not to abandon her. The protagonist tries to speak, but when he looks into her sincere eyes, he starts to cry. He thinks that this is truly very sad and that it breaks his heart, feeling extremely guilty. He takes a deep breath and ends up agreeing, saying that it is fine. However, he emphasizes that even if he agrees, they still need the approval of the kitchen superior because if he says no, then he will have to send her back down the mountain. Xiaoyan smiles and agrees. As soon as they reach the top of the mountain, the protagonist goes to speak with his master, and he says that everything is fine because they are short on people. Since she is disguised, the master uses a fake name, calling her Wushan, and tells Yun that he is now responsible for her and will take her everywhere. Meanwhile, he will prepare some pickled vegetables. The protagonist is confused, wondering why it was so easy for his master to accept Wushan. She approaches him and Yun welcomes her to the sect's kitchen team. Behind a tree, Yahello watches everything and thinks that her leader's infiltration is going well, and that now it is time to move on to the next phase of the plan. During the night, Wushan sits on her bed analyzing the entire environment and observing the people lying down to sleep. After finishing her analysis, she goes to the back mountains of the demonic sect to meet her subordinate. Yahello says that she has already spread the news that the Eternal Light Slab is now in the protagonist's hands, and that the infiltrated agents within the sect should begin to move soon. Yun also gets up and starts walking, saying that it is time to replenish spiritual pearls, because having used that amount of 50 million all at once still leaves him uneasy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan continues talking with her subordinate and asks Yahello to find a way to deliver the Eternal Light Slab to the protagonist in the next few days, but without him suspecting anything. Yahello notices that her master looks a bit pensive and asks what happened. The leader says that she does not know exactly what happened and that perhaps Lord Siyu was the one who passed a cultivation technique to the protagonist, because when he saved her from the bandits, he was already clearly at the final stage of foundation. However, on that day when the two of them slept together, he clearly had no spiritual power at all, being just an ordinary person. This makes her wonder if the Lord taught him a technique to conceal his cultivation. While walking, the protagonist finds some fruits and tries to pick them. Xiaoyan hears footsteps nearby, and Yahello tells her leader that she will withdraw for now, disappearing right after. Xiaoyan starts walking around the area, but when she jumps down from a rooftop, she feels something very strange in her body and realizes that it is the drunken spring breeze arriving at a terrible moment. She begins to fall right next to the protagonist, who becomes extremely worried, wondering why he had to run into that demoness from the Valley of 10,000 Insects again. He starts running as fast as he can, thinking that this time he is finished. However, the sect leader manages to catch up to him and grab him. She smiles, saying that it seems they have met again, and the two head to a quieter place. Xiaoyan asks why he was wandering alone during the night. Yun thinks about explaining but changes the subject, asking whether she should not also be sleeping and questioning if she intends to cultivate again like that night. Because if that is the case, then she can come at him with everything she has. Xiaoyan's face reddens and she starts to smile. The protagonist asks why she is laughing and whether it is because he cannot defeat her and ends up surrendering. Xiaoyan looks at him and says she is laughing because they must certainly share some kind of destiny. The protagonist feels embarrassed and says that if she wants to cultivate, then she needs to hurry up, since her time is so limited. He also points out that now he is at the final stage of foundation, so it would be better for her not to push too hard when counterattacking. Xiaoyan begins to tease him, asking whether his external body cannot withstand a long cultivation session and forcefully pulls him along. Yun feels a little uncomfortable and says that custom-made clothes are expensive and that if there is a next time, he would rather take them off before cultivation. Xiaoyan thinks that this is complete nonsense. After the first round of cultivation, the protagonist explains that what he meant earlier is that soon he will surpass her cultivation, and then she will be the one underneath. Xiaoyan looks at him and bursts into laughter, which only excites her even more to cultivate again, pulling him over and tearing his clothes, saying that she will be waiting to see the day he surpasses her. Sometime later, while she is sitting by the edge of the lake, the two exchange glances, and Xiaoyan is impressed, saying that even after a night on Mount Wu, the protagonist still has the stamina to cultivate. Because of that, she is truly eager to see him surpass her. Yun asks whether the parasite in his body can now be removed, because if she wants to use him for dual cultivation, she only needs to ask. There is no need to be so aggressive. Xiaoyan creates a bridge of energy over the water, saying that she is the suspicious type and that if she does not leave something behind, she feels a sense of emptiness. She crosses the bridge and sits beside the protagonist, explaining that if he behaves properly, the parasite will remain dormant, and removing it or not ends up being the same thing. The protagonist makes a strange expression, and she asks what kind of expression that is. Yun compliments her, saying that she is actually very beautiful, especially bathed in the moonlight, and asks her not to cover her eyes with her hair anymore because that makes her look like a ghost. When her face and eyes are more exposed, she becomes infinitely more beautiful. Xiaoyan, a little embarrassed, turns away and says that just because they are cultivating together does not mean he can act so familiar. She stands up to leave and asks the protagonist not to tell anyone what happened between them, much less say that they met, because if a single word leaks out, next time he will be sent straight to the heavens. She begins to disappear, and right after her departure, Yoon lets out a sigh of relief. However, when he looks to the side, he is completely shocked because she had left behind countless spiritual pearls. Without thinking twice, he jumps into the middle of them, and the system begins to issue notifications uncontrollably that he has obtained spiritual energy points. As soon as he finishes absorbing everything, the system informs him that the total collected was 10,000 spiritual energy points, in addition to a bonus of 1 destiny encounter fragment. Yoon is surprised, wondering whether that can also be considered an encounter, and whether it truly has anything to do with the demoness, because if that is the case, he will need to cultivate with her more often. He then realizes that he once again forgot to ask her name. The next day, the protagonist's master summons him, and Yoon runs over asking what happened. The master starts smiling and says that in the name of the sect leader, his disciple is a good vegetable planter and therefore can be entrusted with the work. However, he begins to think that the sect leader is pretending to be the sect leader, and this leaves him very confused because he is already old and does not want frightening tasks. Yainer observes everything, holding something in her hand, and says that the sect leader is about to leave seclusion, and those are the seeds of her favorite vegetable, which only grows once every 100 years. She opens her hand and shows them to the protagonist, saying that he needs to take good care of them and cultivate them diligently, because if he loses or ruins them, he can prepare for a glorious death. Yoon starts wondering why it is always him who needs to die gloriously. Yainer once again emphasizes that if anything goes wrong, not even a single life will be enough to pay for it. Behind the palace, the protagonist was digging the soil to plant vegetables when Wushan approached and asked if he was really planting greens. He smiled and said that was exactly what he was doing, explaining that he was loosening the garden soil and setting aside a section to cultivate new vegetables. Wushan smiled, saying she would help him, and started assisting with the harvesting. After they gathered a good amount, he thanked her for the help and said it was time to go back for lunch. However, unintentionally, he ended up bumping into another girl and asked if she was all right, becoming a little startled and wondering why he had to run into a woman from the demonic sect, imagining that maybe she also wanted to do something to him. The girl simply replied that she was fine. Yoon was captivated by her beauty, and Wushan noticed it and, feeling jealous, pinched the protagonist, questioning why he was looking at the other girl like that. The protagonist was confused and said that the woman had not hit him. Wushan pointed out that it had only been an accidental bump and asked why anyone would be attacked over something like that. Yoon replied that she was still new to the demonic sect and did not know how terrifying that place was, recalling that when he was a bit younger, people fought over food and even over makeup. He emphasized that, in any case, she needed to remember this very well because the people there did not think like normal people, did not care about logic or reason, and any small nonsense could turn into a matter of life and death. As long as one person did not kill another, it meant they were not breaking any rules, and therefore it was better for her to keep her distance from them whenever possible, asking if she understood. Wushan was surprised, but answered that she did. Yoon looked at her, took a deep breath, and said that he was the one who had brought her into that place, so he was responsible for her, and that as soon as he managed to save enough money to buy his own freedom, he would also take her along to join a righteous sect. Wushan asked if that was serious, saying she could hardly wait. The protagonist became a little embarrassed and said yes, because a real man always keeps his word. Wushan began to celebrate, saying that he was truly a very reliable person. But inwardly, she thought that this insolent fellow was always talking about running away and wondered if he really thought he could escape, because as her little toy, he belonged to her, alive or dead. Sometime later in the kitchen, everyone was working hard when Wushan called Master Ho and said that she had been there for a few days already and had barely done anything. So she was feeling uncomfortable, stating that if there was any task at all, he could just give the order. Since the protagonist's master already knew that she was the supreme sect leader, he was frightened by the request and said that, in truth, there was almost nothing to do. Wushan replied that this basically meant she was just eating for free and started staring at him. Hao became even more terrified, thinking that he did not want the leader to mess with him. The protagonist stepped into the conversation and asked what he thought about letting her help him, since he had started taking care of the main pot and someone needed to prepare the ingredients. Hao accepted without hesitation, feeling that he had been saved at the last second. Wushan was happy with the decision and thanked the master. Suddenly, the girl from earlier appeared and told Master Hu that her master would be receiving guests that night and would like the kitchen to send a cook to the Pavilion of Pleasure to prepare the dishes. Yoon realized it was the same girl he had bumped into at the garden entrance. Hao asked her to wait a moment, explaining that Master Shen liked spicy food and that he needed to see who was most suitable. The girl glanced to the side, saw the protagonist, and asked why they did not let that young cook handle it. Yun was surprised to be chosen and asked if they really wanted him. The girl replied yes and asked if he did not want to do it. The protagonist said that was not the issue and explained that he had just started cooking and was not worthy of preparing food for a hallmaster. The girl ignored his words, saying it was already decided and that she would be waiting in the courtyard. Hao ended up agreeing, saying it was fine. Sometime later, on the way to the Pavilion of Pleasure, they heard the sounds of people cultivating, and both of them felt a little uncomfortable. The protagonist wondered how something like that passed inspection. The girl smiled and explained that the Pavilion of Pleasure's mistress cultivated the harmony technique and that everyone there cultivated in pairs, asking if the protagonist really did not know that. He smiled, trying to play it off, and said that he had heard very little about it, thinking that he really had not expected them to cultivate like that in broad daylight, finding it extremely shameless. The girl commented that they had finally arrived at the kitchen. She treats Wushin like a little girl, saying that she needs to stay in the kitchen, assisting and taking care of the vegetables. Meanwhile, she will take the little chef to the cellar to fetch the wines for the hall mistress's banquet. With a beautiful smile on her face, the girl approaches the protagonist and asks him to accompany her. Wushin watches this, on the verge of reaping a life, but forces herself to restrain it and takes a deep breath. She bends down to start cooking while thinking that those two had bumped into each other in the garden and used that so-called encounter of destiny to put Yun in as the cook. And now she was even taking him to the cellar. Rage begins to surge again, and she thinks that either this is a huge coincidence or someone planned all of this behind the scenes. On the way, the protagonist asks Ding if there is still a long way to go, and she replies that they are almost there, needing only to go down a few more flights of stairs. Shortly after, they arrive at the underground cellar. Ding asks if he can help by holding the light while she opens the locked door and asks him to go inside. As soon as they enter, she closes the door again. The protagonist observes the place, completely amazed by the amount of wine stored there. Yun comments that there is a lot and asks how much they need to take. Ding then begins to reveal her true intentions, saying that they still have plenty of time and do not need to hurry. Suddenly, the protagonist falls to the ground, feeling his legs go weak. Ding approaches, but realizes that something is wrong because he should already be under the effects of the harmony technique. So why is he not reacting? Yun, still confused, starts wondering why she's acting that way and whether it is possible that she also wants to cultivate with him. Ding decides to increase the dosage a bit, and the protagonist asks why that woman is making him breathe in secondhand smoke. Ding starts questioning what is happening and why the protagonist still has not fallen, but soon realizes that a person with a firm mind is difficult to control, and that she just needs to push a little harder to activate the effect. She says that only the two of them are there, and that they could let the sparks fly and the fire ignite. Yun becomes alarmed, wondering if she is really serious. Even so, he slaps her hand away and says that he has not learned the basic techniques she uses. So, if they cultivate like that, he might die on the spot, and if that happens, she will not be able to explain anything. Ding keeps moving closer and asks if she is beautiful. He smiles faintly and answers yes, but already suspects that the smoke from before is obviously the cursed technique of the Pavilion of Pleasure. To him, it is already too late for her to try using that, because even that demoness from the Valley of 10,000 Insects has already trained him down to the bones, so he no longer has any desire to cultivate with another person. Ding asks why the protagonist's body is so stiff, whether it is embarrassment or restraint, but Yun remains unmoved, grabs her shoulders, and directly asks where the wines they need to take are. Ding still tries to insist, saying that the cultivators of the Pavilion of Pleasure seek only cultivation and not sincerity, but that she really wants the protagonist's heart. Yun finally gets irritated, forcefully pushes her away, throwing her to the ground, and says that it is not that he does not want to cultivate with her. It is that he truly does not have that function, so she needs to look for someone else. He turns to the wines and comments that, apparently, Hall Mistress Shen likes stronger wines, so she needs to help him find the appropriate ones, as well as pick up a bottle of Huadiao wine for him to use in the soup. Ding asks whether the protagonist has still not practiced dual cultivation. Yun feels uncomfortable with the question and emphasizes that this is something very personal, so he does not want to answer. Ding begins to reflect, recalling that the protagonist's legs had failed earlier, and that it seemed he was under the effect of the harmony technique. But even after she tried to initiate cultivation, Yun did not react, so the technique must have failed, and only someone with a truly pure heart would be immune to the harmony technique. At that moment, she realizes that Yun truly is a good man. At the same time, the protagonist notices something shining in the corner of the cellar and realizes that it is a golden spiritual pearl, the highest prize. When he touches it, the system appears congratulating him for collecting his first golden spiritual pearl. informing him that he has gained 5,000 spiritual energy points, that the encounter reward has been activated, and that 2 fragments have been registered. Yoon asks her where that wine she mentioned earlier is. Ding is distracted, staring at the protagonist, thinking that this delivery for the guest turned out better than expected and that maybe that person. Yoon calls her again, startling the poor girl. He asks if they were not looking for the wine. Ding grabs his arm and says that the wine is right there. She picks up a jar and comments that her mistress can handle her drink well, so they need to take 2 more jars. After gathering the wines, they start heading back. Ding wonders why the rumor that the eternal light soul flame is with the protagonist spread so suddenly. And perhaps it is just a smokescreen, because he was not affected by the harmony technique. That means he must have a pure heart, completely unsuitable for surviving inside the demonic sect of the 9 hells. The more she thinks about it, the more suspicious it seems, so she needs to investigate it to the end. Meanwhile, the protagonist is looking at the system screens, thinking that he already has 3 fragments and that if he can trigger 1 more encounter, he might be able to assemble a talent. From the experience he just had, encounters mean going through something out of the ordinary, and that girl must have used the harmony technique on him. Otherwise, his legs would not have gone weak. That was something unusual, and because of that, he ended up obtaining a golden spiritual pearl and activating an encounter. And if he stays only in the kitchen and does not unlock new scenarios or events, it will be difficult to get more encounters. Not long after, they finally arrive at the destination. Ding explains that the banquet dishes need to start coming out at dusk, and that he cannot forget that. Yoon says he understands and that now she can leave everything with them. Wushan starts approaching with a knife in her hand, celebrating that he has returned. Ding says goodbye to them, and Wushan notices that the atmosphere feels different. Before leaving, Ding calls the protagonist, saying that she truly thinks he is a good person, and invites him for a walk in 2 days. The protagonist smiles and says that he will go. He thinks that a walk means unlocking a new map, and that even if that woman is a bit strange, as long as the sect rule of not killing companions remains in force and with the curse that the demoness placed on him, the harmony technique will not affect him. Therefore, going on the walk is more advantageous than dangerous. But in reality, the danger was not in the walk. Wushan starts to become extremely irritated, thinking that apparently that insolent fellow is tired of living, since he dared to accept another woman's invitation. Ding is happy and says that it is settled that in 2 days she will come to the kitchen. Yoon smiles and agrees. Wushan tries to restrain herself and angrily goes back inside. The protagonist looks at her and asks if she would like to go with him, but she raises the knife and chops the carrot with great force, saying no, and emphasizing that the other girl did not invite her. Yoon walks closer to the kitchen, impressed, because she had already finished preparing all the dishes. He tries to put his hand on her shoulder, saying that he did not expect her to be so skilled. However, Wushan slaps his hand away, asking if he really cannot see that she is emotionally shattered, and that if she were not hiding her identity, she would have executed both of them on the spot. Yoon picks up a spatula, saying that she worked very well and that now he will take care of the rest of the preparation. At dusk, inside the kitchen, the protagonist is preparing the dish together with his chief, when suddenly, the 2 of them hear the loud sound of a door slamming. Hao asks what Yoon did to Wushan, saying that he does not know, and his master says that he had better start praying. Yoon is confused and then decides to go to her room. He knocks on the door, asking if he can come in, saying that the master noticed she was not eating and told him to bring her some food, but Wushan only lets out a very loud scream, telling him to get lost immediately. Frightened, he says that he will let her rest that night and runs off. Inside the room, she is sitting on a chair, very upset about the situation, thinking that she had to run into a complete idiot like that woman again so soon. Yahello opens the window, calling for her mistress, and smiles, saying that she has arrived. As she tries to climb in, part of her clothes gets caught and she asks for help. Xiaoyan says that now Yahello is the interim leader of the sect, so she needs to act like one and not be so dramatic. Yahello says that she heard her mistress's call and rushed there in panic. Xiaoyan asks if anyone followed her, but the disciple says she can rest assured because no one saw her arrive. Yahello starts smiling, asking her mistress what happened and who she wants dead, or which sect needs to be exterminated, because she only needs to say the word. Xiaoyan asks if she knows a woman named Ding from the Pavilion of Pleasure. Yahello says she remembers her, since she is the favorite disciple of the hall mistress and has been in the sect for at least 10 years. She asks her master whether she is worried that Ding's identity might not be clean. Xiaoyan answers yes. However, there is still no concrete proof, so Yahello must investigate very carefully and take the opportunity to check the situation within the demonic sect of the 9 hells. Yahello says she understands and uses the moment to comment that the eternal light soul flame is the most precious item her master possesses, asking whether she is really at ease letting the protagonist take care of it. Jiayan tells her not to worry because even if someone were to steal the eternal light flame, it would be useless in anyone else's hands, since the outside world has no idea what it truly is. And as long as it does not fall into the hands of that person from the immortal sect of the Nine Heavens, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, inside his room, the protagonist is examining an object Yainer handed to him, wondering whether it really is a seed. Even so, he decides to leave doubts aside and plant it in a pot, because if the sect's interim leader said it is a seed, then it must be. He still does not know where to place it, since something so important cannot be left just anywhere. He looks toward the window and suddenly gets an idea, thinking that the most dangerous place is often the safest, and that putting a pot by the window makes perfect sense. Besides, he cannot imagine who in that place would be bored enough to steal the leader's vegetables. With everything settled, he throws himself onto the bed and falls asleep. The next morning, early on, everything is going smoothly. Ding appears, saying she has arrived, and goes to speak with the master, mentioning that she invited the protagonist for a walk and asking whether he is free to go. Hao tells her to ask the protagonist directly, and he ends up accepting. However, the master is surprised and asks whether Wushan will not go with them. With just one more push needed for her mind to collapse, Wushan starts shouting at Master Hu, asking whether he really wants her to go there to ruin the mood between the two of them, then storms off angrily, saying she will go back to sleep. Hao is left confused, wondering why everything feels so baffling. Meanwhile, by the edge of a stream, Ding comments that the weather is very nice and that they can relax a bit in the sun. Yun looks around, thinking that he needs to obtain something, whether spiritual pearls or encounters. Ding calls the little chef to sit beside her, asking whether his legs are not sore from all the walking. Yun is surprised and goes over, asking whether she really invited him for a walk just because she thought he was a good person, while thinking that he will not believe just anything someone from the demonic sect says. Ding replies that it is not only that. Yun, a little embarrassed, says that if she has something to say, she can say it, and if it is something he can help with, he will try, and if not, then there is nothing to be done. Ding touches his face and says that on that day she really did use the harmony technique. However, he did not react, leaving the protagonist surprised that she admitted it so openly. Ding continues, saying that this only proves the little chef has a truly pure heart, because the harmony technique only works fully when there is genuine affection, and only then does dual cultivation have real meaning. Yun starts questioning whether he truly has a pure heart. Ding points out that this time the little chef did not refuse her invitation, and asks whether that does not mean he also feels something for her, remarking that, judging by appearances, the man is willing and the woman is in love, so they can begin cultivating. Yun smiles and says that this is far too ordinary. Ding is surprised and asks what exactly he means by that. The protagonist explains that he means it literally and asks whether she does not have something more special, something not seen every day. Ding begins to smile, thinking that apparently he is not a man with a pure heart after all. But that makes complete sense, since how could there be good people inside a demonic cult? She concludes that he must have thought the temptation in the wine cellar was not enough, and now wants something even more extravagant. Yun thinks that it is very rare to get a chance to go out on a trip and that it is better to take advantage of this opportunity to trigger an encounter no matter what, and since he does not even have that function clearly anymore, whatever she wants to do is fine. Ding smiles and says that no matter how special he wants it to be, she will still be able to meet his expectations. Yun comments that he does not have much experience with this kind of thing, so he will leave everything in her hands. Ding starts to smile, saying that he really is amusing, but thinks that apparently the protagonist is seeking intense thrills, so she will give her all to accompany him to the very end. She stands up and asks him to wait a moment because she wants to make some preparations. Ding takes out a few cords and asks if he would like to use them. Yun starts to feel excited, thinking that her tricks are truly unusual, and that he will certainly earn a good reward in gold coins. Ding also becomes excited, thinking that this is exactly what should be expected of someone from the demonic cult, and begins tying him up. But death is very close. Jiayan is secretly watching the two of them, dying of jealousy, thinking that that scoundrel, after becoming her man, still dares to think about fooling around elsewhere, and in such unusual ways at that. To her, such crimes deserve an unforgivable death, being slowly cut to pieces, with no chance of reincarnation. Ding asks if Yun wants to go even deeper, and he answers yes, although he starts to feel a bit worried because the system has not reacted at all so far. Perhaps those bondage games are something common in this era. Since she is from the Pavilion of Pleasure, using binding techniques must be standard practice for her. He decides to empty his mind and surrender body and soul. Ding smiles, saying that he is truly very funny, and comments that if she had known he liked this kind of thing, she would have tried something back in the wine cellar. Jiayan cannot believe that the foreplay has already begun, because to her, everything seems to be moving far too fast. They continue, and Jiayan is almost losing control because she cannot understand what that woman is saying. Moreover, the expressions on that insolent man's face are far too exaggerated, since not even when they were in the middle of cultivation had she seen him so excited like that. Ding stands up and tells the protagonist to get ready, because she is about to take action. She starts by using the third move of the soft intestine no return, called emotional bait, a technique capable of making someone of a lower level reveal their true feelings. After using stability, the other party enters a trance-like state. As soon as the protagonist is affected, he starts to feel strange and asks where he is. Ding crouches beside him, saying that they're in paradise. The protagonist, completely enchanted, comments that paradise is wonderful. She takes advantage of the situation and asks if he has any secret he has never told anyone, saying that if he reveals this secret to the world, she has even more special games for him. Yoon starts laughing and says that he has many secrets and that he will tell one now. He says that his name is Hee Yoon, but that this is not his real name. In addition, he is not from another world, or perhaps he is, but in any case, he was born there and when he was very small was sold to the demonic cult. Even so, he has a righteous and upright heart, strives to surpass himself and enter a righteous sect, and, omitting countless details, defines himself as an honorable man. Ding starts to get irritated and tells him to stop talking. She says this is not the kind of secret she wanted to hear and questions what nonsense that is, because she was expecting something much deeper, like something about the Hall of Eternal Light. Yun replies that he has never been there to know. Ding becomes a little discouraged and asks if he is really playing dumb. Xiaoyan starts trembling with rage because what she is seeing gives a completely different impression from what is actually happening. She thinks he is extremely bold because, since he cannot use what is below due to what she did to him, he is using something else instead, which truly opens her eyes. Suddenly, Jiayan feels something very strong in her chest and starts to feel unwell. She sits down, asking herself if it is attacking again because the curse of the drunken moonlight of Tai Su Xiao flowers, combined with the drunken spring breeze, is truly cruel, triggering without any warning. To her, this is all the fault of that bunch of useless old men, and once she recovers, she will settle the score with each and every one of them. She begins to feel intense pain throughout her body. Meanwhile, the protagonist starts to come out of the trance and, looking to the side, realizes that something is wrong and asks what happened there. Ding, completely irritated, begins shaking the protagonist, demanding to know who he really is. He pushes her away, saying that his head hurts and that she needs to stop that. Ding continues questioning where the eternal light flame is. Yoon starts to get annoyed, thinking that he only went out to try to trigger an encounter, did not get anything, and ended up running into someone who mistook him for someone else. He says that they have already been out for quite some time and that, since they are not getting along, it is better for them to return immediately. Yoon starts walking away, while Ding is left only watching him. Ding begins to grow worried because she already heard him mention the eternal light soul flame, and for that reason, she cannot let him stay nearby. She tries to attack him from behind, but a stone is thrown and hits her head, making her collapse to the ground. Ding looks around, wondering if there really is someone there protecting him, and thinks that maybe he was never affected by her technique and had been pretending the whole time. Apparently, that guy is not just a simple cook, and the rumor that he possesses the eternal light soul flame may be completely unfounded. Since she cannot reveal her true identity, she decides she will have to resolve this another time. Yoon looks back and sees that she is no longer there, thinking that people from the Pavilion of Pleasure are all arrogant and that if they cannot dual cultivate to level up, they do not even bother looking at each other anymore, and even the way she left was cold and decisive. Even so, he refuses to return empty-handed, and since he still has not explored that entire forest, thinks there might be several spiritual pearls around. Not wanting to waste the trip, he starts running around trying to gather as much as he can, when he hears another noise coming from behind the leaves and wonders if there is still someone else there, calling out to Ding, thinking she had already left. Suddenly, Jiayan falls at his feet and, barely able to move, only tells him to go away. Yoon starts to think that this woman is following him because wherever he goes, she always appears. But he notices that something is different and asks if she is all right, while she only shouts that she already told him to leave. Yoon says it is fine and that if she wants him gone, then he is already leaving, thinking that it is better to take this chance before she decides to cultivate again for an entire day. He says goodbye and turns his back to leave. Still lying on the ground, eyes filled with tears, Jiayan watches him depart and thinks that if she told him to go, then it is better that he really goes, because she just saved him, since otherwise Ding would have eliminated him right there, and even so, he is nothing but a scoundrel. As he walks away, the protagonist stops, turns back, and says that he will not leave her in that state because it irritates him. Jiayan feels embarrassed but smiles. He picks her up in his arms, saying that she cannot die there, or else what would happen to the parasite in his body. Hearing this, she turns her face away and says it is none of his business, thinking that even though he came back, it was not because of her, but because of himself. Yoon leans her against a tree and asks if she is comfortable, saying that if it hurts, she should just tell him. But she continues refusing help and repeats that it is none of his business. Yoon says that they do not have any real grudge and that, aside from the part where she makes him help her cultivate, she has not actually taken advantage of him yet. Therefore, he cannot simply watch her die and tells her to just do whatever she wants already. Xiayan, still irritated and jealous, says she does not need his pity and does not need the protagonist anymore because she is tired of him. Yoon feels a bit bothered by this and stands up, saying that if that is really the case, then it is better for each of them to go their own way and that he will no longer insist on removing the parasite. He starts to leave but hears her coughing violently and collapsing to the ground. Yoon goes back to her and asks whether she can do it or not, but Xiayan refuses to answer. Then the protagonist says that either way, he has already handed himself over, so she should just do it and get it over with already. Even so, he does not understand why everything is becoming more and more strange. Xiayan continues refusing, telling him to leave her alone. Yoon says that he would like to, but his conscience will not allow it and emphasizes that, in the end, aside from the fact that she was the first to cultivate with him, she has never truly harmed him. Therefore, he cannot simply watch her die there, at least not in front of him. With resolve, he grabs her arm and Xiayan asks if he is really not afraid that she will get angry and end up killing him right there. Yoon smiles, saying that the one dying there is not him. Xiayan finally yields, telling him to stop talking and saying that if he wants to cultivate, he should just do it already. Yoon starts to smile and she asks what he is laughing at. Yoon holds her face, saying that if she is the one who needs to cultivate, then she is the one who has to do the hard work, emphasizing that her life is in her own hands and that he cannot be blamed afterward. Xiayan feels provoked, slaps his hand away and pushes him back. The two begin cultivating and the protagonist asks why she is holding back her voice and whether she can really cultivate like that. Xiayan only tells him to shut up, saying that if he says one more word he will be strangled, but he keeps provoking her, asking if this is the kind of cultivation she likes, while she keeps telling him to shut up. After long hours of cultivation, Xiayan, who was lying down while Yoon prepared food for the two of them, begins to breathe deeply and looks at the protagonist, thinking that he has an absurdly strong body, and that because of this the poison has been almost completely suppressed, with her on the verge of transforming again. Yoon thinks that he has already lost half the day, so it is better to gather spiritual pearls while it is still night, and wonders whether it would be possible to trigger another encounter. However, when he looks to the side, he sees that she has already left. This surprises him because she did not even say goodbye and apparently sees him as nothing more than a toy, which shows that she truly has no class at all. Suddenly, the system notifies that 2 encounter fragments have been found and that he now has a total of 5, asking whether he wishes to synthesize a talent. He quickly confirms, and the system begins the synthesis. Soon after, it congratulates him, saying that he has acquired the talent Corpse Explosion Technique, with an explosion radius of 2 meters. Even so, he feels a little uneasy because this technique seems like something from a demonic sect and might hinder his chances of entering a righteous sect in the future. Still, it is perfect for destroying bodies and evidence, and in the worst case, it can be used as a bomb, concluding that having more abilities is never a bad thing. He opens the status screen to see what he currently has. At present, he is level 20 and possesses 1,515 copper coins. With the current exchange rate, every 100 copper equals 1 silver. In addition, he has 50,200,000 points remaining and 2 talents, namely 2 lives and Corpse Explosion. He gets up saying that he cannot afford to slack off because now it is time to gather even more spiritual pearls, extinguishes the fire and walks away. When he passes by something, his eyes begin to shine and he shouts that he has struck it rich upon seeing several spiritual pearls, running to collect them all. Not long after, he takes a deep breath, saying that he has finally finished collecting, and asks the system to calculate the gains. The system reports that he gained 1 million points in one go, and with that, achieved something unprecedented, a single profit of 1 million points, activating an encounter whose reward is 2 encounter fragments. He realizes that he triggered another encounter and starts laughing to himself, saying that this outing was absolutely worth it. While celebrating, he notices something approaching, and when he looks back, sees 3 wolves. But he already knew it because freebies never come without a cost. Suddenly, more wolves begin to appear and attack him. and he thinks that there is no other way since he does not want to die there. So he asks the system to boost him directly to level 60. The energy in his body begins to transform. The wolves try to attack him, but he defeats them with a single blow, and after eliminating several, he uses corpse explosion, causing a massive explosion in the area. As the explosion goes off, he walks forward with swagger because a real man never looks back in the middle of an explosion. The system informs him that the young master's first use of corpse explosion eliminated 200 night wolves, yielding a total of 200,000 points, and that another encounter has been activated, granting one encounter fragment as a reward. Yoon becomes excited, saying that this system is not bad at all and that he is starting to like it more and more. However, another wolf begins to approach, and this one is on a different level. It is the leader of the Night Wolves, level 30, an elite leader with the Howl ability. Yoon prepares for combat, thinking that if he were still level 20, that night would have been his end. The wolf lunges as the protagonist thinks that he is now level 60 and that it is a pity for the opponent because, with 2 accumulated talents and a 30-level difference, he will not hold back, preparing to flick it with a finger. He strikes the wolf's head, saying that even without martial techniques he can win that fight. The force is so great that it sends the wolf flying far away, destroying all the trees in its path. The system congratulates him again for easily defeating the leader of the Night Wolves. Yoon keeps waiting and asks the system if it is not going to continue. The system is confused about what he means, and the protagonist gets annoyed, saying that the system should be announcing right now, "Congratulations, young master, reward of 2 encounter fragments," since it just praised him. But then he becomes disappointed. He dismisses the system, saying it is better to leave it at that, because he will personally inspect the body of the Night Wolf leader in search of loot. He finds the wolf's body and, while searching it, realizes that it is the first time he has ever seen a spiritual power pearl of that color. The system informs him that he gained 300,000 points and that an encounter was activated, granting 2 encounter fragments as a reward. The barrier begins to dissolve and the system asks whether he would like to synthesize a talent. He immediately confirms, telling the system that next time it does not even need to ask and can just synthesize directly. After the synthesis, the system congratulates him for obtaining the talent Know-It-All. With this talent, he can perform 2 information queries per day. The protagonist is surprised and asks the system whether, with this ability, he can truly check any kind of information, and the system answers yes. He comments that all the talents he has obtained so far are extremely useful, and moreover, he does not sense any presence around him, concluding that for now, the night should be safe. As the sky begins to brighten, he decides that it is time to return and rest. Back at the sect, he starts watering the sphere, wondering whether it will really sprout, since the smell is very similar to medicinal herbs. After that, he goes to his master and asks if he is sick. Hao replies that it is not him, but since the protagonist is there, he will leave that task in his hands. Yoon asks who the medicine is for, and his master explains that it is for Wushan because she is ill, and that as soon as the medicine is ready, he must take it to her. Yoon is surprised and asks what kind of illness she has. Hao replies that it is just a cold. The protagonist remains worried, saying that for ordinary people a cold can be dangerous, and his master agrees, although he thinks that, in truth, it is the drunken spring breeze attacking internal injuries that have not yet healed, all because she does not have enough resistance. Even so, he notices that his disciple seems a bit different. Hao starts observing Yoon and wonders why his complexion looks better. Because normally, when the sect leader toys with someone like that, the person's forehead should be darkened. But perhaps she absorbed yin and restored yang with the protagonist. When the medicine is ready, Yoon pours it into a bowl and tells his master that he will deliver it. Hao asks him to hurry, thinking that youth really does recover quickly and that if he had cultivated when he was young, perhaps he would have been the chosen one. Yoon heads to Wushan's dormitory and announces himself, saying that he brought the medicine. But when there is no response, he slowly opens the door and sees that she is lying on the bed. He asks what happened to her, but again gets no answer. When he touches her forehead, he realizes that it is very hot, which does not seem like just a cold, and that she has a fever. Wushan opens her eyes and asks the protagonist for the medicine. He hesitates, saying that the medicine is for a cold and questioning whether it will really work, but she insists that he hand it over immediately. The protagonist helps her sit up and drink the medicine, although a little spills. He tries not to look, believing that boys should protect themselves when away from home, lays her back down on the bed and tells her to rest, saying that he will look for some herbs to reduce the fever. Wushan can feel that the protagonist's strength has increased significantly once again and that his presence is at least 50 levels higher, which makes her question what is really happening. In the middle of the forest, while gathering some herbs, he notices a shadow approaching, and when he looks back, sees that it is Ding. He asks why she left so suddenly from the outing they had the day before, saying that he would like to thank her. Ding is surprised and asks what the thanks are for. Yun laughs and says that next time she has a fun place, she should remember him and take him along. She starts smiling, asks if he is serious, but thinks that he is not quite right in the head. She then asks again whether the eternal light bracelet is with him, leaving the protagonist confused. He thinks that a bracelet implies some kind of artifact and does not understand why she keeps insisting on this. He asks what she really means by eternal light bracelet, and Ding asks whether he is joking with her. The protagonist starts to get irritated, saying that he truly does not understand what she means, and then uses his ability to research her. The system informs him that she is 18 years old, currently level 29. Her identity is a disciple of the Pavilion of Pleasure and also an infiltrator disciple of Tai Su Xiao, possessing the talent 100 turns of the soft intestine, and that her objective is to find the eternal light bracelet. He is surprised to discover that the eternal light bracelet seems to be some kind of artifact and also did not expect her to belong to a righteous sect. Moreover, he does not understand why she is so obsessed with him. After all, he is just a kitchen helper. Since she is only level 29, she does not pose any real threat, and if they started fighting and he killed her by accident, that would look pretty bad on his resume when he tried to enter a righteous sect in the future. Trying to ease the tension, he calmly asks whether she would like to explain better what is going on. However, she becomes irritated and thinks that she has already observed the entire area and that no one should appear there. Besides, that brat is not as simple as he seems, so extreme measures will be necessary. Suddenly, she lunges forward, grabs Yun by the neck, and slams him to the ground, shouting for him to stop pretending and hand over the eternal light bracelet, promising to spare his life if he obeys. Yun starts to smile and asks whether, if he hands it over, he will really be able to leave alive, and she confirms it as long as he cooperates. The protagonist replies that it is hard to believe that, because a disciple of Tai Su Xiao would normally not let a member of the demonic cult live, so how could he trust her? This makes her even more furious, tightening her grip around his neck as she asks how he knows her true identity, but soon declares that it no longer matters because he is going to die. Yun grabs her arm and breaks it effortlessly. Shocked, Ding quickly retreats and asks how he can be so strong. The protagonist smiles and says that he had already mentioned that he wanted to thank her for taking him on that outing, leaving her confused, not understanding what he is talking about. Yun begins to release his aura and launches into the attack, saying that if she had not taken him along, how could he have gotten the chance to become so rich? Ding realizes that she has no chance at all and screams, asking whether he's not afraid of someone seeing what is happening. She tries to block the attack with her arm, but the force of the blow is so absurd that it pierces straight through her body, sending her flying far away. Yun comments that Ding was not afraid of being seen when she attacked him, so there is no reason for him to be afraid now, and seeing that the fight is already over, he uses Corpse Explosion, causing a massive blast. When the dust settles, he sees that her body has been completely disintegrated and remarks that now everything is clean, without traces, much safer. However, Xiaoyan and Yainer had been watching everything from a distance and are impressed. Yainer points out to her leader that this confirms that that girl really was an infiltrated agent, but wonders how the protagonist discovered it. Xiaoyan says that this is not even the most impressive part, because what truly piques her curiosity is the frightening strength he has been displaying, as well as the techniques he just used. She continues observing and comments that that boy is somewhat sinister, with the look of someone who belongs to the demonic cult, decisive, fast, clean, and who knows how to erase traces. Something very good. Xiaoyan then leaves and instructs her subordinate to tell Siyu to teach the protagonist some real techniques, as well as to keep an eye on the scrolls he's been studying in the library. She also emphasizes that with Ding's disappearance, the spies infiltrated in the cult will probably begin to move, and Yainer must discover all of them and eliminate them without mercy. Yainer replies that her leader's orders are absolute and that she will handle it personally. As the two move away, the protagonist senses a faint trace of presence, as if someone were watching him, and feels a chill, wondering whether no one really saw him eliminate a fellow sect member. He looks back and thinks that it is a shame he lost that girl since she did not even get the chance to take him to another fun place. Sometime later, the protagonist returns and shouts for his master, saying that he has already come back and prepared medicine for Wushan's fever. But when he looks to the side, he is surprised to see that she already seems much better and asks whether she still has a fever. Wushan replies that after taking the medicine prepared by the master, the effect was almost immediate and the fever had completely subsided. Yun praises Hu, saying that the skills he has in preparing medicine deserve to be regarded as a true cultural treasure. The master asks what he is talking about, but the protagonist decides to let it go and says that he will dry the herbs he collected and store them for future use. Wushan comments to Hao that the protagonist is a good sprout and therefore needs to be taught with great care. Hao laughs and agrees, saying that he will treat him as if he were his own son during his teachings. At the beginning of the night, the protagonist notices that some people are approaching. Tianshui, a disciple of the Pavilion of Pleasure, arrives at the kitchen accompanied by 2 other girls, shouting for the kitchen supervisors to come out immediately. Everyone goes outside to see what is happening. As soon as Hu recognizes who it is, he starts smiling, saying that it is the young master and young miss of the Pavilion of Pleasure, and asks why he has the honor of such a visit, wondering whether the kitchen's food is no longer pleasing their palate. Tianshui draws his sword. The protagonist notices but does not make any move. Tianshui presses the sword against Yun's face and says that he killed junior sister Ding and that, according to the rules of the demonic palace of the 9 hells, whoever kills a fellow disciple must pay with their own life, so he wants the supervisor to be a witness to the execution. The protagonist points out that he is just a cook, so how could he possibly defeat a disciple of the Pavilion of Pleasure, and asks whether Tianshui is not giving him too much credit. Tianshui continues shouting, saying that she had said she would visit the protagonist and return soon, yet it is already dark and she has not appeared. They searched the entire area and found nothing, so she must have fallen into his hands. Yun asks whether that really makes sense, because even if he had done something, how could they accuse him of murder without any proof? He comments that he understands that, being the demonic cult, there is a habit of killing for any reason, but even so, if he were accused of killing someone, they would need evidence, and asks where it is. Hao tells young master Tianshui that the protagonist is right and asks where the evidence is, because if there is none, he should stop this and not interfere with the kitchen. Suddenly, another person arrives saying that the disciple is indeed missing, and that at the very least the last person who saw her was Yun, so he should be placed under observation. This person is Yusinque, the mistress of the Pavilion of Pleasure. She suggests to Hu that the protagonist be placed on the mirror platform for a few days, and once the investigation is concluded, his name can be cleared. Hao is not pleased with this and asks whether she really wants to confine him. Yusinque replies that it will be only 5 days and that she will give the protagonist a larger room. Hao looks back and sees Wushan almost losing control. He realizes he needs to do something and asks what will happen if he refuses. Yusinque says that in that case she can conclude that the protagonist really is the murderer and that the master is trying to cover it up, becoming an accomplice. And in that scenario, both would be executed on the spot. Hu asks why even he is being included in this and realizes that things are getting worse and worse because the true supreme leader of the sect is about to explode. Since she is extremely protective of her own disciples, continuing to argue would only worsen the situation, so allowing the protagonist to be confined is not a bad idea, since she will not be able to discover anything. Moreover, he can go along and take advantage of this opportunity to teach him. He tells Yusinque that he agrees, making it clear that she may lock up the protagonist, but states that if they find no clues, he will explode with anger and in addition will accompany his own disciple. Yusinque is surprised and asks why he is going that far. Hao replies that they are very aggressive and that he is worried his little disciple might be intimidated. The protagonist tries to refuse, telling his master that he can face this alone, but Ho says that this does not matter because the master's word is always the final word and asks the protagonist to pack some clean clothes since they are going into confinement. The protagonist ends up agreeing, but before leaving, he notices something strange and begins to wonder whether it is possible that Tianshui and Ding were working together as infiltrators, because otherwise how could Tianshui be so certain that it was he who killed her? In addition, the protagonist begins to wonder what exactly the eternal light soul flame is. While packing his things, he remembers that he almost forgot the sect leader's delicacy and starts questioning whether he should investigate a bit more about what it truly is. He decides to use his ability to check it, and the system identifies the item as the Eternal Light Soul Flame, making it clear that it is not a plant seed. The Eternal Light Soul Flame is described as a supreme-grade legendary artifact, and whoever possesses it will become the strongest, a statement that mixes truth and falsehood, because in reality it is the soul of Changming Genren and the Demon Lord. The protagonist holds it, surprised, and thinks that he can somewhat understand the Demon Lord part, but has absolutely no idea who this Changming Genren is. At that moment, his master shouts, asking whether he has finished packing his things. The protagonist replies that he is coming and hides the soul flame inside his clothes, still confused about why something so important was entrusted to him, and what exactly the sect leader is planning. Even so, he ends up feeling excited, because perhaps this confinement will be a good thing, since the Eternal Light Soul Flame will be safe for 5 days, and when he gets out, he can investigate the Demon Lord and the Genren more thoroughly. He finishes packing and shouts excitedly that he is heading to prison. As the two are escorted away, everyone around only watches in silence. Yoon asks his master why there are so many mirrors there, and Hao explains that this is exactly why the place is called the Mirror Platform. The protagonist, however, thinks that this explanation explains absolutely nothing and continues asking what so many mirrors are for. The master replies that they are used to monitor every movement they make. Yoon thinks that this means they are truly surveillance devices, and that even while eating or going to the bathroom, someone will be watching. Hao notices that his disciple is uncomfortable and asks him to relax, explaining that there are not mirrors everywhere and that it is not as perverted as he is imagining. The protagonist takes a deep breath, still thinking that those people are extremely perverted. The guards open the door and say that the two of them will stay in that room, asking them to go in. As soon as the protagonist looks inside, he is impressed and comments that this prison treatment is at a presidential level. Hao asks what presidential means, and the protagonist explains that it refers to a high-ranking official. Before the doors close, Hao looks at Mistress Yusinque and tells her to remember well what he said, because if there is no proof that his disciple committed the murder, he will not let this go easily. She starts smiling and says that she remembers very well. Tian Shui gets irritated and complains that that man is just a cook, and yet dares to speak to the mistress in an arrogant tone, but she immediately reprimands him, ordering him to shut up and stating that that man is not a simple cook. Tian Shui then asks what he is, but she refuses to answer, saying that he should not ask what he should not know, and orders him to go find out the whereabouts of his junior sister. Even so, she finds everything very strange and wonders why Ding went to meet the protagonist alone, since he is just a kitchen disciple, so what could she possibly have needed to discuss with him? Tian Shui says that he also does not know, only that she mentioned suspecting the protagonist was an infiltrator and wanted to test him. Yusinque states that this is complete nonsense because Yubo's side would never have a spy, and that the girl was probably delirious, besides the fact that investigating spies is not the Pavilion of Pleasure's responsibility. Tian Shui says that she was only thinking about the good of the demonic cult of the Nine Hells, since it was said that the sect leader has left closed cultivation, and, because of that, many outsiders are eyeing the eternal light soul flame she possesses. Yusinque finds it very strange that the leader has not appeared, even after leaving closed cultivation. Meanwhile, inside the room, the two organize their things. Yoon notices that there are no mirrors inside, but his real concern is something else. If he's not around and that demon woman's poison flares up again, she might end up clinging desperately to anything. Even so, he starts wondering why he is worrying about this, since she does not even care if she drains him to death. Suddenly, Hao looks at his disciple and attacks him, but the protagonist notices and dodges easily. He turns around, irritated, and asks his master what he is doing, saying that if he had not dodged, he would have turned into minced meat. The protagonist then realizes that his master has an extremely serious expression, something he has never seen before. Hao says that Yoon is at level 60 and continues staring at him intently, saying that until not long ago, the protagonist was just an ordinary person. So he asks what exactly happened in these past few days. Yoon grows a little worried and admits that he really is at level 60, but says that he does not know exactly why. He thinks that he cannot show any weakness, because his master's palm strike was far too strong, and definitely did not seem like an ordinary cooking skill. Hao continues questioning whether he truly does not know the reason for this, and the protagonist tries to make up a story, saying that Ding had taken him out but then abandoned him in the mountains, and that while trying to return alone, he tripped and fell into a strange place, losing consciousness. When he woke up, he was already at level 60. He asks his master to think carefully, questioning who in this world could possibly rise to level 60 so quickly without raising suspicion, and says that anyone would doubt someone like that, which is why he decided to keep everything a secret. Besides, it is obvious that this was something abnormal, since he does not even know a single cultivation technique. Hao starts laughing, and Yoon begins to wonder what exactly he said that was so funny. The master then says that the next time someone asks about this, he only needs to say that it was old Yubo who taught him, and ordered him to hide his strength, and tells him to stop inventing such unbelievable stories. The protagonist is confused and says that the master clearly knows he is lying, but Hao replies that he does not care about how his disciple leveled up, because he clearly encountered a great opportunity and, by the looks of it, his luck truly defies the heavens. He comments that the sect leader and Yainer said that Yoon had killed Ding, but he never believed that. Yoon is shocked and asks whether the master really knows that he was the one who killed her. Hao replies that at that moment his disciple is sweating far too much, and asks whether he was not brave enough when he eliminated her and why he is afraid now, since members of the demonic cult are the type who kill without blinking. The protagonist thinks that at least the master knows his place, but still asks whether the leader and the acting leader also know about this. Hao confirms it, saying that both of them were watching from nearby when he dealt with her. Yoon starts to feel uneasy, realizing that it was no wonder he felt like he was being watched at that moment, but he also notices that his master has no intention of punishing him. At that moment, Hao removes a ring from his finger, and an extremely frightening aura spreads through the room. He apologizes to his disciple, explaining that it had been more than 100 years since he last removed that ring. So his aura became heavy, but it would soon pass. He then tosses the ring to the protagonist and says that it is an artifact that conceals cultivation, and that Yoon must wear it at all times to continue pretending to be the same innocent young man as before. Yoon holds the ring, and his eyes begin to fill with tears. The master asks why he is crying, and the protagonist replies that Ho is very good to him. Hao points out that the sect leader is also treating Yoon very well, so he must not forget her kindness, and in the future, when he achieves success, he must remember to repay it. The protagonist, somewhat confused, asks why the leader is so good to him. Hao becomes slightly embarrassed and says that apparently Yoon truly does not understand anything, explaining that when the leader sets her eyes on someone, it is very difficult to escape. He adds that, in any case, the leader believes Yoon has limitless potential, and therefore asked him to teach him some survival techniques. Besides, the protagonist has called him master for more than 10 years, and if he did not teach him anything, it would be unfair, so he decided to pass on his unique secret art, the Heartless Palm. Yoon becomes excited and says that this is great and that he wants to learn it immediately. The master then explains that the Heartless Palm revolves entirely around having no heart at all. This strike hits with extreme speed and ferocious force, and each palm that lands weakens the enemy's blood and spiritual power. After mastering the basics, the user can combine it in rotation with the Ruthless Finger. The so-called Ruthless Finger replaces the palm with a finger, channeling the force of the entire body to the tip, striking acupuncture points with extreme precision, sealing meridians and cutting off the enemy's spiritual power for a period of time. If cultivated to the extreme, the Heartless Palm transforms into the Heartless External Demon. Hao suddenly stops speaking, leaving the protagonist surprised as he asks why he stopped. The master replies that that technique is already more than enough for the disciple to learn the basics, and that there is no need to pursue the extreme. Yoon asks the reason for this, and Hao explains that the more someone trains the Heartless Palm, the colder their heart becomes, and that if one reaches the extreme of indifference, regret will be inevitable. The protagonist is confused and comments that the master seems full of normal emotions, asking whether that means he himself never reached the final stage of this technique. Hao lowers his gaze and says that of course he managed to reach the final stage, hiding the hand full of wounds behind his body, while stating that he is a natural talent, so reaching that level did not hinder him at all. Yoon is even more impressed, and comments that he already knew the master was not a simple person, saying that now he looks even more like those sweeping monks or hidden masters of the kitchen. Even so, the protagonist begins to think that the master stopped speaking in the middle of the sentence, making it clear that there is something he does not want or cannot say. Hao stands up and calls the disciple, saying that there is more space outside and it will be easier to demonstrate the technique. The protagonist asks if he is not afraid that someone might steal the technique since there are so many mirrors outside. Hao replies by asking who would be crazy enough to try to steal it, because only someone tired of living would do that, and also states that being confined on the mirror platform only brings benefits and no harm, actually being an excellent place to train with focus. Yoon is even more impressed, thinking that the master is dominant both in words and attitude, perhaps ranking just below the supreme leader and the acting leader, becoming a true pillar of the sect, and therefore he needs to cling to this master with all his strength. The two begin to walk together, and Hao says that he will demonstrate only once, so the protagonist needs to remember as much as possible, form before intent, and if he makes a mistake, he will help him correct it. Yoon agrees and prepares to learn. The master begins to show the stances and the correct way to concentrate. After the demonstration, he asks how much the protagonist managed to remember, but Yoon only says that he wants to try, who replies that it is fine and asks him to imitate exactly as he saw, even if it turns out a bit wrong. However, the protagonist executes the movements with astonishing precision, leaving the master surprised. Yoon asks how he did, and Hao asks whether that really is the first time he is learning a cultivation technique. The protagonist smiles and says yes, it is the first time, but since he already started at level 60, learning techniques seems especially fast. The master becomes excited and states that he truly is a cultivation prodigy, and that it seems the supreme leader did not misjudge him. Hao emphasizes that he will teach him everything he knows. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yusinki observes every movement of the two and comments that that boy has an impressive talent and that if he had not eliminated her disciple, she might even have tried to steal him to become her junior disciple. 3 days later, The protagonist observes the palm mark on the wall and thinks that although it still does not compare to the master's, it is already enough to protect himself, and that the heartless palm is actually easy to learn. He reflects that he needs to grasp the heartless aspect and gradually abandon the ruthless strike, forgetting his roots, leaving the demonic cult and entering the righteous path. Suddenly, the master strikes him on the head and tells him to stop muttering to the walls, asking how the training is going. The protagonist asks him to take a look, saying that he can already leave marks on the wall as well. Hao observes the mark and, impressed, states that the protagonist's talent for cultivation truly defies the heavens, because he trained for 10 years to achieve the same effect, and apparently the disciple has already surpassed him. Yoon is surprised to learn that the master needed 10 years for that and thinks that being at level 60 helped his evolution greatly, because if he were at level 0, perhaps even 50 years would not have been enough. So he took advantage. Hao asks if he is buttering him up, but acknowledges that at least he had the sense to speak softly. Then he takes a book and hands it to the protagonist, saying that it was personally delivered by the acting leader, so he needs to study it carefully. Yoon is confused and asks what kind of technique it is and why it has no name. Hao replies that he also does not know because the acting leader did not explain anything, only handed over the book and left. The protagonist comments that it does not look like a martial art, but rather a classic about cultivating internal breathing. The master starts laughing and says that his luck is truly extraordinary, because the blessings keep coming. Yoon laughs and jokes that maybe it is because he is very handsome. The master scolds him, telling him to stop being shameless. The protagonist takes another look at the book and says that he will train. As he leaves, Hyo keeps watching and thinks that he raised that brat for so many years and never noticed that he was so obsessed with cultivation, and that if he had encouraged him a bit earlier, things would have been drastically different, realizing that this was a miscalculation. Alone inside the room, the protagonist uses the know-it-all ability to research that text, and the system informs him that it is the true scripture of eternal light, a true qi cultivation method capable of replacing the original qi circulation method, allowing power to flow freely through the meridians. The protagonist begins to reflect on the name because there is also the eternal light soul flame, and now he has encountered the true scripture of eternal light. And by the pattern, it is almost certain that there is some connection between the two, which makes him decide that he needs to train it immediately. He concentrates, takes a deep breath, and first tries the breathing method described in the opening pages. His spiritual energy begins to flow, and he feels as if his entire body is being purified, each breath like bathing in a fresh forest breeze. He notices that both his hearing and vision become sharper, his senses growing clearer and clearer, and he also realizes that this scripture seems to fit him perfectly, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Even so, he thinks that he needs to ask his master who Changming Genren was, because if he has the chance, he would very much like to learn something about him. Yoon observes Ho and notices that, even while confined, the master remains serious and focused as always, so he decides to approach and ask a question. Hao tells him he can speak, and the protagonist asks whether he knows Changming Genren. The master is surprised and asks how Yoon knows about such an ancient titan of the past. The protagonist makes up a story, saying that when he was punished and sent to the library, he happened to stumble upon some information. Hao explains that Changming Genren was an unstoppable titan from 1,000 years ago, said to have reached half a step into divinity, but who unfortunately died in a battle against the demon lord. The protagonist is surprised and asks whether this demon lord is their ancestor and the great sect leader of past generations, and whether it is true that Changming Genren fought against that ancestor and lost. Hao clarifies that they are a demonic cult, so outsiders call the leader the demon lord, but the demon lord he referred to is the lord of the demon race. The protagonist says he has never heard of that race and thinks that this world seems like an epic fantasy because he has lived there for so long without ever hearing of such things, since at most he only knew of spiritual beasts like nightwolves that merely absorb the world's aura. Hao continues explaining that the demon race disappeared after the Great War and that no one has seen them since, making it natural that ordinary people would not know about them, adding that he himself only heard these stories from his master, and that it is hard to distinguish truth from rumor. The protagonist says he more or less understands, but the master interrupts, stating that all of this is nothing more than legend, since too much time has passed and no one can be absolutely certain. At that moment, the system notifies the young master that he has learned part of the truth of the world, obtained a clue, and activated an encounter, receiving one encounter fragment as a reward. With this, the protagonist realizes that those demons mentioned by the master may truly exist, and that the eternal light soul flame, the true scripture of eternal light, and Changming Genren are all strangely connected. He suddenly stands up to leave, and the master asks why he is going so abruptly. Yoon laughs and says that he felt like training that nameless technique one more time, and Hao comments that he is becoming increasingly strange. As he returns to reading the book, the protagonist starts wondering whether that text was really written by Changming Genren, because if that is true, how something like that ended up in the demonic cult. Continuing to read, he finds something that surprises him, because on one of the pages it says, "To my 2 disciples, may you advance quickly." The protagonist begins to wonder who those 2 disciples might be. Meanwhile, Yusinke, who is still observing, starts to question what they were talking about since their voices were very low. Suddenly, someone enters the room and reprimands Yusinke, asking whether she is not afraid of ending up seeing something she should not. Yusinke is startled when she realizes it is the acting leader, Yainer, and asks what brought her there. Yainer sits down and says that there is a traitor in the Pavilion of Pleasure and that, as the hall mistress, Yusinke failed to notice it, so the sect leader sent her to ask whether she still wishes to keep her position. Yusinke is shocked and asks how that is possible, while the acting leader steps closer and says that it would be best for her to investigate this herself with great care, also stating that the supreme leader has just emerged from closed cultivation and must be very busy, so Yusinke should not trouble her with this matter. Yusinke kneels, saying that she will investigate everything thoroughly to put both the sect leader and the acting leader at ease. Meanwhile, Tianshui investigates the place where the battle between Yun and Ding occurred. When he sees the crater, he thinks that hiding a corpse so carelessly is a disgrace to the demonic cult of the 9 hells and orders the 3 to dig there. The 3 begin to focus, but Tianshui shouts at them, scolding them and asking if they have gone mad and why 3 people are channeling force at the same time, questioning whether they want to erase the corpse completely. He orders them to dig with shovels and hoes, otherwise he himself will deal with them. The 3 grab the tools and start working. A few hours later, exhausted, they say they have dug 5 meters and found no trace of the body, questioning whether it is possible they were mistaken. Tianshui replies that no, because he managed to sense Ding's fragrance, even if faint but unmistakable, and therefore he is certain she had been there. Yusinke begins to pour a liquid, and a disciple asks the mistress what she is doing. Yusinke explains that disciples of the Pavilion of Pleasure cultivate harmony, and that bodily fluids have unique properties that react with the water of 10,000 emotions that she herself refined, and that if Ding had really been there, it would cause a reaction. Suddenly, a strong reaction occurs and the mistress becomes somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, inside her room, Wushin watches through a mirror thinking that the brat is training properly, but as soon as she finishes praising him, he stops. She realizes he is acting strangely. Suddenly, Yun runs into the room and she continues watching closely, wondering what kind of bad thing he was trying to do. The protagonist says he had an idea and starts wondering what would happen if he channeled the true chi of eternal light into the eternal light soul flame, because perhaps there would be some reaction. He begins to do so, leaving Wushan shocked. A strong glow starts to emanate from inside the container and the protagonist becomes happy, saying that it worked. Wushan cannot believe that it actually succeeded. She puts on her shoes and runs out, saying that she spent 1,000 years using the true scripture of the 9 souls, absorbing countless souls and spiritual powers, and even so, she was unable to make the eternal light soul flame form a soul. Yet the protagonist, training the true scripture of eternal light for only a few days, had already managed to condense a soul. However, she starts to feel pain once more. Yoon watches while thinking that apparently those people outside, without the true chi of eternal light, could do nothing with the eternal light soul flame. Moreover, at that moment, there was no way to know how that artifact was truly used, since his ability said it was half truth and half lie, so at most 50% was reliable. Suddenly, the protagonist hears Wushan telling Yubo that her call did not give him permission to enter. He smiles, saying that she could feel free and at ease. As she transforms, she jumps on the protagonist, who asks how she managed to get in there. Jiayan says there is no time to explain and starts pulling at his clothes. The protagonist asks her to wait a bit, saying that he did not bring spare clothes, but it is already too late because Jiayan is about to begin cultivation. The two begin cultivating and she asks if the protagonist is still not used to it, telling him to relax a bit since the cultivation is very intense. Yoon says he is already relaxed and that if he relaxed any more, he would pass out. He asks her not to stay silent because that makes him feel even worse, but Jiayan tells him to focus and stop talking for a while. Meanwhile, outside, Hao is desolate, just listening to the sounds of cultivation and saying that there are people nearby. Jiayan starts complaining that they're cultivating too fast and that the protagonist needs to focus to reach the peak of cultivation. Hao is almost falling into depression outside, but suddenly he hears someone banging violently on the door. Yusinke throws the door open and starts to enter, completely furious. She kicks the door to the protagonist's room, shouting that she will avenge her disciple right there and then. But when she sees what is actually happening, she closes the door as fast as possible, asking whether her eyes are deceiving her. Tianshui and the others ask what happened and if she is all right. However, the mistress says that what she saw was terrifying. The four are confused, but she simply starts backing away and sits beside Ho, asking why he did not warn her earlier that the leader was there. He replies that she did not ask. Yusinke asks why the leader is cultivating with the protagonist. Hao replies that there is no way to know and suggests that maybe the leader stayed too long in closed cultivation, and when she came out, the first man she saw was the protagonist, so it might have been love at first sight. Yusinke asks how long this has been going on. Hao pretends to be an idiot, asking what she is talking about, but the mistress insists, questioning how long they have been cultivating. Hu says he does not know exactly, only comments that his legs are already hurting from waiting there for so long and asks why Yusinke is so embarrassed, questioning whether the Pavilion of Pleasure does not cultivate like this all the time. Suddenly the doors open and Jiayan begins to leave in the form of energy, swiftly crossing the entire place until she flies straight into the arms of her subordinate. Yainer asks if they were discovered, and Jiayan, a little annoyed, says that Yusinke caught her cultivating with Yun, although she already knew that the art the leader practices cannot be interrupted casually. Yainer asks if her mistress wants her to resolve the situation, but the leader replies that that woman is not stupid enough to spread it around, adding that what truly worries her is the protagonist. She orders her disciple to keep him under surveillance and make sure he does not leave the demonic cult, because she wants to go meet Xia Shuang. Yainer shouts that she will absolutely not do that because the immortal of the 9 heavens and the hidden demon of the 9 hells are sworn enemies, and she will not allow her leader to go there, especially while injured, because that would be suicide. Xiayan yells for Yainer to let go, telling her to stop being so perverted. Yainer steps back and tells her mistress that even though Xia Shuang is her blood sister, the two have not seen each other for hundreds of years, and with age, she probably no longer feels anything for blood ties. Xiayan tells her disciple not to try to persuade her and orders her to come up with an excuse to release the protagonist because she will take him along. Yainer asks to go as well, but the leader says she has no role in that and pushes her away. Yainer begins to smile, saying that for her leader she will train hard all the time to develop such a role. Meanwhile, the protagonist is still lying in confinement and starts thinking that it is very strange how that demoness entered the mirror platform without being detected, questioning whether it is possible that she is a high-level elder, although that level seems far too high and not something just anyone could access. Suddenly, he hears someone opening the door. His master, a bit embarrassed, asks him to come out because Yuzinki is there to ask some questions, but he is surprised to see that the disciple just cultivated like that and yet looks full of vitality, concluding that there are 2 possibilities. Either the supreme leader does not cultivate very well, or his disciple is using yin to nourish yang. Excited, the protagonist jumps up and stands, saying he is coming, thinking that they probably found something, and that is why they came after him. But he is not very worried, since those who accuse must prove it, and if they manage to present direct evidence, he will acknowledge their ability. Hao takes Yun to the conference hall, and as soon as Tianshui sees the protagonist, he starts to speak, saying there is no need to think that he and the leader. But Yusinke knows very well that if this spreads, it will be the end of their lives. So she quickly interrupts the disciple, saying that if a child is not educated, the fault lies with the father, and if teaching is not strict, it is the master's negligence. Hao almost suffers a mental breakdown while the protagonist continues without understanding what they are talking about. Yusinke reprimands Tianshui, saying that if he dares mention the sect leader again, she will cut off his masculinity on the spot. He realizes that this is no joke, and even without knowing exactly what is going on, stays silent. The mistress then tells the protagonist that she would like to ask him some questions. Yun notices that her expression changes faster than turning a page and concludes that apparently she must have gone mad from a cultivation deviation. But he shows respect and says that she can ask whatever she wants. Yusinke states that they managed to find traces of Ding in the herb garden. Tianshui steps forward, completely furious, shouting for the protagonist to say where Ding is. The mistress watches, somewhat irritated, thinking that next time he will not be summoned because all the teaching he received was thrown away since, in the face of any problem, he loses his head. The protagonist asks what they are really saying, whether Ding is dead or missing, and questions what exactly the evidence they found has to do with him. Tianshui points his sword at the protagonist again, saying that it does not matter what happened to Ding, because it is clear that everything is related to Yun, since she got into trouble precisely because she was investigating him. In addition, there are traces in the herb garden and records showing that Yun passed through there in recent days, so how could he explain that? The protagonist continues to ask what exactly those traces have to do with him, and emphasizes that he is just a kitchen helper raised in the cult since childhood. saying that they can ask his master directly because it was his master who brought him back. He adds that those traces have nothing to do with him, because whether he passed through the herb garden or not is irrelevant since countless people enter and leave that place every day. So why was he specifically chosen as a suspect? And if he were a traitor, what would that imply for his own master? Hao states that he bought the protagonist when he was still a child and that since then he has trained under his supervision, and that although he was not under constant surveillance, calling him a traitor is absurd unless he is an absolute master of time management. Tian Shui remains furious and begins shouting at his own mistress, saying that it could only have been the protagonist and that he is certain of it, because just by looking at that confident expression on his face, it is obvious that he came prepared for the interrogation, since a normal person would be trembling with fear, and that kind of reaction is not normal at all. Yun asks him to present real evidence before questioning him again. Hao suggests that Yusinke consult the deputy leader to see what she has to say. Yusinke starts wondering whether this was an order from the deputy leader and ends up agreeing, stating that it was nothing more than a routine interrogation and calling Tian Shui to return to training. He tries to protest, but a single look from his mistress frightens him, making him lower his head and agree, although he thinks to himself that he is certain Yun was responsible for everything and that precisely because of that, he will not leave him alone. Sometime later in the sect leader's hall, Yusinke goes to consult the deputy leader. Yainer tells her that from now on she should change her name to Empty Head. Yusinke is confused and asks if she did something wrong. Yainer stands up and says that she personally witnessed the sect leader cultivating together with the protagonist and that, because of that, Yusinke should already know that the boy is more than worthy of trust, and yet she still refuses to release him, questioning whether she truly intends to challenge the will of the supreme leader. Yusinke feels guilty and starts to say that even knowing all this, her disciple still, but the deputy leader interrupts her, stating that that girl was a spy planted by Tai Su Xiao, infiltrated for many years, and even so the mistress never suspected anything. Yusinke is shocked and asks how that is possible. Yainer replies that both she and the supreme leader personally investigated and that the evidence is conclusive, so there is no need to question anything further on this matter, ordering Yusinke to return immediately and put the Pavilion of Pleasure in order, so as not to cause more worries for the supreme leader. Yusinke says she will do so immediately, but comments that the sect leader's cultivation technique requires her to remain pure. Yainer replies that since Yusinke already knows that, she should understand how to act from now on, reminding her that the women the sect leader likes are obedient ones, and that she must not forget that. Back at the mirror platform, the protagonist's master asks if he has resolved everything, and he replies that yes, but questions whether they will really be released so easily. Hao asks if he wants to stay there, and if he has become addicted to prison. The protagonist says no, but adds that he still has many doubts in his head, such as who that demoness was who used him to cultivate and why she can enter and leave the mirror platform as she pleases. His master replies that this is the demonic cult, so what kind of lunatics have they not already seen? But the protagonist begins to find his master a bit suspicious, because it is obvious that he knows much more than he lets on. At that moment, Wuxian appears saying that she has already packed her things and asks when they will depart. Hao answers that it will be right after lunch. The protagonist becomes excited and asks what they are going to buy this time, to the point that even the master will go personally. Hao smiles and says that it is something very big and important, but thinks to himself that he cannot say they are going to challenge the #1 righteous sect under the heavens. The protagonist asks who will pay the travel expenses, and his master shows a bag full of money, saying that it was provided by the deputy leader so they can spend freely. The protagonist gets excited, saying that from that day on he has decided to start loving the deputy leader. Wuxian hears the word love and immediately becomes irritated, shattering part of the door. The protagonist is startled by the noise, but she tries to cover it up. Hao notices what is happening and also plays along, saying it must have been some chicken making a fuss outside. The protagonist replies that it did not sound like a chicken, but decides to let it go. At the end of the day, they begin their departure. Wuxian asks where they will spend the night, saying that he cannot claim they will camp outdoors, because a disciple trained by Hao Yubo cannot develop bad habits. He points to a place and says that when they are on an official mission, they must sleep in the best place possible and eat the best food available. Wuxian starts smiling, feeling a bit more at ease. The two of them get excited, saying they need to spend money on the hotel. During the night, the protagonist closes the door, stating that he needs to eat until he is full, drink as much as he wants, and then sleep. Wuxian is already in her room, feeling strange, when suddenly her subordinate appears. Wuxian asks where she came from. Yainer says she has been following them the whole time to protect the sect leader's safety and sits down beside her, asking if her master is well. Wuxian feels uncomfortable, asks what she is talking about, and tells her to stop speaking with pauses in the middle. Yainer asks whether it is possible that she's pregnant. Wushen denies it, saying it is just the poison entering its second phase, and questions this pregnancy talk, stating that if the protagonist wanted to get her pregnant, he would have to put in much more effort. Suddenly, they hear a noise, and Wushan says it is Yun, and that it probably happened because she just felt nausea and weakness, which agitated the parasite she planted inside him. So she needs to go check. Yainer becomes worried and says that when the parasite attacks, the person completely loses reason and may try to do something to her. Wushan orders her disciple to immediately rip that filth out of her head, then return to the cult and take command, spreading the news that the eternal light soul flame has been taken out of the Nine Hells demonic cult. Yainer says she understands, bids farewell, and asks her master to be careful. Wushan questions why she never uses the door to enter or leave. When she opens the door, she wonders what possessed her that day to bring an idiot like that back as a disciple. Hao also opens the door and tells the supreme leader that he hears his disciples screaming in pain, but she scolds him, saying it is none of his business, and orders him to go back to sleep. Without hesitation, Hao closes the door, says everything is fine, and wishes her good night. Wushan knocks on Yun's door and asks what happened, asking to see him. She opens the door, but the protagonist shouts for her not to come in and to leave immediately. Startled, she closes the door. Yun, trembling on the floor, says he cannot control himself. She asks what is happening, but he, embarrassed, asks her to leave, saying he is not well at that moment. Wushan continues to approach, and he shouts for her to stay away, leaving her surprised that he does not back down. Yun then says it is better to tell the truth, and explains that a demoness planted a parasite inside him, which is now writhing restlessly in his body, and that at that moment, he is dying to start cultivating. Wushan says he already saved her once, so she can try to help him, but states that she will do it to see whether he is ruled by lust or whether reason can suppress desire. Yun, with tears streaming down his face, trying to restrain himself, shouts that he sees her only as a younger sister and that she does not need to say such nonsense. He adds that he has already cultivated once with that demoness, so he belongs to her for the rest of his long life, and asks Wushan to leave immediately, stressing that as soon as the parasite calms down, he will return to normal. These words leave Wushan shocked, making her wonder what he meant by belonging to her, as if it were an official title. The protagonist, trying to suppress his urges, thinks that that damned demoness is forcing him to live like a chaste monk, and that the next time they meet, he will punish her with all his strength for leaving him like this. Wushan begins to control the insect, making it calm down. The protagonist notices it immediately, and she calls Yun, who stands up saying that the parasite suddenly calmed down. Wushan asks if he is fine now and if he no longer wants to cultivate. Yun feels embarrassed and says that she is just a little girl, so she does not need to keep talking about those things all the time. However, she replies that he was the one who started talking about it first. The protagonist explains himself, saying that he almost lost his head and that those words were just nonsense. He also asks her to leave, saying that a man and a woman alone inside a room is not good for her reputation, since one day she will get married and needs to think carefully about such things. She asks what he means by this talk of getting married, and the protagonist says that a few years from now, he will find her a good husband. Wushan gets irritated, asking if he really wants to marry her off to someone else, and starts leaving the room with a pout. Yun is completely confused, asking himself why she suddenly got so angry. Wushan goes to the door of her room, slams it open, then slams it shut again, throws herself onto the bed, and screams that she hates all of this. Completely in love, she starts thinking that the protagonist is an idiot, because even if he did not recognize her, he should not have said that he would marry her to someone else, since even so, for just an instant, she had thought of something very strange. She notices something in her hand and says that the second phase of the drunken spring breeze is far more cruel than she imagined, because it first weakens the person with nausea and bodily weakness, and then invades with lust, making the affected person completely lose self-control. She takes her normal form, thinking that the protagonist could be by her side now, begins to imagine him behind the wall and feels even more excited. She tries to suppress what is happening, but it hurts a lot inside, so she will not be able to endure it alone for long. She begins to get up, saying that even if it risks exposing her identity, she needs to go, because forcing herself to endure it will only make her lose some of her motivation. She prepares herself and goes to the protagonist's room. When she calls out, he is startled, asking if she really followed him all the way to the foot of the mountain. The next morning, the three of them start walking while the protagonist reads the book. He thinks that the night before he obtained another fragment and that, apparently, at the current moment, his greatest chances of getting fragments are by cultivating with that woman. And since he is going out this time, he should be able to get a few more fragments. In addition, he obtained more than 10,000 spirit pearls after the total profit. Hao asks the leader whether she and the protagonist cultivated the night before and asks what she thinks, but then says that the soul-devouring scripture she possesses should not be used that way. Wuxian says that if she keeps forcing herself to endure it, she will only lose everything faster, so she needs to find an antidote as soon as possible since her cultivation technique is damaged beyond repair and can only be compensated for in the best possible way. Even so, she emphasizes that she does not cultivate through only one path, so he does not need to worry so much. Hao feels a bit relieved, saying that this is what he expected from the Supreme Leader. The protagonist looks at the two of them standing very close and starts thinking that that old pervert is trying to hit on Wuxian. He steps between them, pushing his master aside and asks what that part means. Because he tried to use some movements but did not feel anything, Hao asked the disciple not to read while walking because it could ruin his eyesight. The protagonist says that he is studying as if he were starving and asks whether that should not make his master happy, because when he masters it and becomes famous, everyone will say it was thanks to his master's teachings. Wuxian tells him to be careful not to become a martial arts fanatic because people like that are boring. Yun wonders whether she is still angry, but he does not even know why she is angry. His master says that what he has was given to him by the deputy leader, so he is not ready to practice it yet, and tells him to switch the teachings to those of the red cloak. Yun realizes that everything now makes sense and points out that they did not buy anything in the city the night before, so he asks where they will buy things. Hao says it will be in Tianzhou. The protagonist is surprised and says that the place is full of righteous sects, like Mount Song, packed with martial academies, so he is worried whether they will really be able to come back alive, since they are from the demonic cult. His master asks what that has to do with the place being full of righteous sects. Yun asks if his master is going crazy because righteous and demonic paths do not coexist. Hao asks what his disciple is talking about, because they are a demonic cult. The protagonist asks if that makes any difference, and he replies that it does. The protagonist is just an ignorant young man who has not gone more than 10 miles beyond the territory of the demonic cult since he arrived in that world, so he has no idea what kind of environment this is, since no one ever explained anything to him. Wuxian explains that the demonic palace of the Nine Hells belongs to the demonic cult, but it is not an evil cult because righteous sects and demonic cults are like Taoists and Buddhists, each with their own path and different rules. And that does not mean they are enemies, something everyone on the continent knows. Yun says that now he is even more confused than before, but decides to let it go since it does not matter, and asks whether the ingredients they need only exist in that place. His master answers yes, while thinking that the protagonist is a pitiful fellow who is nothing more than an accessory for the Supreme Leader to deal with the drunken spring breeze. Hao adds that as soon as they reach the exchange station, they will take a carriage and after 10 days arrive at their destination, so they need to speed up the journey a bit. They begin to travel faster, crossing rivers, buying supplies, cultivating, bathing, and eating. 10 days later, in the main city of Tianzhou, the city of Tianluo, they finally enter, and the protagonist is amazed, saying that big cities really are different. He feels confident, thinking that he will write his resume in the best possible way and submit it to the immortal sect of the Nine Heavens, the #1 righteous sect, and that this time, he will finally settle down for good. Wuxian notices that the brat is still thinking about switching sides, but starts smiling, thinking that it does not matter because she has leverage over him since he put an end to Ding, so there is no way to turn back, and the only real way to establish himself is to serve her well. Yun says that now that they have reached the main destination, he would like to know exactly what they are going to buy. Hao asks Wuxian what they are going to buy there, but the protagonist finds this a bit strange and asks why his master is asking her what they're going to do. Wuxian gets irritated, asking if Hao is trying to mess with her by making up a story out of nowhere. He apologizes, saying he just wanted to lighten the mood. The master then says that what they need to buy is at the immortal sect of the Nine Heavens. Yun is surprised and asks if they're going there so soon. Wuxian scolds him, asking what he means by so soon. He tries to brush it off, saying it is nothing, but thinks that later he will tell her because even if he goes over to the other side, he will take her with him, since he feels he has the responsibility of an older brother to protect her. As they walk through Tianluo, someone observes them from a distance, thinking that the protagonist will die in that place and that this way no one will suspect him. As soon as they arrive at the dormitory, Hao opens the door and the protagonist is surprised when he looks around. Wuxian comments to the master that she thought he had sold that place, but apparently he still has not gotten over it. Hao replies that he got over all of that a long time ago. The Supreme Leader says that the ruthless path forges ruthless people, yet she has never seen that in Hao. The protagonist looks back and sees the two of them talking again and starts to feel worried, thinking that the old man might be delirious again, which would be very dangerous. Hao notices his reaction and steps forward, asking what the protagonist needs. Yun asks if he can stay in the room on the left, thinking that he needs to keep an eye on the old master for a while because if he does anything improper toward Wushan, he cannot allow it since he has a responsibility to her. Wushan also points to one of the rooms, saying she would like to stay there. The master comments that there are many rooms, so they can choose freely, since he will return to his own room to tidy it up, as it must be covered in dust. He hides behind the wall and keeps watching the two of them. Wushan gets ready to enter, but the protagonist asks her to wait, saying he would like to ask something. Yun tries to ask but gets embarrassed and ends up asking something vague, asking whether the master is with her. Wushan does not quite understand and asks what he is talking about. Yun gathers his courage and asks if that old man has bad intentions, because if he does, she needs to tell him everything since he will protect her. And even if that man is his master, he cannot simply stand by and watch her be deceived. Wushan takes a deep breath, asking how she could possibly be deceived. But the protagonist tells her not to worry because that does not matter. As long as he is there, she does not need to be afraid of anything, because he will arrange a good marriage for her so that she can marry with honor and be happy, even showing his savings and saying that he is planning everything. This makes her even angrier and she goes into the room slamming the door. Yun remains completely confused, wondering why she got so angry again. Hao, who was spying on everything, comments that his disciple is a complete idiot, saying that for all his talent and cultivation, he has twice the lack of emotional intelligence. Even so, he notices that the Supreme Leader's reaction was a bit different, and it seems that she may actually be fond of that boy. If that is true, it would be the same as saying that a grandfather gave birth, or that a dead tree bloomed, something simply impossible. Since although the mistress cultivated the ruthless path, her heart had always been cold enough. Suddenly, Wushan appears behind him, and Hao starts trembling, asking if she had not just gone into the room. Wushan asks him to gossip a bit louder so she can hear better, and starts pulling his ear while he screams in pain. Wushan says she should have let him die at the entrance back then, asking how old he was, 5 or 6, saying that small children are tender meat, and that a wild dog would certainly have loved it. She emphasizes that she brought him back, gave him food and drink, taught him martial arts, and now he is there talking badly about her behind her back. She starts dragging him while Hao tries to say that he has already learned his lesson. When they enter the room, she locks the door and begins the punishment, warning that if he makes noise while being beaten, he will be beaten twice as much, and that the punishment will start with the whip. Hao tells his mistress that he has been an adult for a long time. She replies that she had forgotten he had grown up, and if that is the case, then he can start dancing, because when she laughs, he may stop. Meanwhile, the protagonist concentrates and uses his abilities to create a gust of wind, sweeping the dust from the entire place. He makes the bed and soon lies down, thinking that he has always had the feeling that coming to Tianluo City would allow him to collect many spiritual energy pearls and also trigger many fortuitous encounters. He relaxes, saying that it is good to rest a bit before going out for a walk because he has been there for so long since crossing over and still has not truly moved away from the territory of the Palace of the Nine Phantoms. While he rests in the room, on the roof, Tian Shui prepares to attack him. He opens a hole in the ceiling, thinking that now the protagonist will pay with his life, and immediately uses his skills, believing that this is the most lascivious and perverse drug of the Tianshui Pavilion, the pleasure powder. He seals the hole he made in the ceiling, thinking that the protagonist will be poisoned to the point of losing control since the pleasure powder acts so quickly that it leaves no marks. And if there is nowhere to vent that fire within the time it takes a stick of incense to burn, the body will explode and the person will die. He starts smiling, saying that he has finally avenged Ding. The protagonist, who had been lying down, begins to feel something strange in the air, and the insect inside him starts to stir. He gets up, asking what that pleasant smell is that he is sensing. Tianshui notices the movement and thinks that the effect must have already begun, but soon realizes that something is wrong, because that should not be Yun's reaction. He continues spying, confused, trying to understand what the protagonist is doing. Yun starts to find everything very strange when he notices that countless spiritual energy pearls have appeared out of nowhere. Without wasting time, he immediately begins collecting them, and the system congratulates him, informing him that he has obtained another encounter fragment. Even so, Yun becomes thoughtful, wondering how an encounter was activated out of nowhere, since he had only been lying down. First, he felt the insect awaken, then came that pleasant aroma, and then the spiritual energy pearls started appearing from nowhere. He looks up suspiciously, but Tianshui manages to hide quickly and leaves the rooftop, afraid of being discovered. Yun remains alert, feeling that something is not right. Tianshui, on the other hand, grows irritated and confused, wondering how the protagonist had no reaction at all to the pleasure powder. Suddenly, he senses someone approaching, draws his sword, and asks who is there. A man easily blocks the attack, calling Tianshui brother and saying it is just him. Tianshui recognizes Baichen and remarks that he did not expect to find him in that city. Baichen replies that Tianshui is not the only one thinking about Ding, explaining that he saw his friend leave the sect and worried that he might do something foolish, so he decided to follow him. Tianshui thanks him for the concern, and as they walk, Baichen comments that he saw him right at the place where the protagonist is staying, asking how the situation went. Tianshui explains that he tried to use the pleasure powder to eliminate him discreetly, but that brat is completely abnormal and was not affected at all, stating that unless Yun cultivated some technique of the Huaxi family, it should be impossible to resist the effects of the pleasure powder. Baichen observes that the mistress has been showing special attention to that cook called Hao Yubo, which makes him believe there is more to the story, and he warns that if they continue acting in the shadows, they may end up arousing suspicion. Tianshui asks if he has any plan, and Baichen replies that for now he does not, saying they need to continue observing because there is a saying that knowing the enemy as oneself guarantees victory, and that if they are to eliminate him, perhaps the best plan is to act openly. Tianshui finds the idea interesting and says he will follow it. Baichen looks at him strangely and then smiles, commenting that now that they have left the demonic sect, they cannot let their skills grow rusty, pointing out that just ahead there is a brothel with an excellent reputation, and asking if he wants to visit. Tianshui smiles and immediately agrees. Meanwhile, the protagonist leaves his room and goes to his master's room, saying that he has a question. Hao opens the door with a mark on his face and asks what is going on. The protagonist finds this strange and asks what happened to his master's face, but Hao tries to brush it off, saying it is just dirt, although Yun clearly does not believe it. Hao thinks that this is the leader's fault because sometimes her tastes are a bit too peculiar. The protagonist lets it go and starts pulling his master along, saying that there is something strange in his room. Yun explains that there is an incense stick there, that he sensed a very pleasant smell appearing out of nowhere and then disappearing, and that since his master's sense of smell is sharper, perhaps he can still detect something. Hao tries to smell it but cannot perceive anything. Wushan, observing the scene, thinks it is obvious that it is the pleasure powder and concludes that Yusinke perhaps did not even deserve to be saved back then, since she cannot properly manage her own disciples. Hao notices the leader's gaze and thinks that she truly believes the protagonist sensed something, while he himself has no idea which idiot dared to try something like that. Hao then tells his disciple that there will not be many tasks that day, suggesting that he go for a walk in the market, but in truth this is just bait to see which fish will bite. Yun still asks about the smell he sensed, and his master replies that he will investigate more carefully, telling him to stay calm because with him around, everything will be under control. Yun thinks that with his master nearby, he really can feel more at ease, agrees, and says that he had already been thinking about going out for a walk, leaving the rest to him. As he walks through the city, the protagonist observes that, in size, the market resembles the one at the foot of the mountain of the Palace of the Nine Hells, but it is far more bustling after all. This is a major city. He notices some commotion ahead and follows in that direction, wondering what could be being sold to attract so many people. As he slips into the middle of the crowd, he realizes that everything is sold there, including deities from practically all sects. A woman asks how much a wooden guan yin costs, and the vendor replies that it is 50 copper stones. The woman comments that the price is very good and asks for it to be wrapped, also asking whether it has already been consecrated. The vendor smiles and assures her that all the artifacts there were consecrated by the senior master of the Temple of Buddhist Light, adding that if she doubts it, she can verify it personally. The woman says the price is so low that it is not even worth arguing about. The protagonist is astonished, wondering how something like that can cost only 50 coins, and whether everyone in that city is rich. With a plan in mind, he activates the Sabichao skill to find out which item at that stall is the most expensive and the one that sells the best. The system informs him that the good luck talisman is the easiest item to sell and that its preparation requires the blood of 5 animals, yellow paper, a brush, and the blessing of the young master. The effect of the talisman is simple. When placed at the head of the bed, it increases luck. Yun frowns, thinking that it looks very much like a scam aimed at fools. But the system adds that the estimated selling price of each talisman is 200 copper stones. Yun decides that he must apply this scam at all costs. Early that night, he returns with a box in his hands. Wushan asks what he bought and comes closer to look, but when she notices the blood, she asks whether there will be any spicy dishes that night and why he has yellow paper. Yun explains that it is not for eating, but for making talismans to sell. Hao is surprised and asks whether he really knows how to do that. The protagonist replies that he learned some techniques and that when he went to the market, he realized that these things are very expensive and that many people buy them, even though he does not understand what goes on in the minds of people in that city. He begins preparing the talismans quickly and soon notices a faint glow appearing. Yoon is surprised, wondering whether the trick learned with Sabichao really works, because if it does, this time, he will get rich. Wushin looks at Hao with some disappointment and steps away, thinking that the brat is truly desperate for money. Since the next time he saw her true form, all he would need to do was ask directly, and she would not refuse. After all, instead of struggling at a stall, it would be far easier and more efficient for him to behave properly and serve as an excellent cultivation medium for her. Hao is confused and comments that he never let the protagonist go hungry or suffer hardship, so why would he be in such a rush to make money? Wushin explains that he is saving money to run away and throw himself into the arms of an orthodox sect. The master is shocked, saying that the boy grew up inside the demonic sect, so how could he think of something like that? Wushin replies that no one can understand him, because besides wanting to marry her off to someone else, he also plans to flee to an enemy sect, which shows that the indoctrination was insufficient, and that if she returned to her normal form now, things would change. Strangely, part of her body still expects the effect of the drunken spring to manifest. Irritated, she says she's very sleepy, says goodbye, and goes to sleep. Hao asks if they will not finish the round, but she replies that they can continue tomorrow, enters her room, and closes the door. Hao watches his disciple and realizes that he is completely focused, so he also says goodbye and goes to his own room, while Yun simply wishes him good night. Hao does not understand, thinking that the boy is blinded by money since the supreme leader has wealth to spare and would certainly give it if he asked. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues making talismans, convinced that this time he has gotten rich. The next morning, they prepare to sell, and Yun decides that he cannot put too many up for sale at once so as not to devalue the product. After all, every seller needs to know how to use the marketing of scarcity. Shortly afterward, the first customer appears. A woman carefully examines the good luck talisman, while her son comments that it is glowing. She rubs her eyes and looks again, wondering if it is really glowing. The woman asks the protagonist whether the talismans were consecrated by some master. Yun replies that yes, they were, and explains that all of them were acquired from the abbot of the Faxian temple on the Yinchuan continent. The woman is impressed and says she will take it. Watching everything from afar, Baijin and Tianshui comment that he is the real protagonist, a compulsive liar, since he has never been to that continent and yet can fabricate stories without even stuttering. To them, this makes him despicable, someone who does nothing but lie, and keeping him around will only bring more trouble to the palace. Baichin begins to smile, saying that he has come up with an excellent idea. He explains that to destroy someone, you must first let them lose themselves in their own arrogance. Tianshui says he understands the plan, stating that, first of all, they need to let the protagonist show off as much as possible and deceive as many people as he can. Baichin laughs, praising his friend for grasping the strategy so quickly, saying that in just a few days, a small push will be enough to see the results. Tianshui agrees, stating that it is an extremely clever tactic, killing with another person's knife. The two of them keep laughing as they walk away. Some days later, the protagonist thinks that, in this short period, he has earned more than 10,000 copper coins in essence stones, far more than he gathered in 10 years at the demonic palace. He believes that if he can stay in that city, sooner or later he will achieve financial independence. While loading his belongings onto a cart, an elderly woman suddenly appears, shouting that he cannot leave. She grabs him tightly and keeps screaming. The protagonist is startled and asks what she is doing. The woman yells that this man almost destroyed her family and that, in truth, he is a demon disguised as a human. Yoon tries to explain, saying that she might be mistaking him for someone else, since he does not even know her. The old woman screams that it was all because of that damned talisman he sold, claiming that the luck talisman was clearly a trap, cursed by some evil god. Shortly after, the first woman who had bought from him comes running over with tears in her eyes, clutching the cart and screaming that her son has died, accusing the protagonist of killing him. Yoon is confused and asks what is going on, while people begin to gather rapidly around them. The woman drops to her knees, crying and screaming that because of the talisman, her son lost his appetite, stopped eating, and ended up starving to death, demanding that he return the child's life immediately. Yoon tries to apologize, saying that he truly does not know what happened, because his talismans would never harm anyone. Meanwhile, Baichin and Tianshui watch everything while sitting down and eating calmly. Tianshui comments that public opinion is sharper than a blade, and that even with 1,000 words, the protagonist will not escape, saying that this is a true spectacle. Baichin smiles and says that now that a death has occurred, there is no way for him to get out of this situation. Tianshui praises his friend, calling him a genius. The two women continue clinging to the protagonist, but he maintains his conviction that his talismans could never have caused harm to anyone. The surrounding people begin to whisper among themselves, and Yoon clearly realizes that someone is trying to frame him, although he has no idea who is behind it. The protagonist's master prepares to step in, but the supreme leader stops him, saying that she wants to see how Yoon will handle the situation on his own, as it will serve as good training. She notices that Yoon has calmed down very quickly, and that is not a bad thing. The protagonist looks at the woman beside him and says that if the talisman really is the culprit, he will take full responsibility, even if it costs him his life. But he states with conviction that he believes they only bring good fortune and would never harm anyone. The woman keeps screaming that her son is dead and that pretty words mean nothing, accusing him of just trying to escape responsibility. Yoon then raises his voice and says that if that is the case, they need to call the authorities to investigate everything thoroughly. He emphasizes that he deeply regrets what happened to her son, but he needs to ensure that he was not at fault. In his heart, he thinks that if someone is truly trying to strike at him by using the lives of others as tools, that person cannot be forgiven. He looks at the elderly woman and asks if he can go to her house to see the situation of her relative, suggesting that they call the guards to accompany him so everyone can feel at ease. Baichin stops smiling and begins to analyze the situation carefully. Tianshui notices and asks if there is a problem. Baichin replies that the protagonist is far too calm, saying that he increasingly believes the spirit of longevity is related to him and may truly be at his side, because that information spreading so suddenly cannot be a coincidence. He wonders who that boy really is. The two women stop screaming and exchange glances with each other. Yoon notices that no one is taking action and shouts, asking if someone could call the guards. Wushan asks Hao whether he went to the Celestial Clan that morning, and if he managed to see Wu Xiaoshuang. Hao replies that leader Wu has already left the Celestial Province and will only return the following month. Wushan comments that she had just arrived and Wu Xiaoshuang had already departed, saying that this coincidence is far too great, but she adds that it is fine and that they will remain there for a while longer. Hao asks what they will do about the protagonist. Wushan smiles and says that just as Yoon himself suggested, they only need to call the authorities. Hao questions whether she truly understands what that means in that city. Wushan replies that everyone will be arrested first and asks what the problem is, pointing out that when she looks at Yoon, he clearly carries the posture of someone who has nothing to hide and still shows how much of a child he is. Hu comments that even knowing this, she still set everything up. Sometime later, the two go to the prison. A guard calls the protagonist and says that his family has come to see him, informing him that the trial will be held in the afternoon and that he needs to prepare himself mentally. When he looks to the side, Yoon is surprised to see his master and Wushan. Ho jokes, asking how a good disciple managed to make so much money that he ended up in a dungeon. Yoon tells him not to laugh at his misfortune, saying that he clearly fell into a trap. Hao asks if he wants a tip. Yoon perks up, asking if his master really has a lead. Hao begins to explain that a few days earlier, the protagonist mentioned that his room suddenly became fragrant, but he stops midway, glances at Wushan, and continues by saying that the aroma was probably pleasure powder from the Hall of Pleasure and that normally, if desire is not released within a stick of incense after inhaling it, the body can explode, so perhaps the person who planted the insect in him did something to save him. Yoon agrees, saying that apparently the insect neutralized the poison. Hao asks whether he is truly ready for the hearing that afternoon. Yoon replies that they will see, but for now he believes he can handle the situation, asking only that if things get worse, his master not abandon him. Hugh tells him to relax as they will be watching from the outside. In his thoughts, Hao reflects that he would never have the courage to abandon him, because if he did, the supreme leader would break his legs. As the two walk away, Yoon still praises his master, saying that he is a very good person. Later, everyone gathers for the trial. The two women are present, and an official asks which side the protagonist would like to start the inspection with. Yoon says he wants to start with the child. The man leads the protagonist to the covered body. Upon seeing it, Yoon becomes deeply enraged, as he realizes that they are even using the life of a child to try to frame him, and he decides that whoever did this will not be forgiven. He activates the know-it-all ability to investigate the cause of the child's illness and that of the family members who fainted in the adjacent room. The system reports that the child had a silver needle driven into the brain, causing loss of appetite and eventual death by starvation, while the others suffered similar injuries but survived due to having stronger constitutions, and that the only possible treatment is to immediately remove the silver needle. Yoon raises his hand and says that he found something. The official asks him to explain. Yoon points out that there is something strange in the child's head. The man overseeing the trial is impressed and orders the guards to summon the coroner immediately. After examination, the coroner manages to remove an extremely fine silver needle. The boy's mother goes into shock upon seeing it, as does the judge presiding over the trial. Yoon thinks that the Hall of Pleasure specializes in using silver needles to stimulate acupuncture points and control desire and appetite, and he remembers that his master said the aroma was pleasure powder, concluding that this needle likely also came from the Hall of Pleasure, which makes it clear evidence that someone truly wants to eliminate him. He wonders whether this could still be related to Ding, because if it is something personal, involving innocent people in this way is unforgivable. Yoon suggests to the official that they also examine the family in the next room and asks that doctors and the shopkeeper be summoned immediately to check on them. Outside, Wushen orders Hao to immediately find out which idiot is responsible for this, and to send a letter to Yusinkwe, telling her to stop causing trouble. Hao says he will do so at once. Wushan begins to feel something strange and thinks that it is starting again. Hao grows concerned and asks if it is the drunken spring breeze, but the Supreme Leader merely asks him to take care of the investigation, saying that she will recover. Hao becomes uneasy, imagining that she might want to do something inside the prison. The judge overseeing the case says that it is a hidden technique, and that, even so, the protagonist noticed it with great ease. Yoon points out that it is natural for the judge to still suspect him. However, he has some knowledge of medicine and botany, so he can identify that kind of thing more easily than most people. And if he still does not believe it, he can check the central market, since Yoon has been selling goods there every day, always in full view of everyone. Because of that, he had no time to commit any crime. Moreover, his only goal is to make money, so why would he harm himself by harming his customers, destroying his own livelihood, and throwing himself into an endless abyss? The judge thinks about it for a moment, and even finding everything very strange, tells the protagonist that, until the case is closed, he still needs to be kept in custody, asking whether the protagonist has any objection to that. Yoon agrees and leaves everything to the investigator's discretion. He's taken to his cell while thinking that, within the Hall of Pleasure, the person who hates him the most is Tian Shui, so perhaps he followed him to that city. He begins to feel a heat and a chill down his back, and when he looks to the side, he notices something emerging from a black stain. Xiaoyan's hand starts to come out, calling him. The protagonist cannot believe that this is happening. She emerges completely, asking why he is still not ready, and whether she will really have to take the initiative. Startled, the protagonist asks if she really thinks she can come and go anywhere as she pleases. But Xiaoyan is already burning with heat, saying that he talks too much as she grabs him by the shirt. Yoon tries to control the situation, since that is not a place to do that kind of thing. Not to mention that he is still a prisoner, and if she keeps it up, it will only worsen the situation. The sect master tries to appeal to his feelings, saying that she's feeling very unwell because she was poisoned, and that if the poison is neutralized, she gives her word that she will not bother him anymore. Yoon is shocked, thinking that she truly is a demoness, and with that suffering tone of voice, it is hard to resist. Still a little afraid of being caught, the protagonist explains that this is not a good place for a complete treatment, so he will only use his hands to contain the effects of the poison, and as soon as he gets out of there, he will make it up to her with great pleasure. Reflecting on his own words, he thinks that he sounds as if he were buying something on credit at the market. Xiaoyan gets irritated by having to wait so long and tells him to talk less, asking whether he is going to do it or not, since she has been waiting for a long time and her whole body is aching. Yoon feels used, saying that men also have feelings. She treats him like a mere tool, but like a good tool, he begins the work by giving it his all. Xiaoyan closes her eyes and takes a deep breath while savoring every second of the treatment. Yoon says that his nickname is Joy in the Fingers and intensifies the treatment even more. Xiaoyan begins to feel the effects and shouts for him to wait a bit, but it is already too late. A force rising from within starts to heat her body, making her cry out and writhe. Yoon covers her mouth, telling her not to make noise like that because there are other prisoners and guards nearby. Xiaoyan can only wonder who could hold back when faced with a man who possesses such power in his fingers. She gets up and asks what his plan is. Yoon asks her to wait because he is still thinking. Like a good physician, he seeks the best result and asks the know-it-all to tell him which point on Xiaoyan's body is the most sensitive and the most effective for relieving the effects of the intoxicating spring breeze. His ability explains that the dimple in the lower back is the most effective point and that massaging it can temporarily relieve the effects. Yoon smiles, saying that he has no eyes in his hands, otherwise he would give her a serious massage. The sect master gets irritated and asks why he wants to give a massage because what she really needs is an effective technique against the intoxicating spring breeze. The protagonist tells her to shut up and keep the noise down. Xiaoyan obeys and merely watches, wondering what he is going to do now. Yoon puts her into position and prepares himself. Xiaoyan simply complies, but feels confused, since he had said he would use only his hands. Yoon starts touching her back, saying that she needs to be strong and endure everything without making any noise. The two of them take deep breaths, and he begins the movements to relieve the effects. His hands move over her body as if performing a divine healing, easing all the tension. Xiaoyan, struggling to maintain control to the utmost, cannot believe that he is really giving her a massage. A guard on patrol hears something strange, sounding like the voice of a woman. He follows the sound until he arrives in front of a cell. Xiaoyan is covering her mouth, but some sound still escapes as her body trembles completely. Yun continues steadily with the treatment to relieve his partner. The guard looks inside the cell and asks what they think they are doing there and what kind of place they think that is. Xiaoyan is startled when she hears the guard. He shouts at both of them, saying that if they keep up that mess, he will deal with them himself. Yun continues, and Xiaoyan shudders even more, almost rolling her eyes back. She wonders how Yun expects her not to make any noise, since the tingling has taken over her entire body and she cannot endure it. Fortunately, the guard begins to hear noise coming from another cell and says that if he hears one more loud sound, the two of them will regret it, even inside the prison, because bets are being placed. Meanwhile, inside the protagonist's cell, he lies down beside Xiaoyan and, with a smile on his face, asks if she managed to get some relief. Barely able to breathe and with her face flushed red, Xiaoyan says that this is a question asked by someone who already knows the answer. Yun sits down on the floor, pulls her forcefully into a hug from behind, and in an alluring voice asks when she is going to reveal her true identity, since she is neither from the Hall of Pleasure nor from the Valley of 10,000 Insects. Wrapped in his arms, she asks whether it really matters who she is. Yun explains that, although it may not matter that much, Xiaoyan knows everything about him while he knows nothing about her. And that situation is not fair. Xiaoyan tries to play hard to get, even though she is standing before the protagonist as she came into the world and points out that men never value women who are too easy. She gets dressed and asks if he wants to try guessing her identity. Yun smiles because he coincidentally knows a technique that, when activated, reveals who she truly is. But he remembers that he cannot use it now, since the daily consultations are over. Xiaoyan asks why he did not use that technique before. Yun winks at her while holding her hair and says that there are questions that lose their charm when one copies only the answer. Xiaoyan slaps his hand away, stands up, and bets that he cannot solve that question. She begins to envelop herself in magic and says goodbye, saying they will see each other next time. Feeling her sweet scent on his fingers, Yun thinks that humans are truly complicated creatures. At the same time that he tries to restrain himself, he feels desperate to know. It is precisely this overlap that gives true pleasure to life. With the feeling of a job well done, he lies down and relaxes for the rest of the night. The next day, early in the morning, he goes to the hall for the trial. The judge explains that the verification has been completed and that Yun truly had no motive to commit the crime, much less the opportunity. The talismans sold were inspected and pose no risk, so he declares Yun innocent of all charges. The protagonist thanks the judge for his wisdom and justice. The two women begin to lament, crying for their families and questioning who the monster is that wants to destroy their families. Yun goes to them and commits to investigating the matter to the very end and giving them an answer. He thinks that the Hall of Pleasure went too far this time, involving even innocence, something unforgivable. He returns to his residence and throws the door open, announcing to the master and to Wushan that he is back. Upset by the situation, he goes outside and sits down, telling the master that it was proven to indeed be pleasure powder, and that they should severely punish whoever set up that ambush, since the demonic palace forbids harming members of its own sect. He thinks that Ding does not count, since she was a spy from the very beginning. Hao agrees, but says that they need to find out who is responsible. Yun states that they need to lure the snake out of its nest, because since they failed to bring him down, they will certainly plan another trap. He slams the table in irritation, saying that he cannot just sit back and wait for another innocent person to be implicated. His rage is so great that the table begins to crack under the pressure of his hand. He adds that, moreover, the manipulator behind everything is not that clever, since he only knows how to use despicable tricks, and for that he will pay for the innocent lives taken. Yun notices that Wushan has not appeared yet and asks what happened. The master replies that she is feeling a bit unwell and therefore remains lying down in her room. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside a tea house, Tian Shui slams the cup onto the table, irritated by the situation, saying that the protagonist managed to get out of the trouble far too easily and questioning what kind of luck it was for the officials to find the silver needle. That needle was so thin that ordinary coroners would never have noticed it. Baichen begins to think about it and a few seconds later says that he already knows what to do. Tian Shui asks him to explain the new plan. Baichen says that relying on others brings too many variables. Now that everyone is in Tianluo City, they just need to choose a day when Hu is absent, and the two of them, together, can put an end to it with their own hands. He emphasizes that the city is the territory of the Orthodox sects, and that if a member of the demonic cult dies, they will be the ones thanking them. Being overly cautious sometimes only hinders progress. A swift action, leaving no chance to react, that is the plan. Tianshui thinks the plan is good, however he wants to ensure an extra layer of safety. He asks Baichen not to act yet because everyone knows that Baichen is the protagonist's greatest enemy. If Baichen only needs to be present as a witness, he can react under pressure and end up killing a companion by accident. That way, it will be easier to explain if there is any investigation afterward. Baichen smiles seeing that Tianshui is impeccable in his schemes and says he can only be grateful for the opportunity. The two toast to absolute success in their new mission. Baichen covers his mouth and with a suspicious look begins to smile while looking at Tianshui. Back at the temporary residence, Yun knocks on Wushan's door, but his master says that she must have fallen asleep. Inside, she is lying down thinking that using hands in the prison only served as temporary relief, with no idea that the protagonist has already been released. Yun asks the master whether it is just his impression or if Wushan is always sick. Hao tells him to stop bothering her, as she must simply be sleeping. However, she feels somewhat strange and tries to hold herself back, thinking that the Tai Su clan headquarters is there in the city. When she recovers, in 1 or 2 days, she will personally make them pay for this. Gathering all her strength, she turns over and covers her ears, thinking that that boy needs to stop knocking on the door, otherwise she will not be able to endure it for much longer. Yun realizes that she really is asleep and says that it is better not to disturb her. His master remains silent, thinking of a way to put Yun into the sect master's bed without him realizing it. The protagonist tells his master that he is also going to lie down for a bit because his back is hurting. That is exactly what Hao needed. He grabs a clove of garlic and throws it at the protagonist, hitting the back of his neck. He collapses unconscious, and Hao rushes to catch him, apologizing. However, Yun is like a son to him, and the same goes for Hao and his sect master. So, it is natural for a son to want to take care of his mother. He realizes that this sentence came out strange, since what is about to happen is not really what a family should do, but he decides to let it go since everyone has their role. He starts dragging the protagonist into the sect master's room and tosses him inside, closing the door immediately afterward. Outside, he feels proud because he is very devoted to his sect master. The hours pass and dusk arrives. After taking her dose of medicine, Jiayan throws the protagonist out of the room, goes to the door, and tells Hao that she was very satisfied with his performance. Her disciple smiles because if his master is happy, he is happy as well. Xiayan looks at the protagonist and says that that boy is an animal. Even unconscious, he managed to solve the problem. She asks Hao to prepare something special for Yun that night. Plenty of meat and lots of millennia-old ginseng in the soup, because her savior needs to always be ready. Hugh gets up, ready for the mission, and she returns to the room telling him to call her when the food is ready. The master cannot believe that they stayed together from daytime until dusk, showing that the sect master is no ordinary person, much less Yun. Sometime later, everyone gathers around the table. The protagonist, a little confused, tells the master that he feels pain in the back of his neck and also feels that his dantian is empty, as if it had been completely torn out, asking whether that is because he fainted. Wushan merely watches, saying nothing. Hao serves the soup, explaining that Yun suffered an injustice and was imprisoned, full of negative energy. Perhaps they also drugged him, and the dose was strong, which is why he passed out and woke up in pain. That is something normal. Wushan laughs and agrees with everything, telling him to drink the soup that the master prepared especially for him, assuring him that after finishing it, he will feel as good as new. Yun stares at the soup and notices that the smell is bitter. His master says that good medicine is bitter, and that cultivation requires both physical effort and supplements. Only then can a person break through limits and advance. Yun feels motivated and drains the bowl of soup in one go. Hao celebrates with the sect master, pleased that the plan worked. After they finish eating, everyone returns to their own rooms. Hao goes to the sect master's room and closes the door very carefully so as not to make any noise. He asks whether she is not overdoing it, even though she was poisoned. He checked the protagonist's pulse while he was sleeping, and apparently he even has kidney problems now. She gets angry and asks whether it was she who wanted this, emphasizing that in the coming days she will go to the Supreme Heaven to demand an explanation. They dared to attack her from behind just because she had been in seclusion all these years, and now they think they can trample on her. Hao asks her to restrain herself and not wipe out the entire sect, since there are currently many orthodox sects, and they like to form alliances. Provoking them would bring trouble even to the demonic palace. Xiayan tries to calm down a little, saying that if they voluntarily hand over the antidote to the spring mist, she might consider sparing them. But her calm is as fleeting as lightning. Soon she grows irritated again, saying that Wu Xiaoshuang is hiding from her, and that Hou must go fetch her and bring her back to the Celestial City. Hao is frightened because sect master Wu Xiaoshuang is not like those useless orthodox figures, but her younger sister. He asks whether she is not demanding too much. The sect master grabs his face and tells him to choose whether he will die by her hands or by her sister's. Hao asks whether there is not an option to simply stay alive and at peace. She remains serious and says that in 7 days she wants to see her sister. Otherwise, he may live, but he will wish for death. Hao takes a deep breath, thinking that if she keeps being so fierce, no one will want to marry her. Xiaoyan asks whether he is grumbling out loud for her to hear and says that if no one wants to marry her, then she will kill his future wife, and they can live as devoted master and disciple for the rest of their lives. Hao is terrified and shouts that Wu Xiaoshuang is only the sect master's younger sister, and that he will go get her immediately. The sect master is pleased, saying that he is becoming a good boy. The next morning, Yun wakes up complaining that the back of his neck still hurts. He goes outside and sees that Wushan woke up early, asking where the master is. She says it is already almost noon, so it is not that early, and besides, the master went out early to buy goods and will only return after a few days. The protagonist feels drowsy even after sleeping all morning, and thinks that maybe it is because that demoness drained too much from him, leaving symptoms of yang deficiency. He remembers that days ago, even after that, he was still full of energy, but perhaps that was just a final flash before collapse. Even tired, he gathers his things to open the stall. Wushan is surprised since he got out of prison yesterday and today he is already going to work. The protagonist says this is intentional, to lure the snake out of its lair. Someone wants to kill him and is even willing to attack innocents to do it, so he cannot let it slide. If that person does not want him to live in peace, then he has the duty to ensure that they also go through hell. Wushan gets excited and says she wants to go with him, but Yun immediately refuses, because if someone from the Hall of Pleasure shows up, things could get out of control and become dangerous. She clings to his arm, saying that together they can do more, and that she wants to protect him. Yun smiles and asks whether she really wants to risk herself for him. Confidently, she says yes. Yun strokes her, saying that she's a fragile girl and asking how she would protect him, but he allows her to come along as long as she stays behind him, no matter what happens. The two go to the city center and begin preparing the talismans. As the Supreme Master, she immediately notices that they are being watched. Tian Shui cannot believe how miserable the protagonist is, since he left prison the day before, and did not even think of resting, immediately going out to show himself on the streets. Baichen says that this is great for them, since Hao left the city early. He did not expect the opportunity to act to arise so quickly. Tian Shui does not hesitate and starts approaching, telling Baichen to stay put and just watch the show. Baichen had been planning all of this from the very beginning and stays back, saying that the conflict between the two sides is about to begin now. Tian Shui drives his sword into the table, right on top of the talisman, saying that the kitchen helper of the demonic palace is here. The people around ask whether they heard that right, since this is Celestial Luo City, full of Orthodox members, questioning how a demon dares to come here. Yun looks at him as he already knew it was Tian Shui. He asks what Yun knows. The protagonist stands up, saying that he truly did not think he would show up so quickly, but apparently he could not bear to keep waiting. Tian Shui keeps playing dumb, saying he has no idea what Yun is talking about, and starts to frame Yun, telling everyone that he has a past. Not only did he kill a sister from the same sect, he also fled, and the talismans he sells are not for protection since he was arrested, telling everyone to stay alert so as not to be deceived. Yun says that he is pursuing the truth about this so-called traitor so obsessively that perhaps he himself is one. Tian Shui defends his friend, saying that she had been in the Hall of Pleasure for more than 10 years, and that no one knows her character better than he does. Moreover, he is one of the disciples most valued by his master, so if he were truly a traitor, what would that make of the master herself? Yun points out that he said exactly that and asks why, when he said it, it was dismissed as just an excuse. He states that he is there accompanying his master to settle some matters and has no time for childish provocations, saying that if Tian Shui is there to cause trouble over Ding, he can wait for her to return or take the matter to the elders. He thinks that it was definitely this guy who tried to frame him. Tian Shui keeps provoking him, saying that Yun is a member of the demonic cult and that no one would dare buy anything from him. Yun laughs, saying that they belong to the same sect. Tian Shui loses control and kicks the talismans away, shouting that he will not let him do business there. Yun asks whether he really wants to start a fight. Tian Shui thinks that the tale of Yun's disguise is starting to show and asks if he wants to kill yet another sect member. Yun asks Wushan to be his witness that he is doing this because he has no other choice. She says he can count on her and thinks that Tian Shui is truly seeking death. Tian Shui grabs his sword, trying to turn the situation around, saying that Yun attacked first, but the protagonist simply ignores him, stating that he has already said everything he wanted to say. Xiaoyan is also losing her patience, thinking that she needs to teach the Hall of Pleasure's master a proper lesson. She has plenty of things to deal with, and Yusinke, as a disciple, is nothing but trouble. Tianshui charges forward with everything he has, thinking that he will avenge his sister right there and then, but Yun easily restrains him, disarming him. Tianshui starts to feel afraid and shouts that this is forbidden, but Yun says that now everything is possible. He asks whether Yun had really been hiding his power all this time. The protagonist gives Tianshui two choices. Either he dies right there, or he goes with him to the magistrate's office to explain in detail how he tried to frame him. Tianshui asks whether he really has the nerve to kill him and tells him not to forget the rules of the cult. Yun asks whether he really wants to bring up the rules after everything that has happened. Xiaoyan simply watches, wondering whether Yun is actually going to kill that boy. The protagonist notices that there are many people around, and that if he snaps that piece of trash's neck right there, it will be hard to explain later. The guards begin to approach, asking what they think they are doing. Yun releases Tianshui, saying that this time he was lucky, but next time he might not be. The guards see that it is Yun again. He tries to explain, saying that it was just a misunderstanding, that the guy overturned his stall and they ended up arguing. When he looks to the side, he realizes that Tianshui has already fled. The officer comments that he heard Yun is from the demonic cult. The protagonist smiles and asks which demonic sect he belongs to, since he is brave enough to set up a stall in a place full of Orthodox members. The guard says that everything is fine and tells him to clean up the mess so as not to disturb others. Wushan, with a smile on her face and eager to see blood, asks her beloved whether he is really going to let Tianshui get away just like that. Yun points out that that guy followed him, tried to poison him, killed innocent people, and tried to sabotage him in public, so he will definitely come back, and it will happen sooner than they imagine. And this time, they will truly fight. Moreover, even if Tianshui turns the world upside down, he still will not be able to win that fight. Wushan becomes even more excited by all of this, saying that her master is truly incredible. A short distance away, Tianshui is struggling to breathe, his throat burning with pain. Unable to believe everything he just witnessed, he begins to wonder whether Yun is really that powerful since he himself is at level 31 and was immobilized in mere milliseconds. He then questions what the protagonist's level must be and who his master really is, the Hao Yubo everyone talks about. Suddenly, someone approaches, and a startled Tianshui asks who it is. When he sees that it is Baichen, he exhales in relief, saying that he has just made a mistake. But then he suddenly feels something strange and realizes he has been attacked. His body trembling, he asks why Baichen is doing this. Baichen simply smiles, saying that Tianshui's love for Ding is truly undeniable and moving, but Yun is far too strong, and perhaps Tianshui cannot face him alone, so he needs to borrow a bit of intelligence. He begins to siphon the spiritual energy into himself, while Tianshui screams in pain. After the attack, Tianshui collapses onto the ground without moving, and Baichen feels completely renewed. He crouches down and tells Tianshui that he actually likes him as a person, but orthodox and demonic paths can never coexist. He is a warrior of justice, born to eliminate evil. Baichen retrieves his fan from Tianshui's body and begins cleaning it, telling him to rest in peace and reminding him that even as false brothers, they still share a bond. And for that reason, he will eliminate the protagonist on Tianshui's behalf. At the Tai Shu Xiao building, Baichen has just arrived. He goes to his uncle master's door and announces that he has returned. Qi Guanjun, a disciple of Tai Shu Xiao, and uncle master to Ding and Baichen, opens the door and invites him in so they can talk properly. As they enter, Qi Guanjun asks whether anyone noticed Baichen's movements. Baichen believes they did not. Qi Guanjun then asks why Baichen returned so suddenly. Baichen informs him that his sister, Ding Ning, has died. Qi Guanjun is shocked and asks what happened, and whether the sect master already knows. Baichen takes a deep breath, saying that he did not dare send a rushed letter to inform her. He adds that they were unable to find Ding's body, but it is almost certain that she did not survive. The killer is someone from the Nine Hells demonic palace named Yun. The uncle master thinks for a moment, as the name sounds familiar, as if he has heard it before. Baichen, indignant, says that he heard the spirit of eternal light is with this young man. He did not believe it before until he personally saw him in action against someone from the demonic cult. Yun was merely a kitchen helper, yet he defeated a level 31 demonic disciple with a single strike. It was clear that he had been hiding his strength, so the chances that the spirit of eternal light is with him are very high. Qi Guanjun asks where this boy is now, and Baichen replies that he is in celestial Luo City itself. Qi Guanjun asks whether the spirit of light is with him. Baichen, wearing the look of someone plotting something, confirms that it is. During the night, Wushan and Yun are lying back on their chairs. She remarks that the protagonist had said Tian Shui would come after him that very night. Yoon explains that Tian Shui deliberately waited for the master to leave before making his move, so it will not take long before he appears again, either during the night or the following day, since it is better to eliminate him as soon as possible. Wushin agrees, saying that makes sense, but then says she is going to lie down because she is starting to feel sleepy. Yoon holds her, saying that they will sleep together tonight because he does not feel confident leaving her alone. Wushin blushes and asks whether that is not a bit inappropriate. Yoon asks what wicked thoughts are going through her mind, since he only wants to protect her. Wushin lets go of his hand, admitting that she was thinking of going straight to Tai Shu Xiao, but says it is fine, and that she will leave as soon as he falls asleep. The two go to the room and he starts preparing the place where they will sleep. He says that with the master away, he needs to protect her, but as he arranges things, he freezes, thinking that if that demoness shows up again, things will be very troublesome. Still, he thinks he should not fear her, since she can only see him as a mere tool. He lies down irritably and Wushin watches him, not understanding the reason for his unexplained anger. The two wish each other good night, and she thinks it is better not to stress, since they have other matters to deal with that night. As soon as the candle is extinguished, Chi Guan-jun and Bai Chen appear on the rooftop. Chi Guan-jun says that he will first locate the spirit of sacred light, then eliminate it to avenge Ding. Bai Chen agrees, saying that he will follow his orders. Chi Guan-jun notices some movement and asks who that woman leaving the room is. Bai Chen grows irritated at the sight, saying that Yoon dared to take advantage of a fellow female disciple, which proves that he is truly a shameless demon. Chi Guan-jun, also irritated, says that the Orthodox Alliance is discussing an attack on the demonic palace, so it will not take long before they act. A sect so despicable should have been eradicated long ago. Wu Shan leaves the residence and Bai Chen finds this very strange, since he heard that the woman is merely a commoner Yoon brought along with him. Chi Guan-jun senses that something odd is happening and tells Bai Chen to go after her while he handles things here. Bai Chen immediately follows his uncle master's orders and goes after her. He starts following her, but halfway through stops, thinking that he should apologize to his uncle master. However, he has other important matters to deal with that night. Both his uncle master and Yoon are excellent resources to him, so he needs to find a good place to observe the tiger and the wolf fighting. Chi Guan-jun descends from the house and goes to the room, creating a hole in the door and beginning to release a gas inside. Yoon starts breathing the gas, and soon after, Chi Guan-jun opens the door and observes that there are no precautions in place, concluding that it will be easy to take his prey. Slowly, he approaches the protagonist, who's awake, thinking that he never imagined the parasite that demoness left in him could help with digestion and neutralize the hallucinogenic smoke. The footsteps he hears are lighter and more rhythmic than Bai Chen's, so he does not know who is coming. Chi Guan-jun looks at Yoon, thinking that the demonic sex disguises are getting good, since this boy is handsome and does not look like an assassin at all. Yoon goes on full alert, wondering what this man is planning, needing only a clear signal to attack. Chi Guan-jun makes his first move, thinking of knocking the protagonist unconscious and taking him away. When he tries to strike, Yoon dodges the attack, startling Chi Guan-jun. The protagonist opens his eyes, restrains the opponent, throws him to the ground, and moves to his back. He uses the know-it-all to find out who the man is. The system reports the name Yuan Guanjun, 45 years old, currently a disciple of Tai Shu Xiao, uncle master of Ding and Bai Chen. Level 41, possessing the talent Celestial Void Step. Objective: revenge and to seize the spirit of sacred light. The protagonist is irritated to see that this is Ding's native sect, and that apparently it is a fine Orthodox sect always involved in schemes. Moreover, the man is here for revenge but is only level 41, and Yoon wonders whether he should kill him immediately or not. Since he is in a foreign land, if someone tries to kill him, he can only fight back. So he decides to try talking first and asks how Chi Guan-jun discovered that he is living there. Chi Guan-jun is surprised and asks how the protagonist knows who he is. Yoon shouts that he knows who he is and even his entire lineage up to the 18th generation, so he had better answer immediately. Chi Guan-jun cannot understand how Yoon is so strong since he could not even react. He says he will not change his name and introduces himself as Chi Guan-jun, stating that he is there to avenge his disciple niece. Yoon releases him, thanks him for being direct, and says he has nothing against him, so if he leaves now, he can go on living. Chi Guan-jun, still unwilling, says that it was Yoon who killed his niece, so he cannot let it go. The protagonist asks who told him that, since she was the one who attacked first, and he merely defended himself. He adds that, moreover, it does not even matter whether he really killed her or not, since he is from the demonic palace and that girl was a traitor, so he did the sect a favor. If Chi Guan-jun truly has courage, he should go seek revenge against the demonic palace, because coming after him is cowardly. Yoon questions what kind of orthodox cultivator he is and what pathetic justice he is trying to enforce. Chi Guanjun grows angry and shouts, asking what Yun is talking about, once again insisting that Yun killed her. The protagonist starts to lose patience and asks where the evidence is, since Chi Guanjun speaks with such certainty. Chi Guanjun ignores everything, saying that he firmly believes whoever told him the story. Yun explains that Chi Guanjun is no longer young enough to believe every story he hears. The accuser is the one who must prove it, and if there is no proof, there is no crime. Yun asks whether Chi Guanjun would truly have peace of mind killing him without any proof at all, not to mention that he would not even be able to kill him in the first place. This makes Chi Guanjun even angrier, but Yun cuts him off, saying that the door is right there, and that he should leave immediately on his own, otherwise Yun cannot be held responsible for what happens next. Yun begins to think about the situation, since he used the know-it-all to investigate Tian Shui and saw that he was not a spy, so he does not know who told this man that he killed Ding. This can only mean that there is another spy, but he does not know exactly how many infiltrators still exist within the sect. Chi Guanjun says that the protagonist is underestimating him too much, but Yun explains that he truly does not want him to die for nothing. He thinks that he only killed Ding because he was forced to, and if he kills another Orthodox cultivator now, his record will become far too ugly. Yun politely asks the man to surrender and leave, saying that he does not sense malice in him and that on another day they could face each other fairly. Chi Guanjun is confused, thinking that Yun carries a heroic air and speaks with such firmness that he does not even seem like someone from a demonic sect, and perhaps he could be an Orthodox infiltrator within the demonic palace, meaning there must be some misunderstanding. He decides to listen to Yun and takes his leave, saying that he will investigate this matter more thoroughly before taking any action. As soon as he leaves, the system congratulates the host for obtaining another unexpected event fragment. Yun is surprised that the assassination attempt was actually worth something, but soon grows irritated, thinking that if he had known that beforehand, he would have let the old man land a blow on him, as it might have yielded yet another reward. He looks up at the sky, wondering whether Tian Shui really will not show up. Outside, in a small restaurant, Baichen is eating and wondering what is happening inside until he sees Chi Guanjun coming out. He is surprised and wonders whether he truly achieved what he wanted. He pays for the meal and starts walking, noticing that Chi Guanjun left without a scratch, which makes him think that Yun might not be as strong as imagined. His feet begin to tremble and he realizes that something is wrong, as his instincts are screaming at him not to step into that courtyard. Sometime later, back at his home, Chi Guanjun cannot believe what he is seeing and asks what happened there. Several of his disciples are lying on the ground, completely defeated. Sometime earlier, Jiayan arrived at the Tai Shu Xiao Palace, frightening everyone around her. She starts walking forward and some people shout that this is Tai Shu Xiao's territory, questioning who she thinks she is and saying that if she takes another step, they will show no mercy. But Jiayan continues advancing. Even frightened, they try to stop her, but simply by releasing her aura, she sends everyone flying back. The three elders appear, asking what is going on. Jiayan says that Tai Shu Xiao is a centuries-old Orthodox sect, yet lately the actions they have been taking are far from honorable. The elders ask who she thinks she is to injure members of Tai Shu Xiao, but they sense that this pressure is no small matter and that it might be better to retreat. Jiayan steps closer and asks where their leader is because she wants to see her immediately. Kang realizes that things will not end well and says he will call her at once, but his companion stops him, saying there is no need to disturb the leader. Kang thinks that the visitor clearly did not come in peace and that this is going to be a lot of trouble. Jiayan watches them, realizing that they will only listen after taking a beating. One of the elders says that the leader is busy with important matters, so they will deal with her themselves. 25 seconds later, all three are lying on the ground. Jiayan asks whether they really are the elders of Tai Shu Xiao, and whether that was serious, if that is all they have. Apparently, she spent a few years in seclusion, and they grew so complacent that they even forgot how to cultivate. She asks which of the three will go call the leader. They look at each other, then all run to the leader. The other members keep their distance, whispering among themselves. Kang kneels in front of his master and asks for help. She sees that the other two have also been beaten and asks what is going on. The girl says that there is a woman at the main entrance who wants to see the leader. She stands up asking what woman this is and heads there. The three elders begin to wonder whether they should go as well, since if they do, they will be beaten again. The leader asks why they are standing still and orders them to follow her to the main hall. Upon arriving, Jiayan is seated in a chair and the leader asks who dares to disturb the peace of Tai Shu Xiao. Jiayan says that she wants to know their name and that she has not even spoken her own first, showing that they have no rules, and without rules there is no respect. The leader draws her sword, calling Jiayan a brat, asking how she dares to speak that way and implying that no one in her household taught her proper manners. Jiayan mentions the moonlight intoxication technique along with the spring mist and asks since when Tai Shu Xiao started using such despicable methods, remarking that clearly no one taught them how to be decent people. The leader is shocked that Jiayan knows about this. Jiayan stands up saying that she has been in seclusion all these years and that the outside world has turned into a mess. People now speak and act sluggishly. Nothing is like it was in the old days, and that is a great disappointment. Returning to the present, Shi Guanjun has just arrived and sees all the members defeated at the entrance. He rushes to one of the disciples and asks what is going on. The disciple explains that a very powerful woman appeared and took the leader and all the elders to the rear courtyard. Shi Guanjun begins to feel frightened, wondering whether even the leader was defeated. On the other side of Tai Shu Xiao, Jiayan is sitting there, somewhat disappointed, since she did not imagine they would all be so weak, one worse than the other. Still, at least they all had courage, and that she can admire a little. She asks them to hand over the antidote immediately because she wants to leave and go to sleep. Everyone is kneeling in front of her, saying that it is not that they do not want to hand it over, but that they never made an antidote. The leader explains that with the moonlight drunkenness spell combined with the spring mist, the first activation should have killed Jiayan, but no one imagined that it would not. None of them imagined that a demoness like her could survive such a deadly combination, so they did not bother making an antidote. Jiayan loses her patience since every time it is the same story and she's already tired of hearing it. Shi Guanjun, who is hiding, thinks that even the leader is kneeling, which shows just how terrifying that woman is. Jiayan stands up and tells the leader that it is fine, then asks whether the infiltrated spies were her idea. The leader denies it, saying that it was a 100-year plan of the former sect leader. Jiayan asks who else is infiltrated besides Ding. The leader replies that they can kill her or torture her. She will not say a single word. Jiayan starts laughing, forms her magic, and forces it into the leader's mouth. She asks what she just swallowed. Jiayan says it is only a parasite and that she can relax because it is not lethal. She explains that it will make the leader feel the same thing she felt, an unbearable craving for comfort whenever it is activated. And if there is no one to relieve it, it will be like venomous ants devouring her bones, becoming endless torment. The leader panics and asks if that is really true. Jiayan steps closer, explaining that what they did to her has no cure, but the parasite can be activated whenever she wants and deactivated at her will. The leader curses Jiayan, wishing her a horrible death, saying that the Orthodox Alliance will wipe out the entire demonic sect and, in the process, tear them apart and bury them in the mud. Jiayan keeps mocking her, asking if she can curse more viciously, and the delicate little voice only amuses her more. The leader thinks Jiayan is far too insane, that everything she says is like punching a pillow. Jiayan takes her leave since they do not have the antidote and she will not waste any more time that night. Before leaving, she explains that in half a stick of incense, the parasite in leader Tianxin will activate, and when she is writhing in pain on the ground, they should remember to think of an antidote. Tianxin becomes desperate and asks Ziking to lock the door so no one can enter. Ziking asks why, and the leader explains that when she is in crisis, no one can come near. As Jiayan walks away, she notices something in the bushes and comments that this sect is truly rotten and full of curious rats. Shi Guanjun tries to hide, wondering whether that woman could even see his breathing. Sometime later, Wushan returns home. Yun is by the gate and shouts that someone came there trying to kill him, claiming to be Ding's uncle seeking revenge. Wushan asks if it was from Tai Shu Xiao, thinking that they truly do not know when to stop. Yun stands up and questions what she went out to do if she said she was going to sleep. Wushan plays it off, saying she could not sleep and decided to take a walk. Yun grabs her again, saying that they will sleep together. She asks if they really are going to sleep in the same room, and he confirms, explaining that with that old man possibly calling for reinforcements, they need to stay together. With a small smile, she comments that she has a slight feeling that that guy will not be able to call anyone. The protagonist asks what she said, but she changes the subject, saying it is nothing, and asks how they are going to sleep. Yun takes things out of the cabinet, saying that he will sleep on the floor and she will sleep on the bed, asking her to rest peacefully while he is there because no harm will come to her. Wushan complains that the floor is too hard for someone to sleep comfortably. He looks at her and she looks away, a little embarrassed. Yun stands up, realizing that she is right, and goes to get more blankets, leaving her completely frustrated for not getting what she wanted. Wushan was sitting on the bed thinking that the protagonist behaved differently with Jiayan, which made her wonder whether she was feeling jealous herself. Yun finishes arranging things and lies down, saying that he is going to sleep. Wushan asks if there is someone he likes, but the protagonist replies that there is not. She stands up, startled, thinking that he answered too bluntly. Yun continues, saying that he does not think there is anyone special like that. She becomes even more upset by the answer, but he decides to be honest, since they are close. The protagonist explains that, in truth, there is someone for whom he feels a certain interest. However, they barely talk since their contact is mostly physical, and trying to understand feelings through touch alone is very confusing. Moreover, he has no idea what that person feels for him, because she simply appears, uses him as a tool, and disappears. Wushan asks whether he really feels only a certain interest. Yoon emphasizes that this person shows up when she wants and vanishes right afterward. Every time she gets what she wants, she disappears before he can get to know her a little better. Wushan, trying to learn more, asks whether the protagonist has no interest in discovering who that woman is. He says that if he wanted to, he would have the means to find out everything, but he does not want to use that against her. When you are interested in someone, it is more interesting to discover things little by little. And when Wushan falls in love with someone, she will understand what he means. He throws himself onto the bed and wishes her a good night's sleep. Wushan starts to think that apparently he only sees her as a younger sister, and that she will only be able to seek him out when the effect of the spring mist strikes. That is a shame, because if she could go as herself, it would be better. Still, she decides it is best to leave it alone for now, since her focus is on obtaining the antidote. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ziking is obeying what her master told her. She locks the door, shouting to all the members that the leader was poisoned by that demoness and will soon have an episode. Therefore, everyone must guard the door and not let even a mosquito enter. Inside, Tianxin is irritated by the situation. As the time is approaching, she begins to feel an uncontrollable urge to practice dual cultivation, and the desire starts to take over her body, making her cry out. Outside, Ziking hears the screams and says that the effect has begun. The leader throws herself onto the bed, trying to endure to the utmost. However, the effect is far too strong. She is the leader of Tai Shu Xiao, one of the 10 great Orthodox sects, so she cannot be defeated by demonic witchcraft. Desire overcomes destiny. With each passing second, the effect grows stronger and her body heats up. Tianxin places a hand between her legs to see if she is bleeding, since she felt something there, but when she looks at her fingers, she realizes it was not what she thought. The urge grows even stronger, making her lose some control. The people guarding the door feel embarrassed because their master's voice is far too loud. Tianxin bites her own hand since pain keeps her conscious, yet she does not understand why her body feels so empty inside with an urgent need to be filled. Since it is not being filled, pain begins to strike, acting exactly as Xiaoyan said, as if her bones were being corroded. The leader asks how much longer that sensation will last. The next day, Wushan wakes up with the feeling that she forgot something the night before. Suddenly, Qiguanjun and Ziking burst the door open, and Wushan releases her aura, demanding how they dare break into her home. The two shout, begging the demoness to immediately stop the parasite in the leader's body. The protagonist appears, hugging Wushan, and asks why they are barging in like that and frightening his younger sister. Wushan realizes that she accidentally let a bit of her presence slip, and perhaps Yun noticed. The protagonist recognizes that the old man is the same as before, and asks whether that woman is the reinforcement he brought. He also becomes a bit irritated, questioning how Qiguanjun managed to bring someone even weaker than himself. He asks the know-it-all to investigate that woman. The system reports that her name is Ziking, an elder of Tai Shu Xiao, 30 years old, responsible for the sect's finances, possessor of the Fallen Flower fan talent, and at level 40. Qiguanjun says that the two of them killed disciples of the Tai Shu Xiao sect. The protagonist asked him to stop trying to justify that, since the person eliminated was a spy. Qiguanjun continues accusing them, saying that besides eliminating one of the members, they also schemed against the leader. Yun is confused, saying that he does not even know where their sect's headquarters is, but Qiguanjun keeps shouting that it was him. Tired of being accused unfairly, the protagonist says they can pretend it is all true and asks what the two of them are going to do, since he is honestly too lazy to explain everything. Wushan is trying her utmost to restrain herself, but if those two keep acting with such disrespect, then the entire Tai Shu Xiao sect will be skipping lunch that day. The two of them begin to wonder what they should do, because that demoness who invaded is clearly threatening them. It seems she is hiding her true identity in front of that boy and using it to intimidate them. Wushan merely keeps staring at them, thinking that if the protagonist discovers who she really is because of those two, she will destroy Tai Shu Xiao in seconds. And if they do not believe it, they can try testing her. The two realize they have little they can do and simply retreat. The protagonist shouts for them to wait a moment. He tells his younger sister that everything is fine now, since those people will not dare come after him for the time being. She thinks those two only came to put on some kind of farce. Besides, with the protagonist's current level, there is no way he would not have sensed her energy field just moments ago. Yun asks her to go to the kitchen and get a winter melon for him because they are going to eat dumpling soup with melon. He sits down and starts thinking that even though she hit it quickly, the pressure Wushan released earlier was vastly superior to his own. Wushan is also a bit confused because the protagonist clearly noticed and said nothing, and she does not know whether she should keep up this charade. She tries to gather courage and stops midway, calling out to the protagonist, since having to hide every time she changes form is really annoying. Yoon thinks she is finally going to open up to him, since the day they met was far too much of a coincidence. She starts trying to explain the situation, but Hao kicks the door open, shouting that he has arrived, having had great luck running into a caravan heading to that city. Wushan thinks that since he arrived, it is better to wait for another opportunity, because leaving the protagonist with doubts about her identity makes everything a bit more fun. Hao notices something strange is going on and asks Yoon to help him carry the basket of goods to the kitchen and store everything properly. The protagonist stands up, curious and confused. He thinks she wanted to tell him something but was interrupted, and maybe he could use the know-it-all, but decides to leave that for later. He goes to the basket and carries it inside. Hao takes advantage of the moment and asks his master what happened between them. She explains that the protagonist has already realized she is not an ordinary girl. Hao asks whether she is telling the truth and how he figured it out. Wushan explains that Tai Shu Xiao is still stirring up trouble. Hao says he understands now and that apparently she went to demand an explanation from the Tai Shu Xiao sect. Wushan orders Hao to go to Tai Shu Xiao and bring the leader to her, but Hao asks how he is supposed to do that, since that woman is still the leader. Wushan says she poisoned the leader with a parasite and ended up forgetting to deactivate it last night. Since then, she has been in heat until now, so bringing her will be easy. And as soon as they arrive, he must lock her in the secret chamber beneath the room. Hao is impressed by how his master knows how to punish someone, but Wushan did not want to do this. She thinks there is nothing she can do, since she is getting old and forgetting things is normal. Wushan remembers Hao's mission and asks whether he managed to find Wu Xiaoshuang. He says yes, and that he explained everything. Xiaoshuang said she understood and will return to the sect in 3 days so they can meet. Wushan says she understands and thanks him for the good work. Sometime later, already inside the prison beneath the room, Hao brings food to Tianxin, but she screams that not even as a ghost will she forgive these demons. Hao tells her she should sit properly in the leader's chair. Besides, she has plenty of energy, so she should follow some advice, which is to conserve some strength and live a little longer, because there might still be a way out. He asks her to eat a bit, since Jiayan will arrive soon, but she screams for him not to come any closer. Hao apologizes, saying he lacks some tact since she is still in heat. The leader calls him filthy and shameless. However, he says that when the Orthodox sect attacked Jiayan, they used similar methods, but now that those methods are being used on the other side, they suddenly become filthy and shameless. Moreover, if she had handed over the solution earlier, she would not be going through all of this. Tianxin says they were only trying to act in the name of justice, but Hao starts to grow irritated, saying that in this world there are laws and governments. Those who are registered are called orthodox, and those who are not are labeled demonic sects. Yet all taxes are duly paid. Even so, Tianxin still thinks she can pass as righteous. Hao tells her to mind her own sect and stop meddling in other people's yards. That way, everything could remain peaceful for years. The demonic palace never infiltrated spies into other sects. And now, if the topic is who uses dirty methods, it certainly does not seem to be the demons. Tianxin retorts that those are just pretty fallacies, because the techniques of the demonic sect are all poisonous and treacherous, and everyone knows that. Hao points out that even if they are treacherous, they do everything behind closed doors and do not go around harming others, so she is the one sticking her nose where it does not belong. Jiayan arrives saying that things seem quite lively there. Hao explains that Tianxin was giving him a moral lecture. Tianxin questions how they supposedly do not harm others, and brings up the murder in Celestial City a few days ago, asking whether that was not their doing. Jiayan deactivates the parasite and Tianxin realizes the sensation has faded. Jiayan says that reaching level 50 is not easy, and that Tianxin must have suffered a great deal, and if she wants to maintain that cultivation, she had better think about how to cure the poison they placed in her. Tianxin insists there is no antidote, but Jiayan says that the moonlight intoxication combined with the spring mist is a creation of Tai Shu Xiao itself, and if they manage to combine it, they must be able to undo it. Jiayan says she will not believe those idiotic claims that there is no solution. Moreover, she heard that Tianxin's technique requires purity of body and soul. Tianxin grows worried and asks what she intends to do. Jiayan says she found a promising talent and wants to train him very well, so if he... Tianxin shouts for her to shut up. Jiayan steps closer, saying she heard very clearly when Tianxin said demons are treacherous, and she was right. The name Divine Punishment is a joke. Meanwhile, on the surface, the protagonist lights the fire and wonders why Wushan hides herself so much, and perhaps she is also an orthodox infiltrator. But if that is true, the sect has become a complete mess, since there are far too many spies. Besides, she is much younger than him, yet her presence is overwhelmingly superior. He only reached his level because of the system, but she achieved everything on her own. That is a true genius. Therefore, it is better to use the know-it-all technique and confirm it right away before something goes terribly wrong. Wushan returns to the surface and realizes the effect is starting again, but she does not know what to do. Whether it is better to wait and assume her normal form or go as she is and explain everything at once. Suddenly, Yoon steps outside and asks the know-it-all to identify her true identity. At the same moment he uses the ability, she admits that she is that demoness. The ability reports that she is Wu Xiaoyan, the leader of the demonic palace, currently at level 90, in a state of being poisoned by a rare toxin. The protagonist is shocked to discover that she is the leader, as he had thought she was a senior from the Valley of 10,000 Insects. Wushan asks them to stop talking, saying she is starting to have an episode, and asks him to help her, but the protagonist is completely confused by the situation. He asks if she is Wushan, then confirms that she really is Wushan, but he no longer even knows what he is saying. Moreover, he always saw her as a younger sister, but that other woman who appears is completely different. Wushan throws herself at him, stating that she is that woman and that she is in great pain at that moment, so she needs him to help relieve it, asking him to hold her tightly. Yoon lifts her into his arms, and the leader says they need to go to the woodshed. He carries her there and sets her down. She tells him to act quickly, asking whether he really wants her to do everything herself. Wushan says she is trying to distract herself, but regardless of the form, she is still the same person. The protagonist says this is too much information and that his brain has completely frozen. The leader grabs him, saying she will help him calm his mind a bit. Yoon realizes that she truly is the same person, yet feels as if he is committing a crime. Wushan grows excited and pushes him back, explaining that Tai Shu Xiao still refuses to hand over the antidote, so he needs to get used to her coming to look for him. They begin dual cultivation, and now, with everything laid bare, things become even more intense. With her switching forms in the middle of cultivation, Xiaoyan asks whom Yoon likes more, her as Xiaoyan or Wushan. The protagonist looks at her irritably, saying he has already had too many revelations in one night. First he thought she was a senior from the Valley of 10,000 Insects. Then she became the leader of the demonic palace, and suddenly she turned into Wushan. He then begs her not to ask any more questions because he needs time to process all of this information first. Xiaoyan tells him to get used to both sides of her, because this will happen more and more often. However, the protagonist feels a bit embarrassed since he had told Wushan that he wanted to take her to an orthodox sect because the demonic cult is very boring, and now the real one heard everything. Xiaoyan notices that the protagonist is completely distracted even while she is talking to him, but Yoon says that fighting to the death for his leader is the minimum he should do. Suddenly, he notices a flying chest. Xiaoyan asks why he suddenly got so excited. Eager to see what is inside the chest, the protagonist pushes her out, saying that it does not matter who she really is. From now on, he will serve her with his entire body until she is satisfied, but he needs to catch his breath for a moment. As soon as he throws her out, he slams the door in her face. Inside, he begins collecting all the rewards. The system opens items for him from a single collection of 5,000 spiritual energy points, plus 1 unexpected event fragment for a sincere dialogue with the leader. Because of this, he gained another unexpected event fragment, bringing the total to 5 unexpected event fragments. Now he has the option to fuse a talent. He gives the command to fuse, and a few seconds later the notification appears that he has acquired a new skill. The new skill is self-detonation, and its effect is to ignore the opponent's level and bring both sides to total destruction. Even though it is a single-use skill, it is absurdly powerful. When there is absolutely no other way to win, he can simply blow everything up. At the Tai Shu Xiao sect, Qiguanjun and Baichen meet. Baichen asks his uncle master if something happened there, since on the way he saw all his fellow disciples looking gloomy as if they were in mourning. Qiguanjun says he still does not know everything, but the leader was captured. Baichen is shocked and asks how that happened. His uncle master explains that it was the work of those people from the demonic cult, and that his master already went up the mountain during the night to ask the Grand Master for help. Baichen cannot believe that even the Grand Master was alerted, and it seems those lunatics completely lost their sense of proportion, all because of a 19-year-old kitchen helper. Qiguanjun says that things got out of control and that Baichen no longer needs to return to the cult, as his identity will be restored. Even so, he still does not understand why that demoness is hiding her identity in front of Yoon. Baichen says he understands and thinks that his plan went down the drain. Since the ideal outcome was for Qiguanjun and Yoon to destroy each other, while he profited from it, but now he will have to wait for a new opportunity. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Ziking arrives at a cave and shouts for the Grandmaster, begging for help. Back at the protagonist's base, Wuxian takes him to the underground prison and introduces him to the leader of the Tai Shu Xiao sect, explaining that it was this woman who poisoned her with the curse. Tianxin asks what they are planning to do, saying she would rather die than give in, and that if the protagonist dares to try to touch her, he will be castrated immediately. Hao is shocked to see that his master revealed her identity in front of the protagonist. Wuxian asks what Tianxin thinks they are going to do. Tianxin realizes that her body is not moving. Wuxian explains that within the demonic palace there is a faction called the House of Joy. There, disciples cultivate the dual union technique, gaining power through joint practice. Her disciple has not yet learned everything, so she will have to teach him personally, which will take some time, and leader Tianxin arrived as a gift fallen from the heavens. Tianxin says that if the protagonist dares to touch her, she will bite herself to death. Wuxian laughs, saying that if she activates the parasite in Tianxin's womb, she will not even be able to articulate a sentence, let alone bite herself. The protagonist realizes what is happening and says that he has more important things to do. He says he will leave the talk to them and asks how they are treating him. The leader merely watches, saying nothing. Inside his room, he thinks that to Wuxian, he is nothing more than a cauldron, something she wants to use to cultivate with Tianxin, absorb her cultivation, and transfer it to Wuxian. Even if that is true, he does not understand why he feels so uncomfortable. He thinks that she is the master, while he is just a kitchen helper, and that all of this started by chance, with him being the one at fault for getting carried away. And even though they say that one day as a couple is worth 100 nights of gratitude, they already spent both day and night together. That woman truly is a demon, cold and without feelings. Wuxian touches his back and asks whether he got angry. Yun asks whether she should not be interrogating Tianxin in the basement. She explains that she saw him leave with a grim expression and thought it would be better to come talk to him instead. Yun turns to the side and asks what there is to talk about, saying that he is going to sleep. She hugs him tightly, making full use of her hands, saying that it is still early. He says that she can do whatever she wants, since he cannot resist her anyway. The leader uses the 1,000 shakes technique, while saying that when Yun eliminated Ding, at that moment, she thought he was perfect for the demonic sect. But when he was placed in front of a beautiful woman, he acted like a saint, and she wants to know why. Feeling unwell because of the 1,000 shakes technique, he explains that the parasite inside his body makes him only interested in her. Wuxian gives in, saying that from now on he can act like a real man. Yun asks if she's having another episode. The leader says that he did a good job earlier and that the episodes do not return so quickly. He looks at her and asks what is going on. Wuxian explains that all of that was just to scare Tianxin, stating that he is her man and will never be shared with another woman, and that as long as she does not grow tired of him, he will be a cauldron for her alone. Besides that, she needs to make full use of everything he has, since there is no more useful cauldron than him in the entire world, asking whether he accepts serving her without hesitation. The next morning, the protagonist is washing fruit when he notices someone approaching. A woman introduces herself as Tianxin from Tai Shu Xiao. Yun also introduces himself as a nobody. Tianxin appears and greets her sister. Tianxin says that she is there to take her sister back. The protagonist says that this does not depend on him and asks for the person in charge of that place to appear. Wuxian shows up saying that it is a great honor for such a small courtyard to receive a grandmaster in person. She thinks that Tianxin looks to be around 30 years old but has already passed 50, and that prolonging life through cultivation in the current era is truly a rare talent. Tianxin explains that her master had already made a prediction that her sister would face a tribulation in that year and that month, and that since they already humiliated her, the prophecy was fulfilled, and if they do not hand her over immediately, she will take her by force. The protagonist asks her to be more careful with her words since her sister was indeed captured, but there was no humiliation. Tianxin questions how there was none, saying that she was informed that they placed a parasite inside her that, when activated, awakens an uncontrollable desire for dual cultivation, and asked how that could not be humiliation. The protagonist says that it was just a scare, a small reprisal, nothing more. The Grandmaster asks whether they already knew about the prophecy and therefore restrained themselves, saying that this was exactly what one would expect from a demonic sect, since they ruined her destiny. The three of them do not understand what she is talking about. Tianxin admits that she infiltrated agents into the demonic sect precisely to find a chance to poison the leader, all for the sake of her sister. Because if she did not pass through this tribulation, she would never be able to advance in cultivation. Then asks why the demons did not humiliate her. The protagonist thinks all of this is horrifying. Tianxin is also confused by what her sister is saying. Wushan releases Tianxin, who runs to her sister, asking if she has gone mad to say so many absurd things. Tiankan explains that everything she and the master planned was for her sister's own good, and that if it were not for those treacherous demons, she would have already surpassed level 60, that this was her only chance, which is why she spent years planning everything. Tianxin asks whether her elder sister's idea was not to destroy the demonic sect. Tiankan explains that eradicating evil takes a long time, and her younger sister asks whether that was not exactly why she needed to be humiliated. Wushan asks whether the one who poisoned her was really Tiankan, thinking that she became a collateral target since she stayed in seclusion for so many years and the world changed, and she no longer knows what is going on. Tiankan admits that it was her. Wushan says that this is great and that it no longer matters what she planned, she just needs to hand over the antidote. Tiankan prepares for battle, stating that this is impossible since she achieved what she wanted, so why would she give up now? The demon leader says that she gave her a chance and she did not take it, so how can proceed? She sits down thinking that her head hurts from seeing so many idiots at the same time. Tiankan declares that whoever interfered with her sister's cultivation will be punished right there and then. The protagonist only thinks that this woman has gone insane. She launches her attack using the Tai Su sword, but Hao dodges and defends against every strike, beginning to advance toward her. However, Tiankan continues attacking without restraint. During their fight, a pearl falls to the ground. The protagonist is surprised because while the big shots are fighting, the newcomer is the one reaping the rewards, and that is very good. Tiankan cannot land a single hit and asks her sister why she is not helping since she is free. Tianxin says that fate has been revealed and the predestined tribulation has already passed, and with that, the faith she once had has been exhausted. The current leader questions whether her sister is still hoping for her humiliation, and whether this is truly what the orthodox path represents. Wushan starts laughing, saying that in the end, there is no difference between the orthodox sects and the demonic sect. Tiankan tries to persuade her sister to fight at her side, saying that they are sisters and therefore can eliminate those three demons together. Hao approaches her and lowers her sword with his hand, asking whether she can really fight while so distracted, which shows that she is an excellent candidate, and asks whether she wants to join the demonic palace, because if she does, they will help her reach the peak very quickly. Tiankan tries to retreat, but Hao reaches her like a cat playing with a mouse, saying that her sister is also there so they can keep the family together. Tiankan cannot believe the speed that man possesses. Wushan asks Hao to stop teasing the girl and finish it already. He apologizes and says he is already tired of this game, defeating her in seconds. After being restrained, Tiankan says they are acting with extreme audacity within the Celestial City, and that sooner or later the Orthodox Alliance will attack them. Wushan says they can attack since the Orthodox side always needs to stir up some conflict to keep calling itself righteous. Besides that, satisfying her sister's taste is a way of rewarding her as an elder sister. Tiankan does not understand anything she is saying and says that if she wants to eliminate her or punish her, she can do as she pleases. But Wushan says that both sisters have great talent and it would be a waste to eliminate them there. On their side, they have a faction called the Hall of Pleasure, and she can send the two of them there to undergo advanced training. Since she has high expectations for both of them, she suggests a shortcut, saying they could enter as first and second senior sisters. In addition, she asks whether the combination of spring mist and moonlight drunkenness was taught by Wu Xiaoshuang of the Nine Heavens Immortal sect. Tiankan becomes furious and asks how she dares to directly speak the name of Fairy Batian Shuang. Wushan says that Fairy is her sister, so how else should she address her? Both women are stunned by this information. Wushan says that her true name is Wu Xiayan, and her sister's is Wu Xiaoshuang, and wonders how it can be so difficult to connect the names. The protagonist is also shocked and thinks that after this, he will never pass the test to enter the Orthodox sect. Besides that, technically, he could consider himself half a brother-in-law to Xiaoshuang. Leader Wushan tells the two of them to answer immediately whether it was Xiaoshuang who ordered this, but Tiankan refuses to speak. Wushan loses patience and tells Hao to call Yusinke to come take the two of them away, and in addition, he needs to arrange two very sturdy disciples to properly handle their training. Sometime later outside, Wushan is sitting alone thinking about her sister. The protagonist sits beside her, thinking that knowing it was her own sister who orchestrated everything must be causing immense pain. Order and chaos, sisters on opposite sides, so there must be far more behind all of this, and he starts wondering whether he should try to comfort her. Before he can speak, his leader asks about the spirit of eternal light. Yoon is surprised and says that it sprouted, but not exactly like a normal sprout. Wushan asks what the protagonist did with it since she felt that the energy changed. Yoon explains that he used the true scripture of eternal light that Yener taught him. His internal chi was replaced by the chi of eternal light, so he nourished the spirit with it. He asks her to wait a moment and brings out the spirit of sacred light for her. She tries to interact with it, but even though she is already infused with the chi of eternal light, there is no reaction. Yoon asks if he can try again, and the moment he touches it, the energy begins to flow better and changes color, becoming more intense. Wushin asks why this happens, but the protagonist also does not know the answer. The two of them stare at it, trying to find a solution, but nothing works. Wushin tells him to store the spirit of eternal light carefully and feed it daily with the chi of eternal light. The day after tomorrow, she will go see her sister Jia Shuang. The protagonist feels a bit worried and asks whether she is really sure she can win, even while poisoned. Wushan says that if she loses, then the protagonist will have his chance to get rid of her, and perhaps even join the Orthodox sect since that would please him. Yoon feels a little embarrassed and says that she had said she wanted him to be her servant. Wushan finds that cute and asks if he is already missing her. He tells her to hurry up and remove that parasite from his body, otherwise even if he leaves he will end up like a eunuch. Wushan says he is dreaming too big since he is such an efficient toy, and she will only let him go when he is old and broken. She says she is a little tired and asks him to help her sleep for a while. Outside, Ziking is waiting for the Grandmaster, since she has been inside for an hour already and besides those earlier sounds, nothing else has happened, so she wonders if she should go in. But if even the Grandmaster is in danger, there would be no point in her going, and if Tiankin has already resolved everything, then it also makes no sense to enter, so there is no need for her to go in. The next day, they're gathered around the table and she explains that in the end, the Grandmaster was also captured, leaving everyone even more worried. Ji Guanjun says that this is a direct provocation by the demonic sect against the Orthodox path and that they need to report it to the Orthodox Alliance because if they do not attack now, they will only further fuel the demon's arrogance. Sai, who is standing by the door, starts laughing, thinking that it is already time for them to fight, because if they do not fight, how is he supposed to profit from the conflict? Jiayan goes to meet her sister Jia Shuang and asks if she is well. Jiayan remarks that her sister really is a good sister, since she sent someone to poison her. Jia Shuang explains that she did not want to see her sister blinded by obsession, since their master is dead in both body and soul, and in trying to bring him back, her sister cultivated the soul-devouring technique of the 9 abysses. So how many lives has she already harmed? Besides that, the war between gods and demons has long been forgotten, and the people live in peace without bloodshed, which is a good thing, but if her sister brings the master back, no one knows what might happen. Xiayan asks whether Jia Shuang did not love the master that much, and whether she did not risk her own life for him when he fell. Jia Shuang says that from that battle not even legends remain, everyone already died, and when they awakened centuries had already passed, and as for the master, her feelings for him have long fallen asleep, and her sister should ask herself the same question, whether she can even remember the master's face. Xiayan is surprised by that question. Xia Shuang continues, saying that her sister knows that within the soul of eternal light hides a fragment of the demon lord's soul. And even if they manage to find remnants of the master, the two of them do not have the strength to separate or destroy the demon lord. And if he returns, even combining their power, they would not be able to face him. Xiayan says she understands, and that there is no need to argue anymore. She just needs the antidote, and she will leave immediately. Xia Shuang explains that to prevent Jiayan from doing something foolish, she has no other choice. So she will not hand over the antidote and asks her sister to forget this matter. Jiayan asks if that is a declaration that Xia Shuang is against her, but her sister says she does not want to fight her. Jiayan stands up and starts to leave, saying that in that case there is nothing more to talk about, warning Xia Shuang that she will have to bear the consequences of this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the protagonist is talking with his master and asks whether Jiayan and her sister do not get along, but his master says he has no idea. Yoon changes the subject and asks whether he is not also intrigued by the fact that the leader can live for so long, since normal people barely reach 100 years. Hao explains that the master is not human, but that this is a secret of the demonic palace, and very few know about it. The protagonist is surprised, thinking back to when he encountered the night wolves in the forest and collected spiritual energy pearls, and felt confused, because that world was not based only on martial arts. So many things did not make sense. Hao notices that the master is coming out. The protagonist asks how the conversation went and whether she got the antidote, but Xiayan simply ignores the question and says they need to return to the palace immediately. Meanwhile, at the palace, Yusinke receives a letter saying that the leader and the Grand Master of Tai Shu Xiao are rare talents, so she must teach them well. She calls one of her subordinates and asks if there is any news about Tianchui's whereabouts. The subordinate says no, since the last time he was seen was arguing with the protagonist at the market, and after that, he disappeared. Yusinke takes a deep breath, thinking that this will cause a headache. 10 days later, Yoon returns home and throws himself onto the bed, thinking that there is nothing better than sleeping in one's own bed. He keeps looking at the system while thinking about what his master said about the leader not being human. He reflects on everything: the spirit of eternal light, the demon lord, the night wolves, the spiritual pearls. It seems that this world has lost the true path of cultivation, and only the martial path remains. Yet spiritual energy still exists, otherwise those pearls he collects would not exist. Moreover, the spirit of eternal light is deeply connected to the master of eternal light, and perhaps within that seed lies his soul. Maybe the leader wants to activate it to bring the master of eternal light back, but he does not know what the true relationship between her and the master of eternal light was. He thinks that maybe the two had an affair, and irritated wonders whether she really wants him to use his eternal light energy to resurrect her former lover. If that is the case, it would be better to cut the problem at the root. Before he could damage the spirit of sacred light, Jiayan asked what he is doing, and the protagonist says that he wants to be completely honest with her. However, the leader asks what he is talking about, since she is not in a crisis right now. He asks whether she really thinks only about that and has no other thoughts in her mind at all. Jiayan asks what he is referring to, since it is not about that. Yoon asks her to answer honestly and questions whether the soul of the master of eternal light is inside the spirit of eternal light, and whether she wants to resurrect him. She approaches him in tears, asking if he really wants to know the answer, because if he can satisfy that body, then she will tell him everything. After the work is done, she asks why the protagonist is looking at her like that. He says that sometimes she is big and sometimes she is small, and that has its own kind of charm. Embarrassed, she asks him not to abuse his luck. Hao knocks on the door, informing Xiaoyan that Yiner is looking for her and has arranged to meet her on the roof of the library. She says she understands and tells Yoon to go with his master to the Valley of 1,000 Insects and help him collect some ingredients. The list has already been given to him, and if she does not have a crisis, she will only come looking for him again in 4 or 5 days. In addition, she tells Hao not to tell Quishing that it was she who sent him, and if Yoon runs into trouble on the way, he should only observe and help, only if Yoon is truly in mortal danger. After explaining everything, she wishes them a good trip. Sometime later, already in the Valley of 1,000 Insects, the protagonist looks around and tells his master that he remembers when he said that the cultivators of the valley are a bit strange. They seem not to care about family and only talk to insects. His master warns that if he keeps talking so much, and the insects by the roadside hear him, the brothers and sisters of the sect might come for him at any moment. Yoon asks whether they are at least level 60. His master says that the protagonist is also level 60, but fragile like a roasted duck, since he has never refined his body and is full of weaknesses. Moreover, the master of the Valley of 1,000 Insects, called Quishing, is level 79, and the 3 disciples are all above level 65. On top of that, there is the fact that he is constantly drained by the leader, so maybe he even has weak kidneys by now, but Yoon says that is slander since he can handle it just fine. A little further ahead, they reach the edge of a cliff, and the protagonist asks whether they have already reached the end of the trail. However, his master simply jumps down from above. Yoon looks down, thinking that he has never trained landing techniques, and, as his own master said, he is a roasted duck, so his body will not withstand that fall. He asks his master if he will catch him at the bottom, but receives no answer. He realizes that the damned old man is ignoring him or is simply gone deaf, and that the leader must have given him secret instructions. Suddenly, someone approaches and asks which sect brother the protagonist is. He turns around in surprise, and the girl says that it was rude of her, because before asking, she should have introduced herself. She says that her name is Li Lanjing, and that she is an herb-gathering apprentice from the Valley of 1,000 Insects. Yoon also introduces himself, saying that he is from the refectory. She is surprised to hear that he is from the refectory and asks whether he is the one who prepares food for the other departments, apologizing, since in the Valley of 1,000 Insects, they rarely interact with others and do not eat food from outside. She asks what he is doing there, and the protagonist explains that his master jumped down there, but he still has not found the path. Lanjing offers to take him, and the protagonist thanks her. She explains that even though they are from different departments, they are all part of the demonic palace, so they need to help one another. She creates a support with her own body and ties a vine to a tree, saying that he just needs to hold onto the vine to get down. Yoon thanks her and goes first, but as soon as he reaches the ground, he looks up to see if she is safe, and has such a wonderful view that his heart skips a beat. He tries to hide it, saying that he did not mean any harm and did not want to commit a crime. Suddenly, the vine snaps and she starts to fall, but since the protagonist had already prepared for something like this, he leaps up and catches her in midair, landing safely and asking her not to be scared. Yoon asks if she is okay. Lanjing says yes, though she feels a little embarrassed about the situation. As soon as she looks ahead, she realizes that her basket has been completely destroyed. The protagonist notices that his master probably has some kind of secret mission, but it is better to leave that aside for now. He says that his basket is empty so he can help her carry her things. Lanjing is happy and thanks him for the help. While picking up the items scattered on the ground, the protagonist thinks that the Valley of 1,000 Insects has the richest ingredients in the demonic palace. So why would Lanjing be gathering them outside the valley? Even though he thinks he might be getting paranoid, it is still the demonic palace. So it is better to overthink than to be careless. After collecting everything, the protagonist places the basket on his back and tells her to lead the way. Lanjing runs up to him, saying she can carry the basket herself because she does not want to trouble him. Yoon says it is no problem, since if he is going to help, he should do a proper job. He thinks that even if this is some kind of trap, he feels that the Valley of 1,000 Insects has much to offer. If everything goes wrong, he just needs to be patient because it might also be luck in disguise. As the two walk, Lanjing thanks him again, saying he's very kind. With a smile on his face, the protagonist says that this is not free help, because he would also like to ask her where to find some ingredients he is looking for. As they move away, the vine they use to descend falls lifelessly to the ground. Soon after, they arrive at her house. Lanjing invites him in and tells him to make himself comfortable, saying she will get him some water. But the protagonist tells her she does not need to bother since he brought his own canteen. The girl stops walking and with tears in her eyes asks if he does not want the water because he thinks her house is too humble. Surprised by that claim, he shouts that it is not like that. However, he thinks that no matter how cute and gentle she may seem, she still belongs to the Valley of 1,000 Insects. It is better to be safe than sorry since the water might contain insect eggs and make him terribly ill. Lanjing keeps asking why he is so insecure. The protagonist explains that his wife does not trust any man, not even him. So, if he ends up getting involved with another woman, even if it is something innocent, the parasite inside his body will make sure he becomes a eunuch, since his wife does not allow him to get close to any girl. Yoon mutters that his wife is very dangerous. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiayan sneezes. Yainer asks if she is getting sick, and if that is the case, she can help warm her master's body. Jiayan interrupts her disciple, saying that if she keeps talking nonsense, she will strip her and leave her in the middle of the square. But like a true demoness, Yainer becomes excited and says that if her master wants to do that, she will still swear loyalty until the end. Back in the Valley of 1,000 Insects, Lanjing says it is a waste for the protagonist to be married. He is slightly confused and asks why that would be a waste. Lanjing just smiles and says it is nothing, adding that they should hurry to look for the ingredients, since one of the items on his list called the Cruel Face herb grows nearby. Yoon keeps looking at the situation with some suspicion. Lanjing tells him to be very careful when picking the ingredient, since the herb is protected by many rotten blood devourers. Those creatures live in blood and attack anyone who bleeds, so he must be extremely careful not to get hurt. Yoon thanks her for the warning and they continue walking. While the two move through the forest, Hao is watching everything. He knows Lanjing and says that even though she does not seem very dangerous, the damage she can cause is quite considerable. He remembers that Yainer once mentioned that girl, so he tries to recall her nickname, until he is surprised to remember the name Madwoman. Lanjing asks the protagonist how long he has been in the palace. He explains that he entered the demonic palace when he was just a child and has stayed there ever since. She says she understands and asks why he still collects ingredients. Yoon explains that the Hall of Pleasure's master needs food supplements, and the kitchen staff also has to take care of the herbs. Lanjing understands and points ahead, saying that right behind there is the Cruel Face herb. The protagonist walks ahead of her, and Lanjing takes advantage of the moment to pull out a dagger. Yoon asks what those rotten blood devourers she mentioned look like. She explains that those glowing fireflies are the blood devourers, and right now, they are starving. She holds the dagger close to her own arm and makes a small cut. Instantly, the insects rush toward them. Yoon quickly steps back, but the insects ignore her and continue heading toward him. The protagonist keeps running, thinking that the girl must be using something to repel insects. However, he had already expected this, since there is not a single decent person in the demonic palace, yet he still faltered a little by trusting her so much. Lanjing continues controlling the insects and points out that using people to feed the rotten blood devourers is far better than using animals. She also asks the protagonist not to hate her, since all of this is for the good of the demonic palace. Yoon questions how she dares to eliminate a fellow disciple. She says that the rules really forbid killing companions, but if no one saw it, then no one will know it was her. As he moves away, the protagonist shouts that she will be eliminated in a horrible way. Hao continues just watching, wondering whether that situation already counts as an emergency. Lanjing starts laughing like a psychopath, saying that when the protagonist's body turns into nothing but bones, she will remember him every day. Yun turns around and uses his ruthless fingers to counterattack the insects, striking a large number of them. He uses Corpse Explosion, causing an explosion among the insects he hit and wiping out all the rest. Lanjing is shocked to see that every single insect has been eliminated. Yun apologizes to her, yet that pile of trash did not cause him any damage at all. Still stunned, the girl asks what technique he just used. Yun explains that it is a technique meant to exterminate pests. And there is something else he noticed. Some of the insects that survived were harmless in his hand, which means they were not actually trying to attack him. He thinks that apparently the rotten blood devourers seem to fear the parasite that Jiayan placed inside him. Lanjing realizes she made a huge mistake and wonders if everything was just an act, since the protagonist is so young and yet possesses such a high level of power. Yun slowly approaches, saying that they are all disciples of the demonic palace and have always crawled in the shadows. So what is there to be surprised about? Even though she is furious, she does not know what to do. Yun starts laughing and grabs Lanjing by the neck. Struggling to speak and breathe, she tries to say she cannot do anything against him, but the protagonist, already out of patience, says that if she cannot speak, then it is better to stay quiet since whether she talks or not, she will be eliminated anyway, so she might as well save her energy. Hao appears and asks him to wait a moment, telling his disciple to let the whole situation go and forgive Lanjing since her heart is somewhat rotten. The protagonist asks if his master is really hearing what he just said, pointing out that the girl wanted to turn him into food for those insects. Hao explains that he was watching everything, but he already knew that the girl would not be able to do anything against his disciple. Moreover, he needs to know one thing before making such a decision. Hao points out that the girl has a great secret since she is the illegitimate daughter of the Valley Master and has protection. Yun understands that the girl is a big fish in disguise. He releases her neck, saying that since his master asked, he will obey and spare her life. Besides, she managed to escape death, but she will still pay a high price by helping him collect the cruel face herb. However, she refuses, asking who will compensate her for all those insects she cared for so dearly and that are now destroyed. The protagonist becomes irritated and tries to go after her again, telling Hao to let him go because that brat deserves a beating. Hao agrees, but asks him to go easy and not eliminate her. Sometime later, back at her cabin, Lanjing has a small bump on her head and says she did nothing wrong. Yun can no longer stand it and tries to attack her again, but his master stops him, asking them to talk calmly since she has protection. Yun tells his master he does not care about her protection, nor about her father or mother, because he also has protection, and as far as he remembers, the protection he has is the greatest within the demonic palace. Hao realizes his disciple has a point and tries to change his approach, saying that even so, they cannot eliminate her because they have a good reason not to. Yun asks what those reasons would be. His master explains that they still have not managed to enter the heart of the Valley of 1,000 Insects, and that girl is their first obstacle, because if she does not guide them there, they will just keep wandering in circles. Lanjing turns her face away, showing that she does not want to help, much less admit she did anything wrong. Yun shouts, asking if Hao is seeing that nonsense. Hao promises that as soon as they enter the valley, he himself will ask the valley mistress to deal with that girl. The protagonist eventually agrees and tells her to lead the way, but Lanjing points her finger at them, saying they killed her pets and even beat her, and now they still want her to work for them. Apparently, Yun grew up reading fantasy novels. She adds that it is exactly as his master just said. Without her help, they will never be able to enter the Valley of 1,000 Insects. The protagonist has no patience to keep arguing and uses the know-it-all to check what that girl's weakness is. The system reports that she is 30 years old and at level 45, a disciple of the Valley of 1,000 Insects of the Demonic Palace, but not Kui Qing's daughter. She possesses talent in insect control and insect nourishment techniques, using insects to feed herself and prolong her youth. Her weakness is that she requires a massive food intake to sustain her energy consumption. When hungry, her behavior becomes abnormal. The protagonist realizes that even though she is 30, she looks like one of those old women with a child's body. He lies down on the ground, saying that if she truly refuses to guide them, then he will settle right there. He also noticed that she is the strange type who lives by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, so she can forget about food and water for now, and as for sleep, she can forget that too, because he will not let her sleep at all. Lanjing protests, saying that even prisoners of war receive food, so how dare he treat her like this? Yun points out that they are both disciples of the demonic palace and that she seems to be mistaking him for those fools from orthodox sects. Hao says the main mistake was hers, asking how she dared to attack fellow disciples, and that if the leader finds out, hunger will be the least of her problems. That is precisely why he cannot interfere if Yun truly wants to punish her. To provoke her even more, The protagonist says he is going outside to see what delicious meal he will prepare, telling his master to keep an eye on her and not let her eat even a single ant. Before leaving, he warns that if he finds out Hao is covering for her, he cannot guarantee he will not say something very rebellious to that person he already knows who it is. His master grows slightly nervous and tells the protagonist to relax and that he can fully trust him. Soon after, the protagonist sets all the food on the table and remarks that the Valley of 1,000 Insects is truly an incredible place. He just took a stroll and hunted some rabbits, wild boars, and deer, and there are also wild chickens, vegetables, and spices in abundance. Hao is impressed to see that the protagonist's cooking skills are truly remarkable. The two sit at the table, and the protagonist, with his hand on his master's shoulder, wishes that he finds a beautiful, caring lady soon so he can start a family. Hao says his disciple loves to poke at his sore spot, yet those words truly bring good luck and health. While the two enjoy the food and drink, Lanjing can only watch, craving a bite. It makes her furious as she is starving. However, she has a plan. If they really will not give her food, she can simply use her insects to feed herself. But the protagonist walks over and asks where she thinks she is going, questioning whether she truly intends to look for food. And since he is one step ahead, he points out that she likely wants to seek out her pets so they can gather some nectar or something to nourish her. He takes another bite, notices her irritation, and begins mocking her, saying that apparently he guessed the plan she was trying to execute. He emphasizes that this is only the first meal she is missing, so there is no need to rush or try to slip out of sight because he will not allow it. At the beginning of the night, they prepare to sleep. Yoon lies on his bed while Lanjing kneels on the floor, thinking he will not last the whole night and will eventually fall asleep. However, the protagonist suddenly sits up on his bed, surprising her. He says he almost forgot that he needs to practice before sleeping. There is also one detail. Once he starts practicing this technique, he will not be able to close his eyes anymore, because when Changming's true qi begins circulating through his body, he becomes extremely restless, as if he had downed several cans of energy drink and gone running with Max Verstappen. Lanjing's stomach was already growling loudly since she had not eaten anything all day. Yoon hears the noise and asks if she is hungry, but after missing 3 meals, there is no way she would not be hungry at this point. However, since they are all cultivators, going 3 days without eating should not be beneficial for the body, much less for cultivation. Lanjing thinks the protagonist is determined to starve her to death and may have discovered her weakness. Yet she has no idea how that is possible because, aside from the inner members of the Valley of 1,000 Insects, not even the Valley Mistress knows about it. Suddenly, she begins to feel something inside her body, thinking she is reaching her limit and needs to find something to eat immediately. A few hours later, Lanjing is completely depressed, thinking she no longer has any strength from hunger, and that the side effects are growing stronger and stronger. The protagonist tells her that if she had guided them, she would not be going through all this. And besides, they are not going to the Valley of 1,000 Insects to burn the mountain down. They only need to collect a few herbs. So he has no idea why she is being so stubborn. Lanjing simply says she has no patience to talk to him right now. To add even more psychological torment, the protagonist says that watching her is exhausting, so he will prepare a late-night supper to restore his energy. When she hears the word supper, Lanjing thinks he is a very cruel person and a complete pervert. Even so, she is determined and thinks she must endure it because, regardless of being ugly or anything else, she would rather die than beg for food. Soon after, the protagonist returns with something wrapped up and says that supper is served. As soon as he unwraps it, a juicy chicken appears and the aroma fills the entire place. Lanjing smells it and begins to salivate, saying she is extremely hungry. Yoon walks over to her, saying he did not expect hunger to give her such an indecent expression, and asks if she truly wants to eat. Holding the food in front of her, he thinks that facing what one desires most at the moment of weakest willpower, yet being unable to reach it, is truly cruel. He picks up a chicken drumstick and waves it in front of her, saying the smell is wonderful, and that after marinating it with various spices, glazing it with fresh honey, and roasting it wrapped in lotus leaves, just describing the process is enough to make one's mouth water. Lanjing has reached her limit and begs him to give her some, saying she will do anything he wants. However, Yoon says he does not trust promises made in a delirious state. Lanjing insists and asks him to at least let her take 1 bite. The protagonist smiles and says she has only been hungry for 1 day and has already completely lost her willpower. As he touches her mouth, Yoon activates something and tells her to wake up. Lanjing realizes something is wrong because she suddenly feels so hungry that her entire body seems to be burning. Yoon keeps looking at her and says she looks much sweeter now than before, so he would like to ask again if she's willing to guide them. But before she can answer, he explains that he injected a bit of true qi into her to stimulate her, and if he withdraws it, she will return to her previous state. Not knowing what to do, Lanjing remains silent and looks away. The protagonist notices this and releases her face, stopping the flow of true qi. Instantly, she feels that same overwhelming sensation return to her body and grabs his hand, shouting that she will guide them. Yun thanks her, saying she is a good girl. Lanjing once again asks him to let her take a bite of the food. Yun hands her the whole chicken and says she can eat. While she eats, he comments that it was obvious she would accept sooner or later. So why force herself to suffer like that? Since he barely slept the night before, he lies down on the bed saying he will rest for a while and that once she finishes eating, she can clean everything up and leave. Lanjing thinks that when she gets a good opportunity, she will never forgive him. Shortly afterward, Hao opens the cabin door and asks if the protagonist is awake. But as soon as he looks inside, he is shocked and asks what kind of situation this is. Yun and Lanjing are sleeping together. He looks at the leftover bones from Lanjing's meal and asks if that is not the intertwined bones chicken. The intertwined bones chicken is the favorite bird of the disciples of the House of Joy. Its meat is delicious and extremely beneficial for cultivating the dual union technique, and apparently those two ate the chicken and then ended up sleeping together, which is not good at all. Slowly, the protagonist opens his eyes and asks what time it is. But when he realizes she is lying beside him, he panics, asking what happened there, and when he looks down, he screams desperately for help. He jumps out of bed like a cat fleeing from water, but his master looks confused and asks why he is screaming for help when his pants are properly on. Even so, the protagonist remains irritated and demands to know how that girl ended up in his bed and what is going on. His master asks if they ate that chicken the night before. Yun asks what the intertwined bones chicken is. Hao questions whether his disciple is fully conscious. The protagonist explains that it was dark last night and he did not pay much attention since he was in a hurry to force her to guide them, so he ended up being careless. However, he feels relieved because he has the parasite Xiayan placed inside him. Otherwise, his purity would no longer exist. Moreover, if Xiayan found out that he cultivated with another woman, he would probably have to reincarnate in another world because not even his soul would remain here. Because of all the shouting, Lanjing also wakes up complaining about the noise. But when she realizes where she is and how she is dressed, she is startled and quickly covers herself with the blanket, shouting at him and asking if he does not know that she cultivates the boy technique and that now he has completely ruined her cultivation. Yun looks at her and says that if he did not have such strong self-control, he would not even know how to respond. But he tells her to calm down and emphasizes that he is not interested in her at all. Though slightly annoyed at being rejected, she thinks she does not have the slightest interest in him either. After giving a superficial explanation of the situation, the protagonist tells her to get up quickly and lead the way. His master scolds him, saying he should be more gentle with the girl, but Yun takes a deep breath and says, that girl does not even compare to the sect leader. After getting dressed, Lanjing gathers her things and calls the two to hurry. As they walk, a thin mist spreads everywhere. Yun asks if she is deliberately leading them into a trap, but his master believes she would not go that far. Lanjing, still nervous about doing something she did not want to do, tells him to relax and stresses that the Valley of 1,000 Insects never goes back on a promise. However, the protagonist thinks that the Valley of 1,000 Insects is part of the demonic palace, so he knows very well how people from the demonic sect behave. The mist grows denser, and Lanjing creates a point of light in her hand, telling the two to focus on the light and follow it without losing sight. As they walk, Hao notices that Yun is irritated and changes direction. Hu asks where he is going but gets no answer, so he calls out to Lanjing, only to realize he has gotten lost. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps watching the light and asks his master how much longer they need to walk, but he also receives no response. And when he looks back, he realizes he is alone. Irritated, he says he knew this would happen, since people from the demonic sect only talk nonsense. A little further ahead, Lanjing starts waving the light and says that apparently they got lost and now it will be her fault because they did not pay attention. She keeps running through the mist, saying it serves them right for not being interested in her. Even lost, the protagonist continues walking and eventually reaches the Valley of 1,000 Insects, the Purple Sea. He notices from the color of the plants that this must be the Purple Sea and breathes in relief since he did not stray too far, and excited for having found the place, he starts walking, thinking he might discover something special there. However, he kicks something and, looking down, sees a skeleton. He thinks that person died inside the Purple Sea, which means that Sea of Flowers has something wrong with it. To better understand what happened, he carefully examines the skeleton and notices that the bones are smooth and without fractures. Moreover, the skeleton is completely intact, which means the cause of death was not brute force and may have been poison, but he suspects it could be something even more dangerous. Looking around, he wonders if the place is called the Purple Sea because of those purple moths that suddenly start appearing out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Lanjing is on the correct path beside the Purple Sea and wonders whether those two might have walked straight into it. but she decides to leave it to fate since life and death are merely destiny and wealth lies in the hands of heaven. The protagonist was still trying to understand what the real danger of that place was, and upon observing the moths more closely, he notices that their color is extremely bright, which shows they are poisonous. Suddenly, one of the moths starts behaving strangely and all the others do the same. The protagonist realizes he accidentally startled them, and now, because of the agitation, a purple powder is being spread through the air. He tries to move away, thinking he is almost certain that powder is toxic and cannot let it touch him under any circumstances. However, if he does not get close enough, he will not be able to eliminate at least one of them and use its body as fuel for his explosion to destroy the rest. Now he is sure that fellow disciple died because of those purple moths, and the Valley of 1,000 Insects truly lives up to its name, as it is filled with poisonous insects everywhere. Out of respect for the deceased companion, he refuses to use the skeleton as an explosive and thinks that if he had some long-range ability, it would be perfect. After running for so long, he reaches the end of the Purple Sea and finds an enormous lake in front of him. He imagines that hiding in the water will not help much, since if that purple powder dissolves in it, death will still be certain. But suddenly, the moths stop advancing and immediately retreat, leaving the protagonist confused. He looks at the water and wonders if there might be an even fiercer insect inside. Not knowing what to do, he thinks this is what it means to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Then, a voice tells him not to be afraid. The protagonist has no idea where the voice is coming from, since there is no one around, and he shouts, asking who is speaking to him, thinking it might be another senior sister from the Valley of 1,000 Insects. Suddenly, something begins to emerge from the water, saying they belong to the same sect, and asking if he truly thinks she would harm him. A woman riding a large insect rises from the lake. Yoon introduces himself, stating his name and that he belongs to the kitchen area, and asks for her name. The woman introduces herself as Lanji. She approaches him and kneels, slowly moving her hand toward his chest. Lanji senses that the protagonist has a parasite planted inside him and does something. Instantly, Yoon feels an extremely intense pain in his abdomen, which makes him question what is happening. He realizes that woman did something to him, but the pain is so severe that he starts coughing up blood. Lanji is impressed by the parasite's strength and says that perhaps he would not be able to remove it on his own, so she offers to help. Carefully, she places her hand in his mouth and pushes it down his throat. A few seconds later, she forcefully pulls her hand out and throws the parasite to her insect to eat. Still surprised by the method she used to remove the parasite, the protagonist only feels a bit strange. Lanji explains that the parasite inside his body has been completely removed, and now he no longer needs to worry about being controlled in the future. However, she notices his odd expression and asks if he is feeling any discomfort. Yoon wonders whether he should tell her that it was the sect leader who placed that parasite inside him, but decides to remain silent for now, since if he says that, he might have to explain why it happened. Now that the parasite has finally been removed, no one can call him a eunuch anymore. He brushes it off, saying it is nothing, that he was just a little surprised because she has miraculous hands. Lanji explains that she's not a trained physician, but the protagonist says that was simply a polite way of thanking her. He notices that Lanji's gaze holds no malice, but it is a pity she belongs to the demonic palace, so he cannot trust her easily, though perhaps he can make use of her somehow. Suddenly, he senses something very large approaching. Lanji notices his surprise and asks what is happening. The protagonist explains that he suddenly feels a strong urge to take a look inside the lake. Lanji points out that the surface of that lake accumulates miasma all year round, which can cause mental confusion, but she can help him with that as well. Yoon thanks her once again for her help. He thinks she is a very valuable spiritual pearl, not to mention the amount of energy she possesses, so it is definitely worth activating an encounter. Even if Lanji is not trustworthy, he needs to try because if she deceives him, he can simply eliminate her right there. Lanji asks Belle to appear and tells her pet that the protagonist wants to go to the center of the lake, asking him to take him there. Belle agrees, and Yoon climbs onto his back and heads toward the center of the lake. He looks back, seeing that so far that woman has not shown any flaws. As soon as he reaches his destination, he asks Belle to wait and touches the sphere. The system informs him that he has collected 500,000 points. This means it is the first time he has managed to collect so much from a single pearl. As a reward, he successfully activates an encounter and gains another fragment, bringing the total to 3 out of 5. Yoon feels happy, thinking that he is a master at triggering encounters. A few seconds later, he returns to the shore and says he has already resolved what he wanted. Lanji smiles, saying she is glad to have helped. The protagonist is surprised to see that she does not even seem curious about why he wanted to go to the middle of the lake. Suddenly, Yoon notices something coming toward them and, with quick reflexes, catches an arrow that was flying toward Lanji. She remains still, staring at the arrow. Yoon looks to the other side of the lake and asks if someone is lying in ambush. He thinks that although this is the outskirts of the Valley of 1,000 Insects and intruders are nothing new, the timing is too much of a coincidence, which makes him wonder whether this could be some kind of setup by her. Yoon feels confused, thinking that everyone from the demonic palace leaves him confused since he is traumatized. Because of that, he becomes paranoid, believing that no one is honest. Lanji orders Belle to go after the assassins who tried to attack them. Her pet crosses the lake and chases the people who were there. Meanwhile, she takes the arrow from the protagonist's hand and smells it, saying that apparently it is the Sacred Heart sect again. Yoon asks if they do this often. She explains that they have come there several times before, always looking for a way to enter the heart of the Valley of 1,000 Insects. However, she did not expect that they had already reached that place. The protagonist says that he and his master also want to go to the heart of the valley to collect some herbs. Lanji grows curious and asks who his master is. Yoon, a little embarrassed, says that his master's name is Hao Yubo and that they are there to gather some herbs to prepare medicinal dishes. As soon as she hears Hao's name, she runs over and kneels in front of him again, making the protagonist slightly uncomfortable. However, she tells him not to worry since her sense of smell is very sensitive and she just wants to confirm something. He says it is fine, though he thinks she's getting a little too close. After smelling him, she smiles and says that he truly has a close relationship with Hao, and because of that, she will be his guide. They prepare to leave, but the protagonist questions whether they should not worry more about the Sacred Heart sect members. Lanji explains that Belle will deal with them, and that even if he fails, outsiders who try to enter the Valley of 1,000 Insects without a guide end up trapped by the miasma and poisonous insects until they die. Yoon reflects on everything that just happened and agrees, saying it makes sense. She hands him a rope and asks him to tie it around himself. As he holds the rope and fastens it to his body, he says she's very thoughtful. Lanji explains that the terrain of the Valley of 1,000 Insects is complex and confusing. Simply following someone does not guarantee safety since many factors can interfere. Yoon thinks that Lanji already knew this when she agreed to guide him and that if he encounters her again in a suspicious situation, he will take slightly harsher action. With everything settled, the two begin to walk, and the protagonist thinks that from the moment they met until now, that woman has not tried to scheme against him. Or perhaps she is very good at hiding and planning to attack him as soon as he completely lowers his guard. However, after staying in that place for so long, he is almost developing paranoia. Because of that, he decides to set those worries aside since overthinking will not help him. The priority now is to enter the valley and reunite with his master. Suddenly, they hear a scream coming from deep within the forest. Lanji starts laughing, saying that apparently Belle has just found the intruders. A little farther ahead, they reach a wall covered with plant roots. Controlling the moths, she orders them to open the passage. Quickly, the moths pass through the wall, removing all the thorny roots from the way and revealing a secret passage. She explains that this is the shortcut to the valley and that they need to go through it. The protagonist trusts her, and the two enter the tunnel. A little farther in, she says she has a question, and the protagonist tells her to go ahead. Lanji stops in front of him and says that her question is about the parasite that was inside his body. She asks who placed that parasite inside him, and the protagonist feels slightly uncomfortable with the question. However, she explains that he does not need to worry because she found the technique used to be extremely refined and would very much like to meet the person responsible for it. Yoon says he needs to ask that person's permission before revealing her identity. Lanji understands that whoever placed the parasite inside the protagonist is not his enemy, which makes her realize she removed it without asking for details first and that she must have offended the master who did it. To ease the situation, Yoon points out that soon the person responsible will also enter the Valley of 1,000 Insects and, when the time comes, he will personally introduce them. Lanji thanks him and asks to continue on their way. 10 minutes later, they cross the tunnel, and the protagonist is impressed, asking if that is the legendary peach blossom spring everyone talks about. At last, they have arrived at the Valley of 1,000 Insects. Lanji removes the rope that connected them and explains they are already inside the valley and that, since Yoon is Hao Yubo's disciple, he has permission to explore freely. The protagonist says that unfortunately he still does not know where his master is at the moment. Lanji explains that she could also smell her sister's scent on him, so they must have been with her before and once again offers to guide him to the right place. Yoon grows slightly suspicious and asks that if she already knew he had contact with her sister, why she did not mention it earlier. Lanji smiles and says it would not be appropriate to ask about matters between the young master and her sister, since her scent is very strong on him. He realizes what she truly meant and quickly tries to explain that she is misunderstanding, emphasizing that he has nothing with that girl. But Lanji still believes they had something and says that relationships between men and women are perfectly normal. Knowing the temperament of the mistress he deals with, the protagonist tries again to explain that nothing happened and asks to drop the subject because he would like her to take him to his master. Meanwhile, Jiayan is irritated, questioning why she lost the connection with the parasite that was inside her precious medicine. Wanting to know what truly happened, she leaps toward them. Lanji crosses the bridge with the protagonist until they reach a large house. Yoon finds it a bit strange and asks why he does not see any senior brothers or sisters from the sect. She explains that the disciples of the Valley of 1,000 Insects are few and scattered throughout the valley, and only when the master summons them do they gather at the headquarters. Still somewhat uneasy, he nods and says he understands. Lanji opens the door and says she will take the protagonist to her sister's room, but he asks whether he should not greet the Valley Master first. Lanji insists that there is no problem. Yoon notices she does not want to explain the reason for not needing to see the Valley Master, so he decides not to press further. Jiayan opens the door and is surprised to see that the protagonist did not die. He says that even if he had died, he would have taken her with him and asks where his master is. She replies that she does not know. Yoon becomes angry and demands to know what she did to his master. Jiayan tells him not to accuse her like that, saying she turned her head for a few seconds and the two had disappeared. The protagonist points out that she already knew the path into the valley is easy to get lost in but did not warn them on purpose. Jiayan says they threatened her to guide the way, so she did and has already fulfilled her promise. Therefore, he should not push his luck. Lanji asks her sister whether she truly does not know Lord Hu's whereabouts. Arrogantly, Jiayan turns her face away and says, no, and her sister calls her foolish for acting that way. Jiayan retorts that in any case, that man entered the valley and with his ability, what could possibly happen to him? Lanji ignores her, saying she will accompany the young master to search for Lord Hu, but Jiayan tries to stop her, claiming she has already done enough by bringing that boy there. However, Lanji explains that recently, many orthodox sects have infiltrated the Valley of 1,000 Insects, and because of that, she placed many obstacles along the path, which leaves Jiayan surprised. While the two sisters argue, the protagonist watches them and thinks that Lanji is very gentle for someone from the demonic sect. Irritated by her sister's attitude, Jiayan simply turns around, grabs the protagonist by the arm, and tells him to go with her. Lanji realizes what she has just done and becomes worried, saying she did not do that on purpose. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Hao is surrounded by countless insects, saying that this is impossible and questioning whether, in his own valley, they really released every single insect they had stored. Wanting to avoid causing trouble, he had been trying to restrain himself, but it reached a point where there was little he could do. Therefore, he would have to offend the Valley Master for a moment, and asks all the insects to attack together. However, before they can act, one of them is sent flying after being struck. Right after that, 3 men are defeated along with a giant spider. The sect leader appears, asking what the Sacred Heart sect was thinking by sending nothing but trash there, which only proves that the Orthodox sects are getting worse year after year. Hao is happy to see her and asks whether she has finished all her matters, but then notices she also stroked Belle. Wushan gets straight to the point and asks where her little toy is. Hao apologizes and explains that he lost sight of him when they entered the valley. She asks if he has looked for him. He replies that he has, but could not find him and kept getting lost while being attacked by poisonous miasma. Now he understands why all those insects were released, since it was to guard against invaders. Wushan is only thinking about what exactly happened to the protagonist. She ignores everything around her and tells Hao to accompany her into the valley. Lanji shows unusual concern, saying that although she does not doubt the protagonist's master's abilities, there are still many insects and poisonous miasmas in the valley. So, as a precaution, it is better to find him as quickly as possible. Yoon asks her to wait a moment. Lanji looks at him and asks what is wrong. The protagonist says there is something he has been thinking about for a long time and decided to ask. And even knowing he might not receive a truthful answer, he still needs to ask. As fellow sect members, they do not need to hide things. He points out that she has helped him repeatedly without asking for anything in return, and because of that, he would like to know her ultimate goal. At that exact moment, Wushan appears and her jealous eyes go straight to the two standing on the bridge. Hao senses the shift in atmosphere and thinks that now everything has truly gone wrong. He tries to calm the situation, telling the sect leader that this is surely a misunderstanding, but with a frightening smile and a possessive tone, she asks if he really thinks she would misunderstand something. Lanji asks what he's talking about. The protagonist explains that he grew up in the demonic palace since childhood, and that people there are already considered good if they do not harm their companions. Rarely has he seen anyone help without a reason or some kind of interest, so he hopes she will not be offended if he stays on guard because of that. Lanji says she has no objective and then notices that Hao has arrived. The protagonist also realizes his mistress has come, and when he looks down, sees that his hands are intertwined with Lanji's. He quickly lets go, afraid of his woman's jealousy. He runs over and asks her not to misunderstand, since when a woman gets angry with her man, Even the devil sits down with a notebook to take notes. Wuxian looks at him with frightening calm and asks what he is talking about. The protagonist explains that earlier he was questioning that woman's purpose in helping him and that she was the one who held his hand against his will. Wuxian places her hand on his abdomen and asks if it was Lanji who removed the parasite. He confirms that it was. The sect leader explains that among so many disciples, only that woman has such ability, which is why she is an insensitive child. Lanji interrupts and asks whether it was she who placed the parasite inside the young master's body. Wuxian asks if little Lanji truly does not recognize her. Lanji looks confused and says she does not. The sect leader walks past her asking whether she can think of anyone besides her own master who could place that kind of parasite. Lanji immediately realizes she is the sect leader and hugs her from behind, saying she had only seen the leader when she was just a child, and after coming out of seclusion, she became even smaller so she could not recognize her at first. Besides, she's become very cute. Yun asks his master why he was with the leader. Hao explains that he got lost. The protagonist takes advantage of the situation and asks his master whether she is angry with him. Hao says that Wuxian stated there was no misunderstanding, but the protagonist remains suspicious and questions how that is possible since normally Wuxian would have ended his life. His master tells him not to overthink it because if she is truly angry, there is only one thing he can do. Later, he will have to please her very well in the way only he knows how. Yun asks his master what he thinks Yun is, and the master keeps teasing, saying there is only one answer to that question. Lanji asks Wuxian to teach her how to place that kind of parasite. The leader asks why her own master does not teach her. Lanji replies that her master has not been showing herself lately. Wuxian is surprised and asks whether her master is doing that again. Lanji confirms that she is. The protagonist, who has been observing everything, asks what it is they are talking about, but Hao says he does not know. After talking a bit more, Wuxian asks Yun to follow her. Still afraid that she might be jealous, he quickly goes to her saying he is right there. Wuxian takes him into one of the houses and asks where the Eternal Light Soul Flame is. Yun takes it out and says it has already sprouted. The sect leader asks whether he has been transferring Eternal Light True Qi to it all these days. He says yes, but reports that its growth has slowed recently. Wuxian says that must be because his level is still insufficient and that if he wants to accelerate its growth, he needs to keep leveling up, and the Valley of 1,000 Insects is a good place for cultivation, so she will arrange for him to level up immediately. Yun places the plant on the table and asks her to explain what it actually is, but she remains silent. He takes a deep breath and says it is fine. He can wait until she wants to speak. Wuxian decides to explain and says that it is related to her master, who left so long ago that even she can hardly remember clearly. Long ago, heaven and earth were divided into 3 realms. The human realm nurtures the people, the celestial realm governs order and the stars, and the demonic realm breeds darkness and desire. One day, the demon lord unleashed his army in an invasion, and darkness covered the sky and the sun. Only Changming Genren stood up to resist, blocking the path where the 3 realms met. He was like a bright lamp tearing through the darkness with a beam of light, but the oil of a lamp eventually runs dry. Genren used his own body as fuel. His soul exploded and transformed into thousands of golden rays, sweeping away the advancing demonic army. The black tide receded, but his light also scattered into the wind, leaving behind only an inextinguishable obsession. A fragment of the demon lord's primordial soul silently merged with that golden light, intertwining with what remained of Genren, and finally condensing into a seed. The world calls it the Eternal Light Soul Flame. It wavers between light and darkness and can either protect the world or destroy it. Genren's 2 disciples held opposing views. The elder sister, Xiayan, believed there was a way to ignite the soul flame and tried to use it to revive her master's Tao. On the other hand, the younger sister, Xiaoshuang, insisted on sealing it, believing the time had not yet come, and that touching it would bring only disaster. In the end, the 2 went their separate ways. Wuxian says that is the story. The protagonist asks whether that means the demon lord's soul fragment is also mixed inside. She replies that she understands her sister's concerns, but her decision has already been made, and no matter the cost, she will make her master return. The protagonist asks whether she also cultivates Eternal Light True Qi, and she says yes. He is confused and asks why her Eternal Light True Qi cannot make the soul flame take root and sprout. Wuxian says she has thought deeply about this question and that, at the beginning, it was precisely because the soul flame reacted to the protagonist that she decided to leave it in his care for observation. However, she did not expect that when he circulated Eternal Light True Qi, he would truly make it take root and sprout. Therefore, she suspects there may be some connection between him and Genren. Moreover, she adds that a few days ago, Yin informed her that he had learned a supreme technique capable of temporarily transferring the qi from his body into hers. So she decided to conduct a test, and if the eternal light true chi within the protagonist can be used by her, she would like to see with her own eyes whether it will have the same effect. Yun, like a true man, says she may use it however she wishes, because he is at her command, even if it costs him his life. Wushan notices that he is full of vigorous energy and asks him to lie down with her for a while. Inside the room, she tells him to turn his back to her, and as she places her hand on his back, begins to concentrate and draws out a portion of the energy within him. The two of them are transported to another place, and the protagonist asks whether that is an inner landscape. However, even she cannot understand what is happening, because when she cultivated with her disciple before, nothing like this occurred. Before making any decision, she decides to explore the place a little more. After walking for a while, she goes to the water's edge and says there is nothing special there, because everything carries a familiar scent. The sea breeze, the grass, even the blue sky. Yun asks if she has been there before. She replies that she cannot remember clearly and that perhaps she visited a similar place a long time ago. While all this is happening, they continue cultivating. The protagonist asks what they are supposed to do there. Suddenly, she points ahead and says it is in that direction. Confused, he asks what she is talking about. Jiayan tells him to look that way because she feels her heart pounding violently. She starts walking toward where she pointed, and the protagonist runs after her, asking her to wait. The cultivation between them grows more and more intense. As they move through that place, she suddenly stops, and the protagonist asks why. She concentrates further and then begins running in that direction, saying she just felt her master's aura. Yun asks if she has discovered something, but receives no answer and simply runs after her, since he has never seen her so agitated. Suddenly, a portal appears before them. She passes through it without hesitation, and he follows until he finally catches up and asks what is happening and what she just saw. Tears stream down her face as she says her master is there. The protagonist is confused and asks if he truly is Changming Chenren. The man notices the two of them and asks them to come closer. When she approaches, he says it has been a very long time, and that it must have been difficult for her all these years. Excited, she tells her master it was not difficult because as long as she can bring him back, she is willing to do anything. Chenren replies that from now on, he does not want her to do anything more for him. Jiayan is confused and asks what he means. Her master says it is time to let him go. She cannot understand why he is saying that, stands up and demands to know what he is talking about. Chenren reveals his arm wrapped in dark energy and explains that he was deeply influenced by demonic power. Therefore, he is no longer the person he once was, and what remains there is only a fragment of a residual soul. He wants her to let him slowly fade away in that sea of consciousness. Determined, she rises and says she will never give up, because she will surely find a way to overcome the demon lord's residual soul, and she asks him to wait just a little longer. With unshakable inner peace, Chenren gently replies that merely seeing her again has made him very happy, though he deeply regrets not seeing Xiaoshuang as well. Jiayan remains unwilling to accept it and asks how she can give up, since this hope kept her alive through loneliness, and now he is being cruel. Chenren looks at the protagonist and says it is a pleasure to meet him, but the time he has there is very short. Therefore, he wishes to ask something that only the protagonist can do. He asks Yun to take very good care of Jiayan for him. The protagonist is confused and asks how he could possibly take care of someone like her. Chenren says that is his final request and that he is counting on him. Yun asks why he should assume such responsibility because if they succeed in bringing the master back, the sect leader will have his protection. And she even promised she could separate the demon lord's soul. But Chenren begins to fade away and tells the protagonist that the two of them are not so different and that if Yun stands by her side, it will be as if he himself were there. Jiayan grows desperate as she sees her master disappearing, but he says he has always been there and asks her to believe in him. The protagonist watches the scene and wonders why he cannot understand any of it. Suddenly, Chenren disappears, and she falls to her knees on the ground, completely devastated. Yun hugs her to try to calm her down and promises that no matter what happens, he will always stay by her side. All at once, he wakes up and realizes they are both lying on the bed. Confused by everything, he questions what just happened, but hears her, still asleep, murmuring her master's name. During the night, Yun watches Wushan, who has been standing for half an hour staring at the moon without saying a single word. He approaches and asks what she is thinking about. She explains that she is reflecting on her master's words, because she cannot understand why he does not want her to resurrect him. The protagonist suggests that perhaps he is worried about the demon lord's rebirth. Even so, he asks whether she wants him to continue, because if she wishes, he will keep transferring true chi to the eternal light soul flame. Without hesitation, she tells him to continue. Yun notices that she is uneasy, holds her hand and kisses it, saying he will help her no matter what happens. The next morning, Wushan asks Lanji to take them to the Valley of Trials. Standing at a distance, Jiayan watches everything and asks where they are going and who that little girl is whom her sister respects so much, because she seems strangely familiar. Moreover, that is the sacred ground of the Thousand Insects Valley, and while their master is in seclusion, as disciples they must protect the place, so she wants to see with her own eyes what they intend to do. Sometime later, inside a small palace, Lanji explains that those 8 doors correspond to trial fields of different levels. Wushen asks to go to level 65. Lanji opens the door and Wushen tells the protagonist that if he does not come out within 2 hours, she will personally go in to help him. Yun tells her not to worry and promises he will return before then. Even so, the sect leader warns him not to underestimate the level 65 trial field of the Thousand Insects Valley. But he enters confidently, asking them to await his return. Hao grows worried and tells Wushan that this is the level 65 trial field and that, except for a few hall masters of the demonic palace, no disciple has ever set foot there. She replies that this is the perfect level for the protagonist's stage, yet Hao remains doubtful, saying the disciple's level rose in a strange way and that he only learned a few basic techniques, so he is still concerned. She says that if that is the case, she can also place him inside, but he immediately refuses. Meanwhile, inside, the protagonist is nearly freezing. He questions why no one warned him that the level 65 trial field was a place of ice and snow, because he should have brought a coat before entering, as the cold is biting. However, he decides the cold is psychological and focuses on advancing as if he feels nothing. Suddenly, several scorpions appear and attack him, but he manages to deal with them with relative ease. After defeating them, he uses his corpse explosion ability, wiping out everything around him. Even so, he knows that must be only the appetizer, and that the real challenge lies ahead. Yet so far, level 65 has been extremely easy. The system notifies him that some spiritual energy pearls are nearby, and that he cannot miss them. Looking back, he sees several pearls floating. He thinks it is like farming monsters and gaining experience in a game. He quickly collects all the points around him. The system congratulates him, saying he collected a total of 88,888 points. Because the number is highly auspicious, an encounter is activated. As a result, he obtains 5 fragments, and the system asks whether he wishes to tune them. He answers yes. A few seconds later, the system congratulates him again for obtaining a new talent called Puppet Master. With this ability, he can summon puppets to fight alongside him and absorb damage on his behalf. Currently, he can summon 5 puppets, and every 5 levels the energy storage capacity will double. After a puppet is destroyed, the initial repair time is 5 hours, and every 10 levels that time will be reduced by 1 hour. Yun is delighted because on top of everything, the puppets can take damage for him, and finally, luck has smiled upon him. Now the insects before him should tremble in fear. Another scorpion, this time even larger, appears in front of him, and as he uses the Puppet Master ability, 5 puppets materialize before him, which he controls to attack the monster. An attack comes toward him, but one of the puppets steps forward and blocks the blow. The other 4 remaining puppets manage to overpower and eliminate the monster. As a result, a pearl appears, and upon collecting it, he gains 10,000 points. After accumulating the points, he levels up from 60 to 70 all at once. Thanks to this 10-level advancement, his puppet summoning limit increases to 20, and his rate of progress should grow considerably. More scorpions appear in front of him, but now, with an army of 20 puppets, he advances without hesitation, and 20 minutes later, he reaches the level 65 Snow Scorpion Leader. After analyzing it for a while, he summons his puppets again and attacks with all of them simultaneously. Using one of them, he detonates the others, easily eliminating the boss, and upon collecting the pearl that appears, he gains 50,000 points, realizing that it posed no difficulty at all. Outside, Jiayan merely observes and notices that the protagonist emerged only 1 hour after entering. She thinks this is impossible and assumes he must have given up halfway, since this is the level 65 trial dungeon. However, Yun asks if he can attempt level 75. Hao asks the protagonist if he gave up halfway, but Yun says he is a good disciple and would not do something so embarrassing. Wushan approaches him and asks if he has already reached level 70, and the protagonist asks if it is that obvious. She touches his body, saying she is very familiar with it and can notice even the slightest change. However, she points out that she did not believe the previous test would make him level up so quickly. Yun laughs, saying that perhaps he was born with a sacred body for cultivation, and she also laughs, saying she will believe that. Lanjing, who had been watching, continues to wonder whether the protagonist actually passed the trial, and if he is truly that powerful, why she had never heard of him before. Suddenly, she hears a noise from outside and becomes frightened, asking what is happening. The others also notice it, and the sect leader asks who is disturbing her mood. Hao says he will go outside to see what is going on, but Wushan refuses, and asks them to let the protagonist go instead, considering it a trial. She tells the protagonist that he needs to be careful because for those people to have reached that place, there is probably a specialist among them. Yoon begins heading outside, and Lanjing, who had been observing, thinks she would really like to see how strong that boy is, since he is someone who passed the level 65 test. She runs after him and follows him outside, where Yoon notices dark smoke rising from the middle of the forest and approaches to see what it is. The woman who had already defeated some people says they are nothing more than an overly confident bunch of demonic sect bandits. She senses the protagonist's presence and orders him to leave immediately as she has no time to play with him. He jumps down from the tree and says she's making too much noise. The woman is impressed because she caused a huge commotion, and yet the sect sent only a single boy. Yoon says that is right and states that he alone is more than enough. She prepares for battle and says that apparently he is stronger than the other trash she just defeated. The protagonist uses his new ability to control puppets and creates several bodies around him. She says this is quite a novelty and asks where so many puppets came from. The puppets begin firing arrows from their crossbows, but she prepares herself and charges forward, blocking all the arrows with her swords. Easily, she manages to strike down the two puppets in the front. A group approaches and says that if they can control the puppet master, then everything will be over. So they need to advance and help their senior sister. But the truth is that the protagonist does not care at all about the level 65 bodies in front of him. He humiliates them all, giving only slaps and showing that they are not even slightly qualified to enter that fight. The woman looks at her companions and is surprised to see that they are losing because of mere slaps, but the protagonist says that apparently he is not satisfying her enough, since she still has time to look at other people. Shortly afterward, the entire group has already been defeated. He claps his hands, saying they spent the whole day learning nothing worthwhile, only imitating others and challenging the sex. The woman has also been defeated and asks if the protagonist is very skilled at that since he tied her up so easily. He goes over to her and emphasizes that he is not an enemy, but she remains irritated, calling him a pervert from a demonic sect. Yoon scolds her, asking why she is so impatient, because he would very much like to finish what he was saying. He asks what the requirements are to join the Sacred Heart sect. He continues provoking her, telling her not to look at him as someone from a demonic sect, because in fact, he is in Taoying, but his heart is. However, she does not understand anything he is saying and refuses to look at him. Then he makes a suggestion. If she writes a letter of recommendation for him to join a righteous sect, he will let them all go. But she refuses, saying there is no need for kindness, since she has already been captured by him, so he can simply ask whatever he wants directly. However, she emphasizes that she will not answer a single word. The protagonist takes a deep breath, saying that all the people from righteous sects are very cautious, and that everything he just said truly came from the bottom of his heart. He thinks that even if he does not go to a righteous sect, he needs to collect letters of recommendation, because they may be useful in the future. Lanjing, who had been observing everything, begins to question whether that boy is really a traitor. The woman starts struggling, tied to the doors, telling the protagonist to kill her or do whatever he wants, since she cannot do anything. He asks her to stop moving, but the more she moves, the more she feels something growing inside her body, which irritates her, making her say that he really is a pervert. However, he says he cannot be blamed for that, because the more she struggles to free herself, the tighter the puppet strings become. Besides, he states that it does not matter, as he will ask something else. He wants to know what the Sacred Heart sect is looking for in the 10,000 Worms Valley. She continues to play hard to get, saying she already said she would not answer any questions, but the protagonist says that perhaps his good attitude gave the wrong impression, and asks who said she could speak to him like that. Even so, she keeps refusing to talk, saying that those of the righteous path took on the responsibility of eliminating demons and protecting the Tao long ago, and that they have already set aside life and death. Yoon undoes the bindings and lets her fall to the ground, pointing out that death is the easiest path, so how could he let her die so easily? The girl becomes a little frightened and asks what he plans to do with her. He controls his puppets, saying he will give a small demonstration, as one of the 10 most severe punishments will make her talk. Still scared, she keeps asking what exactly he intends to do, but he says she will find out soon. Lanjing cannot understand what the protagonist is doing because at one moment he seems to want to join a righteous sect, and at another, he is severely punishing someone from the Sacred Heart sect. However, she notices that when the protagonist starts smiling and getting excited, he truly behaves like someone from a demonic sect. Yoon keeps smiling and controlling his puppets, and after completely subduing the invader, uses one of them to tickle her feet. Lanjing is astonished. Soon after, the other puppets start doing the same, and she thinks he is being very cruel. The invader is already writhing from so much laughter, and the protagonist says she only needs to talk and she will not have to suffer that punishment anymore. While laughing, she tries to say that she will never reveal anything. The protagonist begins to lose patience and says that apparently she also has a backbone, so he intensifies the movements of his puppets even more, making her almost lose control of her own body. Unable to breathe, she starts shouting that she will tell everything he wants to know. Yoon keeps his puppets going for a while longer, and she continues shouting that she will tell everything she knows and hide nothing. Yoon smiles, saying that if she had talked earlier, she would not have gone through all that. The invader says there are reports that Changming Po is hidden in the hands of a disciple from the 10,000 Worms Valley, and that is why she is there. The protagonist thinks that it is with him, and that it is indeed hidden in the 10,000 Worms Valley, but he has not been there for many days, so how did this information spread so quickly? He asks what the source of that information is, and what is the name of the disciple who passed it to her. The girl says his name is Hee Yoon, and that the sect master only ordered her to go there to search, as he also does not know the source of the information. Yoon says he cannot simply let her go, so he will take them all back to the valley, and along the way she cannot omit any detail, because if he discovers she is hiding something, it will not end well, since he still has 10,000 other ways to punish her waiting to be used. Sometime later during the night, Yoon was with Wushan, saying that this is very strange, because the Sacred Heart sect's intelligence is very precise. They knew it was in the protagonist's hands and even located the 10,000 Worms Valley. During his time in the valley, he only met Lanjing, his master, and the sect leader, and aside from the leader and himself, no one else knew that it was in his possession. Wushan says that perhaps the Sacred Heart sect is not the only one that received this information. Other people were already walking through the forest, and the leader states that, in the first place, the one who spread the news that it was with the protagonist was herself and her direct subordinate. However, this time, it had nothing to do with her, and it seems they are going after the protagonist. He asks why they are going after him, since he is nothing more than an honest and hard-working kitchen helper and could not have harmed anyone. Wushan says that he is her honest and diligent disciple, and that he was the one who blew Ding into pieces last time. He sits down and says that now that she mentioned it, something has been bothering him. Yoon explains that Tianshui and Joyful hate him deeply, but since their standoff in the city, he has not appeared again. He points out that that boy was able to follow him to the city, but after he returned to the demonic palace, he disappeared completely. He starts tapping on the table, saying that he always feels like someone is watching him, yet he does not know why. Meanwhile, a group of people was at the edge of a cliff. The leader asks if everyone has memorized the map of the 10,000 Worms Valley, and they respond that they have. The leader says that if they can accomplish the objective, then the entire world will be in their hands. They prepare to move forward, and the sect leader asks the protagonist if he can now truly say how he managed to reach level 70. He is surprised, asking how she is still thinking about that. Wushan points out that when the two met, he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation level, and suddenly he reached level 20 in a few days and quickly advanced to level 60. Furthermore, she says that there is no shortage of geniuses in that world, but reaching level 60 in a matter of days and then jumping to level 70 in just a few hours is something she has never seen anyone accomplish in her entire life. She questions who he really is. The protagonist is somewhat reluctant to speak, but the leader keeps staring at him, saying she wants to know the whole truth. He thinks that, in fact, there is no harm in telling her everything. He takes the leader's hand and says that originally he was not from that world, but that is not entirely correct either, because in this life, he has lived in that world since birth, yet he possesses memories of a past life. He says she may believe it or not, but everything he just said is true, and the reason his cultivation level increased so quickly is simply because he has 2 lives, and that is all there is to explain. He thinks that this is only half the truth, but it is still the truth. Wushan lets go of his hand but continues smiling, saying that she believes he told the truth, though only half of it. However, she points out that there will still be plenty of time for him to explain, as she will wait for him to complete that other half. She says she will wait and give him all the time he needs to tell the truth. She uses a hidden weapon and grabs a part of him, and with a piercing look says that if he wants to keep hiding the other half, then he cannot blame her for being a little stricter with his body. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, calling for the master and saying that the master of the pleasure hall is there to speak with her. Wushan opens the door and asks why she is there and what happened. Yusinke, somewhat surprised, says that Tianshui is dead. They enter the house, and Yusinke continues explaining that he was probably eliminated, although the body has not yet been found. The sect leader asks if he did not send any message back. Yusinke takes a deep breath, saying that disciples of the pleasure hall, when they leave the sect, must send a message within 10 days. But it has already been 11 days since his disappearance, and also that of Baichen. Yoon asks if he is not a disciple of someone from Tai Suk Xiao. She is surprised and asks what he is talking about. The protagonist says that this is true. Wushan comments that it seems Yusinke's pleasure house is truly a place that produces many talents one after another, since all the spies are coming from there. Yusinke kneels, telling the master that she truly knows nothing about this matter, since both Ding and Baichin have been in her sect for more than 10 years, so how could she have imagined they would hide their true nature for so long? Wushin simply ignores the situation, saying that now that they know they are traitors, Yusinke already knows how she should handle it. Yusinke says she understands the message. However, there is one more thing. In recent days, people from righteous sects have been infiltrating the demonic palace to cause trouble, although most have been eliminated by her and the other sect leaders. However, the invaders' actions are somewhat strange and different from usual. Many sects are involved, but everything seems premeditated. The protagonist joins the conversation, saying that they are probably all after the same thing and that they even knew the sacred light is with him, hidden in the 10,000 Worms Valley, and this information is far too precise. The leader becomes thoughtful about the matter, and Yusinke says that Baichin is a spy, so perhaps it was he who spread the news. But regardless of that, someone who knows who holds the seed of the sacred light may have fabricated a story to muddy the waters, allowing someone to fish in troubled waters. Hao says that is quite possible, and the leader replies that analyzing this and that is a waste of time. If the righteous sects attack, then they will deal with it, and there is no need for specific schemes. Yusinke states that what the master says is absolutely correct, and that she will send people to search for Baichin's whereabouts immediately, as well as eliminate all the sect's invaders. Wushin asks about the situation of the two sisters she sent to the pleasure hall. Yusinke replies that they indeed have great talent, but often resist and go hungry. However, she promises to discipline them properly and asks her master not to worry. Wushin says those two are truly troublesome, and that she now has an idea. Those righteous sects idle around all day so they can bring all the masters of those sects to the demonic palace for some advanced studies. Otherwise, fighting against sects that cannot even catch a chicken does not interest her, since she finds it far more interesting when the opponent is strong enough. They go to the trial hall again, and the leader says that the level 75 dungeon is somewhat special. The protagonist asks her to explain better. Wushin holds his hand and looks at the others, saying that the cycle time of the level 75 dungeon takes 3 days from the perspective of the outside world, and that, during this period, they need to protect the 10,000 Worms Valley well. Hu and Yusinke say their goodbyes and ask her to have plenty of fun. Lanjing, who had still been observing everything, is surprised to hear people calling that woman the sect master. As they walk inside the dungeon, the protagonist says she still has not explained what is special about that place. As soon as they arrive in the open world, she says that this instance initially seals the meridians of cultivators below level 75, reopening them only after advancement, and asks him to test it. The protagonist focuses, tries to strike, and realizes that his meridians are indeed sealed. He becomes curious and asks, since she does not need to cultivate and her meridians will be sealed anyway, why did she enter there? Wushin replies that she was afraid he might be eliminated. She emphasizes that cultivation is very important, but he is just as important as cultivation to her, because if he is eliminated, she will lose high-quality medicinal residues. Yun says she is not having an episode right now, so she can stop touching him. She becomes a little irritated, lets go of his hand and says she will wait at the first stage, then jumps off the cliff. He looks down and thinks that with his meridians sealed, how will he get down from there? Shortly after, he summons his puppets and realizes that this ability is very useful, as besides helping him fight it, can also help him create ropes. He dismisses the ability, saying his puppets worked very hard and can now go back to rest. While descending, he wonders why there is no flying ability among the innate talents, because the next time he opens a box, he hopes to acquire a skill that allows him to go anywhere instantly. Furthermore, he thinks the corpse explosion talent could be very useful, but he does not understand what this thing called reverse rocket thrust is. However, he considers that this is not important right now, because by the time he finishes thinking, it will already be almost dark, so it is better to go down quickly since he does not quite understand how that works. He begins descending the cliff, but soon stops halfway, wondering why it seems to be getting hotter and hotter. Although his meridians are sealed, his physical condition is much better than that of ordinary people, so he should not be sweating just from climbing a little. Even so, he continues to feel that the temperature is rising. Sometime later, he is almost at the end of the descent and realizes that the heat seems to come from the ground and he can barely breathe from how hot the place is becoming. As soon as he reaches the ground, he climbs back up the rope thinking he can barely stand because it feels like a frying pan. He looks at the ground and realizes that the soil is at least 70 degrees, while the air temperature near the ground is around 40 degrees. He takes a deep breath and begins to descend again, thinking he had exaggerated a bit because although the temperature is indeed high, it is not yet high enough to cook someone, so it is still tolerable. He just needs to gradually adapt to the ambient temperature, but as soon as he steps on the ground, he begins to feel intense discomfort since it is truly hot. He looks at a completely devastated forest and thinks that perhaps the temperature will be a little better once he reaches a forest. However, the more he walks, the hotter that place becomes, making him feel as if he is inside a steamship. If it continues like that, he will soon go into shock due to dehydration, and in less than an hour, he will collapse. Moreover, there should be a water source in the forest. He questions what that place is testing. Just a cultivator's ability to withstand high temperatures? 1 hour later, he looks at the sky thinking he is very thirsty and has already walked for quite some time without seeing any water source. The world in that place does not completely follow the laws of physics. Although he had mentally prepared himself, while dehydrated, his mind was becoming increasingly confused. But the only thing he could do was keep moving forward. He looks ahead and notices that the trees are all dry and that the air temperature has increased by at least 10 degrees compared to the beginning. At temperatures above 50 degrees, the core body temperature quickly reaches over 40 degrees. Once heat stroke occurs, it causes organ damage and the mortality rate increases significantly. He goes to one of the trees and stops in its shade, placing his hand on the trunk to try to rest a little. He points out that he is being roasted by the strong sunlight, and that if this continues, he will soon smell roasted flesh from his own body. But suddenly he realizes that something is dripping over his hand. When he looks, he notices that the tree trunks are covered in resin. Even so, he thinks it is ridiculous, because there are trees and grass there, yet he cannot squeeze a single drop of juice from them. He begins to think that perhaps he needs to wait until sunset, since his body is overheated, and now he is feeling weaker than before. Suddenly he notices a small cave and, upon entering, sees a bit of water trickling down the walls. He tries to gather as much as possible and sits down to rest, as he has finally found something to shelter himself from all that heat. He watches the sunset and wonders what level he needs to train to in order to pass or what conditions he must meet to advance. As soon as the sun sets completely, he leaves the cave, thinking the temperature has dropped a little, but it is still very hot. He thinks he needs to leave that forest before dawn or he will not be able to make any progress. But as soon as he starts walking, he notices some eyes staring directly at him. However, this makes the protagonist a little excited because the time has finally come to practice a bit since he was becoming disappointed that nothing had appeared for him to fight. The monsters begin to approach, but the protagonist is excited, saying that things are much easier when there is a clear enemy. But as soon as he steps into the moonlight, he feels intense heat and wonders why it is still so hot. He thinks that moonlight is essentially just reflected sunlight. Even so, since UV rays are significantly reduced, it should be within a tolerable range. The monsters continue to approach, and he thinks that he will be finished if he gets trapped inside the cave, so he decides to move forward by passing underneath the monsters. He thinks that the moonlight is also scorching, so he must deal with those monsters as quickly as possible. But suddenly, one of the monsters manages to get close and attacks him. The protagonist defends himself but is thrown backward. With his meridians sealed, his strength has been reduced by 80%. Fortunately, the system's talents have not disappeared. Moreover, those monsters should probably have resistance to heat, yet they did not appear during the day. The monsters continue advancing toward him, and he summons all his puppets. His plan is to have his puppets protect him and take all the damage, so that he can focus on eliminating just one of the monsters and use its corpse for an explosion. He analyzes the environment and the situation, and orders 2 of his puppets to advance. The monsters begin to fight the puppets, but one of the puppets manages to catch a monster off guard and lands a direct attack. More monsters start gathering there. He sends more puppets forward, thinking he needs to confuse the monsters and focus his attacks, directing them at only one. But what he really wants to know is how much damage a single puppet can withstand on its own. The puppets ignore the monsters in front and group up on one monster a little farther back, managing to eliminate it. The protagonist uses corpse explosion and creates a large blast, but one of the monsters manages to dodge the explosion and tries to attack him. However, his puppet steps in front, and he thinks it arrived just in time and creates new explosions. Because of that, the place is becoming even hotter. However, he manages to eliminate all the monsters with ease and runs to collect all the rewards. The system congratulates him and says he has obtained another encounter fragment. The protagonist laughs, saying that is a great gain. However, he becomes worried, thinking that all his puppets were destroyed in that battle and that he will not be able to summon them again, at least not for the next 5 hours. But there are still 7 hours left until dawn. If a monster attacks during that period, he could be in serious trouble. Therefore, perhaps the best choice is simply to hide for now. As soon as he enters the cave, he sits on the ground to rest a little, but soon he is awakened by the sunlight. He thinks he must have fainted due to the heat, but he is glad to see that all his limbs are still there and apparently no monster attacked him during the night. Before going out again, he goes to the water source that was trickling and drinks a bit more. He looks outside and thinks he really does not want to go out to face that unbearable heat. A little further ahead, on top of a structure, Wushan, who had been sitting and waiting, thinks that there is not a single soul in sight, which means the protagonist is still very slow. But suddenly, she begins to feel heat inside her body and thinks that the sun, before the first checkpoint, should not be able to do that to her. But as her thoughts wander, she realizes the heat is coming from another source and slaps her own face, because she suddenly remembers what she needs to do. Still, she thinks she should not be acting like that right there. Meanwhile, still in the middle of that dry forest, the protagonist is exhausted again. He kneels on the ground, saying there is not a single place to make shade and catch his breath. If he does not do something about it, he will be dehydrated within half an hour at most. But suddenly he notices something in front of him and wonders if it is possible that he is hallucinating. Then someone arrives, touching his face and asking if he is okay. Startled, he grabs the girl's hand, asking if that is really real because he can feel it. As soon as he looks ahead, he realizes it is the sect leader and wonders if she was not waiting for him at the first checkpoint. She says she waited for him all day, but he never arrived, so she became worried and came there to look for him. The protagonist remains somewhat suspicious of the situation, but she asks him to stand up, as she will take him to drink some water. He asks why she is dressed like that, and the leader says that perhaps he would like to see her that way. He becomes embarrassed and says it is not so bad. They walk to the edge of that place, and as soon as he enters, he becomes extremely happy to see air conditioning, something he has not seen for years. And it is a blessing. She says she booked a room upstairs, and that the air conditioning is even stronger there. The protagonist gets excited and asks what they're waiting for, saying they need to go up immediately. As soon as they reach the room, the two enter, and she closes the door. He sits on the sofa, relaxed, saying that he is finally safe. A room with air conditioning is very comfortable. The leader begins to relax a bit more and sits next to the protagonist, saying that it can become even more comfortable. The two begin to cultivate together intensely, and after finishing the cultivation, she stands up and starts to leave. The protagonist asks if she is taking a break and where she is going. The leader says he can sleep first, as she will go out to get something for him to eat. As soon as she closes the door, he remains sitting on the sofa, relaxing, saying that this is very good, that real life should be like that, with air conditioning, cold drinks, and other things. But suddenly he realizes that there is something strange, because there is air conditioning and drinks there. He thinks that this is not right, that it should not be there, and questions what he really should be doing. He stands up frightened, saying that there is no way he could be inside a club, and continues to question where he should be, as he feels that he has forgotten something but cannot remember. Suddenly, Wushan approaches and finds the protagonist unconscious on the ground. She asks if it was really too much to force things after sealing his meridians. She begins to use her abilities, thinking that it is better to forget and try again next time. However, she thinks the protagonist is very weak, and apparently, she did not train him enough. She returns to the real world and throws Yun into Hao's arms, saying that he is very dehydrated. Lanji looks at him and says that the boy leveled up too quickly and that his body was not properly tempered, which means he will need some intense corrective training later. She suggests taking him to her master's hot spring for a medicinal bath. This will help him recover more quickly. Wushan shouts for Lanjing, who is hiding, to come out immediately. Lanjing gets scared, questioning whether Wushan is really talking to her. Wushan appears beside her, saying that she is talking to her. Lanjing is frightened, asking if the leader can really hear her inner thoughts. She falls to the side, scared, and with a trembling voice asks Wushan if she really is the sect leader. Wushan asks what she thinks. Lanjing thinks that Lanji and Elder Chiyu can verify whether this is true, so if her sister considered that woman to be the leader, she probably is, which makes her even more surprised to realize that she has actually met the leader. She bows, saying that she pays respects to the sect leader. Wushan says that Lanjing's mother raised her very well, as she is a polite child, and asks her to stand up. But Lanjing says that unfortunately she cannot do that because her legs have become too weak. The leader picks her up in her arms, and Lanjing says that she is not worthy of such a thing. Wushan asks if that is not really what she was hoping for in her heart. Lanjing thinks that the woman can definitely hear her thoughts, which means she is practically a female demon goddess who descended to Earth. She laughs, saying that the leader is omniscient. Hao becomes irritated, thinking that the leader is indeed a beauty, but he is stuck carrying that smelly man, which shows that his life is very bitter. They go to the immortal condensation pool, and Hao throws the protagonist inside and shouts to the leader that he is floating as if he were dead. Meanwhile, the protagonist is still trapped in his thoughts, thinking that this time it is over, and that he cannot remember why he is there. Suddenly, he notices that there is moisture in the air, and a huge wave enters through the door of his room, filling the entire place. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.